Chapter 223. Sigh. Hardworking people won't rest for even a second. When he saw Lu Huaixin knocking a piece of black gemstone off the wall, Wang Tung stopped in his tracks. He was just about to leave. Or mine. Wang Tung was astounded. Then he understood everything. He finally found a reason for the series of Lu Huaixin's weird actions. Their mission wasn't simply to kill the dark apparitions. Taking over this, or mine, was their primary objective. Obviously, Lu Huaixin had kept this news from them. He didn't want to attract other people's attention to this place. Thus, he sent the Tiger Warrior team and the Wolfang team away and set up the rune array. There was another thing that Wang Tung found strange all this while. This was a dangerous mission. Why did the military send so few people? Why did they have to enlist their martial warrior team? Now, the answer was clear. They were in the Xingwu continent. If too many martial warriors were sent, it would attract the attention of the various factions in the Xingwu continent. At that time, it would be hard to gain ownership of this or mine. All in all, this situation was caused because of the many worries the military had. At the same time, they coincidentally pulled the Tiger Warrior team in because they were nearby. Even without Yao Jun's instigation, when the two parties met, Lu Huaixin would still enlist the Tiger Warrior team because he didn't have enough people on his side. But Lu Huaixin would not send them to their death since they were both from Earth. He would focus on his task. But humans were always selfish. Yao Jun gave him an offer he couldn't reject. To a young master from an elite family like Yao Jun, it might be nothing, but to Lu Huaixin, this was an important bargaining chip for him to climb higher. Hence, he could only let the Tiger Warrior team suffer by dying. For a moment, a myriad of thoughts and ideas flashed through Wang Tung's mind. He touched his chin, and his eyes glimmered. Then, he went back and exited the passageway. He entered the path on the right. Lu Huaixin and his team would rest for at least half an hour. He had ample time to go out and collect another batch of attributes. Sigh. Hardworking people won't rest for even a second. The path on the right was littered with the corpses of giant black rats. These giant rats could be found in all three passageways. If someone oblivious entered, they might think that this was a rat's nest. The Wolfang team was an elite team among the low-rank martial warrior teams. Thus, all its members were 3-star, soldier-level martial warriors. Dealing with these giant rats was a piece of cake for them. Wang Tung walked and picked up the floating attribute bubbles along the way. Dark Force * 5 Spirit * 6 Dark Force * 3 blank attribute * 9. These giant rats were all contaminated with Dark Force. However, they were not dark apparitions. They could at most be called dark creatures. But the force they dropped was all Dark Force. This allowed Wang Tung's Dark Force to rise quickly. Before he could reach the end of the passageway, he met the returning Wolfang team. Although they suffered some injuries, they seemed fine. However, Yao Jun was cursing all the way. He was obviously in a bad mood. When they were killing the Rat King just now, his clothes got dirty. Other martial warriors would never be so delicate like him. A tinge of helplessness flashed past Chong Liang's eyes. This young master wasn't easy to serve. The group walked over without noticing Wang Tung, who was hiding in the dark. Wang Tung also ignored them. He quickly ran into the depth of the passageway. After some time, he saw a giant rat that was twice as large as the other black giant rats. It was beheaded, and its body was lying horizontally in the middle of the path. So this is the Rat King they were talking about. Wang Tung's eyes lit up. He looked at the Rat King's body. A few bigger attribute bubbles were floating silently above it. He picked them up. Dark Force * 46 Spirit * 35 blank attribute * 50 good riddance. Wang Tung was honestly a little surprised. The attributes dropped by this Rat King alone were comparable to the ones dropped by 7 to 8 normal giant rats. A few other giant rat corpses were lying around the Rat King. Wang Tung didn't forget to pick up their tribute bubbles. Then, he went back immediately. The gains he made on this trip were huge. He had received 335 points of Dark Force, 88 points of Spirit, and 280 blank attributes. As the Dark Force seeped into his body, Wang Tung shuddered. The abundance of dark force surged from his second force nucleus. It flowed up his spine and congregated inside his third force nucleus. Dark Force 3-star. Achievement unlocked. Dark Force 17/1000 3-star. In less than a day, Wang Tung's Dark Force had risen from 1-star to 3-star soldier level. This speed was extremely frightening. Also, his spirit attribute advanced by a huge level 2. Spirit, Spiritual Realm, 44. 1/100. Wang Tung could feel the spiritual power in his mind getting stronger. It even got thicker and stickier. He had a premonition. If he used his spiritual power to control his shooting star spiral now, the power would be astonishing. If he caught his opponent unaware, he might even be able to kill a 5-star soldier-level martial warrior. However, he would need to practice it during a real battle to see if it worked out or not. Wang Tung came back to the forked road and saw Yao Jun, Chong Liang, and their team members. But Lu Huaixin wasn't out yet. Yao Jun was preparing to enter the path in the middle. Young Master Yao, I don't think that this is appropriate. Chong Liang hesitated. He could see that Lu Huaixin didn't want them to enter the middle path. If he entered without careful consideration and provoked Lu Huaixin, he might offend the military indirectly. The authority of the military wasn't an ornament. What are you afraid of? Lu Huaixin didn't say that we can't enter. If he asks, you can just pretend that you didn't know anything. Also, don't you find them very secretive? I guess there must be some good stuff inside. Don't you want to take a look? Yao Jun appeared nonchalant. As he spoke, he walked into the middle passageway. Honestly, Chong Liang was a little curious. However, he decided not to follow Yao Jun. Compared to Yao Jun, they didn't have any background or people supporting them. If something really happened, Yao Jun would be fine, but the military would vent their anger on them. Weren't they looking for death? But not long after Yao Jun entered the middle path, he came back. He seemed a little embarrassed. Behind him were Lu Huaixin and the other military martial warriors. They were covered in blood and had a malicious look on their faces. Chong Liang secretly felt happy in his heart when he saw Yao Jun suffering a setback. But he didn't display it on his face. He hurriedly went forward to greet Lu Huaixin. Squad leader Lu. Yes. Lu Huaixin nodded. He asked, is your side taken care of? All the giant rats contaminated by the dark force have been killed, including the Rat King, Chong Liang replied. Not bad. Lu Huaixin praised him. Then he frowned and continued. There's no news from the Tiger Warrior team until now. It looks like they have met some trouble. The high-level dark apparition didn't charge out, so this means they didn't fail completely. It's time for us to enter. Why don't we wait a while longer? Let's wait until the dark apparition kills them before we act. Yao Jun was smiling, but the words he said were ruthless and cruel. Chong Liang and the others felt a chill running down their spines. Lu Huaixin remained indifferent. He glanced at Yao Jun and said, let's go in first. We will decide if we should act based on the situation. Yao Jun shrugged. He didn't say anything in reply. The group entered the passage on the left under Lu Weixin's lead. They thought that they had everything under control, but they could never imagine what was waiting for them. Chapter 224, Trap. Wang Tung recorded the conversation between Yao Jun and Lu Huaixin. Then, he entered the path on the right before them and met up with Lu Huaixin and his team. Let's prepare. They are coming in, Wang Tung said as soon as he saw them. Lin Zhan, Lu Yin, and the others felt their hearts trembling. They replied in low voices, okay. Under Wang Tung's lead, they quickly ran deep into the cave. When they were about to reach the karst cave, Wang Tung signaled them to stop. We're almost there. Later, I will use my concealing skill to hide your auras. You must not resist. Wang Tung spoke to them using voice transmission. Lin Zhan and the others nodded. First, Wang Tung used his wave invisibility skill to hide the fluctuations caused by the dark force. Then he attached the dark force to the surface of everyone's body and hid their figures completely. This is so interesting. Lin Zhan and the others felt their bodies merging with the dark. They thought that it was some high-class concealing skill. They would never have imagined that this was the effect of the dark force. Then, Everyone silently sneaked into the car's cave and found a hiding spot. This was the first time Lin Zhan and the others saw a high-level dark apparition. They were flabbergasted and found it a little unbelievable. They didn't think that the high-level dark apparition would look like this. Wang Teng signaled them to not act rashly. Then, he parted with them and returned to the passageway. He had left enough dark force on Lin Zhan and his teammates. At the same time, the wave invisibility skill he exerted could last for a few minutes. During this window, Wang Teng must guide the dark apparition to Lu Huaixin and his gang as fast as possible. On the other side, Lu Huaixin had already brought Yao Jun and the others to the second half of the passageway. They were only 200 meters away from the car's cave. Strange, why aren't there any sounds? Has the Tiger Warrior team been annihilated? Chong Liang suddenly said. Be careful. If the Tiger Warrior team is exterminated, the dark apparition will be more vigilant. If it's hiding in the passageway, we will get ambushed easily. Lu Huaixin frowned and said. Everyone raised their guards and walked in carefully. Almost there. Wang Teng gauged their distance and sniggered in his heart. He then turned back to the entrance of the car's cave. He congregated force on the battle sword in his hand and slashed it forward. Bang! The glow of the sword struck the position where the high-level dark apparition was at powerfully. However, Wang Teng saw the black shadow flashing, and the dark apparition disappeared. Wang Teng's heart jumped. He didn't stick around to find its next location. Instead, he turned around and ran immediately. What happened? The sudden loud explosion caused Lu Huaixin and the others' expressions to change. They were stunned. Everything was fine a second ago. Why was there suddenly an explosion? Could it be that the Tiger Warrior team didn't get wiped out? Were they still fighting? Before they knew what was happening, they saw a black shadow charging towards them from the darkness in front. The chilly and eerie aura spread out in the passageway. High-level dark apparition. Lu Huaixin turned pale with fright. He shouted in panic, "Get ready to engage." As he spoke, he had already slashed the battle blade in his hand at the black shadow that was charging at them. The military martial warriors were the first to react. The powerful bullets spurted towards the dark apparition. The members of the Wolfang team reacted a tad bit slower. Fortunately, with the military martial warriors spearheading the attack, it gave them time to respond. Kill! Chong Liang shouted and executed his battle technique immediately. He aimed it at the black shadow. Suddenly, a scream of agony was heard. The black shadow managed to evade all the attacks and caught a member of the Wolfang team. Then, it scurried up to the top of the passageway and twisted the neck of the martial warrior. It threw the corpse at the people below. The martial warrior was standing beside Yao Jun a moment ago. All he saw was a flash of the black shadow. When the person screamed in despair and was caught, Yao Jun shuddered in fright. He felt his head turning numb and cold sweat dripping down his entire body. Damn it, what is this? Yao Jun couldn't help but curse. He shrunk into the crowd, afraid to take any risk. The others had no time to bother about him. All their attention was on the high-level dark apparition. They kept hurling attacks one after another at the dark apparition. All kinds of skills were put on full display. Everyone, fight properly. I will cheer for you. Wang Teng hid in the dark like a sly and sinister fellow. Then, he returned to the car's cave and met up with Lin Zhan and his teammates. The high-level dark apparition is too powerful. Lu Huaixin and the others might not be its match, Lin Zhan said with a grave expression. You're right. I saw its speed just now. I almost got a heart attack. Lu Yin clutched her chest and said with lingering fears, Shall we go and help? Yin Jiming asked. The dark apparition is extremely dangerous and harmful. It's best to kill it as soon as possible. Lin Zhan looked at Wang Teng and said, We will lay an ambush here. With their ability, they will be able to retaliate. There's a high chance that this dark apparition might be forced back into this car's cave. We will take it by surprise and grab the opportunity to land the final blow, Wang Teng said. All right, Lin Zhan nodded. The few of them hid once again and waited for the dark apparition to come back to its cave. Actually, Wang Teng had left out a sentence. If the dark apparition didn't come back, They wouldn't need to risk their lives to fight with it. Wang Ting kind of hoped that it wouldn't come back. There were two possible outcomes for that. First, Lu Huaixin failed. The high-level dark apparition would be worried that something had happened to the Ermine, so it would go to check things out. Second, Lu Huaixin and the others killed it successfully, and all troubles came to an end. Unfortunately, things did not happen as he wished. Boom. A loud explosion suddenly occurred at the entrance of the cave. Wang Tung sighed. He saw the high-level dark apparition rushing into the karst cave. Lu Huaixin and the others followed closely behind it. But there were fewer of them. They seemed to have suffered heavy losses. Attack! Lin Zhan immediately launched an attack. He waved the battle axes in his hand and aimed for the dark apparition. Golden rays congregated around the axes. The high-level dark apparition didn't expect someone to be lying in ambush inside the cave. It was caught off guard and got chopped. It fell from the air. Lu Yin shot alloy bullets from the heavy machine gun in her hand. She was aiming at the wings of the dark apparition. She wanted to damage its wings first. She expected to hear the sound of bullets entering the flesh, but it didn't happen. Instead, the sound of metals clanging was heard. So hard. Lu Yan's expression changed slightly. Attack its head and heart. Lu Huaixin looked at them expressionlessly and shouted. The Yin siblings were just about to act. When they heard Lu Weixin's voice, they aimed their blade and sword at the high-level dark apparition's heart. Lin Zhan followed up his victory with hot pursuit and smashed his battle axes at the dark apparition's head. Lu Huaixin and the others didn't slack either. Their attacks followed closely and engulfed the dark apparition. Boom! The limestone around the cave exploded and dust flew everywhere. Due to the intense battle, airwaves swept through the cave. No one could see what was happening inside. This is it. Wang Tung saw the chance. A ray of light flew out from his sleeve and rose into the sky. It was so fast that no lingering shadows could be seen. I found you. Using the tracking function of his shooting star spiral, he aimed for the heart of the dark apparition. Under its astounded gaze, the spirals pierced through its heart. Chapter 225. Huge loot. The second his heart was pierced, the noble dark apparition's eyes were filled with innocence. His feelings were complicated, and he seemed exceptionally shocked. He wanted to ask why. Why did I die in the hands of weaklings like you when I am so strong? Director, this script isn't right. He opened his mouth and tried to scream one last time. However, no sound was made. He fell to the ground and died. The cave turned quiet. There was a fleeting moment of awkwardness. The expression on Lu Weixin's face and the gesture of his hand were both narrating a single comment. Are you kidding me? We fought with all our might and risked our lives to try to kill this dark apparition. So many people died, but in the end, we didn't manage to kill it. Yet, Lin Zhan and his team managed to get rid of it with just a single round of ambush. Were they too weak? Everyone carefully gathered around the high-level dark apparition after they confirmed that it hadn't moved for a long time. There was a huge hole where the heart of the high-level dark apparition was. The hole went the entire way from the front to the back. Wang Tung's gaze flickered slightly when he saw the wound. He chose to attack the heart not only because it was a fragile and a weaker spot. Rather, the main reason was that the Yin siblings had aimed for his heart too. He used his shooting star spiral to break the defense of the high-level dark apparition. Then, it penetrated his heart, and the attacks of the Yin siblings followed closely thereafter. The hits one after another wrecked the wound. If not, based on the Yin siblings' abilities, they might not have been able to hurt the high-level dark apparition. But this way, they had the best of both worlds. Other people wouldn't be able to see that the injury was caused by the shooting star spiral. Next, his gaze landed on the transparent bubbles floating above the high-level dark apparition. It's time to pick up attribute bubbles again. A small devil seemed to have appeared behind Wang Tung's head. It was rubbing its hands excitedly. He picked them up. Dark Force *1, 20 intermediate stage, Dark Talent *1, Spirit *50 Bewitch *15 Handsomeness *30 What the F *K. What huge loot. Wang Tung was honestly astounded. This high-level dark apparition had dropped an abundance of attribute bubbles. There were many good attributes inside. He had gained 120 points of dark force. This was the first time he had received so many points of dark force in one go. Dark force, 137 out of 1,000, 3-star. Then, there was the intermediate stage dark talent. In the past, Wang Tung had gotten the beginner stage dark force. Now his stage advanced by a rank. He immediately felt that he had a stronger grasp and smoother control of his dark force. If he were to cultivate now, his speed of cultivation would increase tremendously. Next, it was the 50 points of spirit. Spirit, spiritual realm, 49, 1 out of 100. Further down, bewitch asterisk 15. Wang Tung looked at his attributes panel. This was a skill attribute. Bewitch, just as its name implied, was a skill that could bewitch the hearts of people. It was similar to hypnosis. However, it seemed a little more high class. This skill will have many uses. Wang Tung touched his chin. The corners of his lips went up uncontrollably as he gave an evil smile. Finally, there were 30 points of handsomeness. Honestly, when Wang Tung saw this attribute, he was stunned. What kind of setting is this? Why is he dropping a handsomeness attribute? Also, this was dropped by that vampire-like dark apparition. Is he very handsome? Is he more handsome than me? He lowered his head and sized up the pale and handsome face of this vampire. He didn't die in vain. The others didn't notice the slight changes in Wang Tung's expression. Lin Zhan patted Yin Jinming's shoulder happily when he noticed that the dark apparition had died in the hands of his team members. He smiled and said, "The two of you made a great contribution." Yin Jinming and Yin Jinyue were a little confused. They found everything unbelievable. Didn't everyone say that the high-level dark apparitions were very powerful? Why did it die after a single strike? Hello, what is happening? Wang Tung smiled. He didn't expose them, but he would definitely educate them in the future. If not, they might really think that high-level dark apparitions were easy to deal with. If they attacked one rashly in the future, the possibility of them dying was really high. He would have committed a huge crime if that happened. Lu Huaixin snorted with a gloomy expression. They understood clearly how difficult it was to fight with high-level dark apparitions. Now, when they saw Lin Zhan and his team members revealing that he is so easy to deal with expression, their mood turned really bad. He felt that Lin Zhan and his team members were just lucky. They had picked up the fruits of the military martial warrior's labor. The passageway had limited space, so it didn't allow the vampire dark apparition to execute its speed. That was why it retreated to the cave when it had the chance. In the Karst cave, it would be able to make use of the special terrain inside. Once the vampire dark apparition unleashed his full speed, he would be much harder to deal with. However, Lin Zhan and his team members attacked the dark apparition the instant it entered the cave and caught it off guard. As a result, they were lucky and managed to kill it. Squad leader Lu, what happened to you? Why do you seem unhappy? Wang Tung asked, even though he knew the answer. You're asking me? Lu Huaixin said coldly. I asked you to clear the passage on the left. Why are you hiding here instead? Do you know that I can charge you for disobeying orders based on your actions? The expression of the other team members changed when they heard this. However, Wang Tung replied calmly, You can't make false claims. Did you see us not fighting? The high-level dark apparition was too strong, so we accidentally let it escape. Our team also got injured when we were fighting against it. Lin Zhan and the others understood his intention and revealed the wounds on their bodies. They gave an I feel wronged, but I'm not going to say anything look. They were possessed by drama kings at this moment. Wang Tung continued with righteous indignation. Also, our team killed the high-level dark apparition while bearing with the worsening of our injuries. We made a huge contribution. Lu Huaixin was so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. What injury? You were all full of vigor a moment ago, but now your faces are pale, and y'all look as though you're going to faint any moment. Can you be a little more fake? How dare you come out and act with such poor acting skills? You even want a huge contribution? Contribution your head. You're lying. The high-level dark apparition is very powerful. We couldn't deal with it even when there are so many of us. How did you manage to survive for such a long time? You must have run away. You didn't fight with the high-level dark apparition and went to hide instead. Yao Jun suddenly pointed at Wang Teng and shouted. Wang Teng suddenly smiled, but there were no fluctuations of emotions in his eyes. He looked at Yao Jun and said, Young Master Yao, are you saying that the only way for us not to defy the order is to die? Ew. Yao Jun wanted to open his mouth. Yao Jun, be careful of what you say. Lu Weixin's expression changed as he shouted coldly. Yao Jun knew that he had said the wrong thing. He glanced at Lu Huaixin and didn't continue. Wang Teng scoffed. He ignored Yao Jun and turned to Lu Huaixin. He asked, Do you admit that our Tiger Warrior team made a huge contribution? The martial warriors that got enlisted temporarily had to bear a huge risk. That was why the military often gave many rewards to these martial warriors. If they made a huge contribution during the enlistment period, their rewards would increase. The Tiger Warrior team had killed a high-level dark apparition. This was a huge merit. I'm not the one who decides if you have made a huge contribution. I have to report to my superiors in the end and let the higher authorities evaluate. Lu Huaixin said calmly without any expression. Chapter 226. F***K that Wang Teng. F***K the Tiger Warrior team. In that case, we will wait for your good news. Wang Teng didn't probe further since Lu Huaixin had already given his reply. After all, if it was their reward, it would be theirs. There were so many people at the scene. No one could deny it. Wait for what good news? The veins on Lu Weixin's forehead bulged out. He felt that he would die of cerebral thrombosis if he continued talking to Wang Teng. Lin Zhan and the other team members couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief secretly when they noticed Wang Teng gaining the upper hand in the conversation with Lu Huaixin. They wiped the cold sweat on their forehead. They were planning to trick Lu Huaixin from the start. Even though he was the one who wanted to harm them at first, they still felt a little guilty. But it was obvious that Lu Huaixin would have to swallow this unhappiness. Lin Zhan and the others couldn't help but glance at Wang Teng. This fellow had such a harmless face and a refreshing smile. My foot. This brat is indeed a sly person. Take the high-level dark apparition's corpse. Let's pack up and go. Lu Weixin's expression was grave. He gave his order to the subordinates that were fortunate enough to survive. So many of their men were killed, but the credit wasn't theirs. Just thinking about this was enough to make them crazy. No, he must not let them gain this advantage. Also, the Tiger Warrior team must have realized that he tricked them into dealing with a high-level dark apparition. A grudge between them was formed. It wasn't something that could be forgiven with a few sentences. Cut the weeds and dig up the roots. If he didn't annihilate all of them, he would feel uneasy. When he turned his head, a savage expression appeared on Lu Weixin's face. Yao Jun was unwilling to let them go. Hatred flashed past his eyes. He followed behind Lu Huaixin and walked out of the car's cave. He felt that Wang Teng and his team were the ones who had caused him to be in such a disheveled state. He almost lost his life there. There was a saying, all the mistakes were the faults of other people. Don't deny it. There's no use in denying it. Listen. The unluckiest people were the Wolfang team. Besides Chong Liang, all the other team members of the Wolfang team were killed by the high-level dark apparition. All that was left of the Wolfang team was him, a lone general without an army. Chong Liang was on the brink of tears. Your bosses are fighting, but an innocent bystander like me is implicated. Who am I supposed to seek justice from? Lin Zhan patted his shoulder and said sympathetically, My condolences. Lu Yin and the Yin siblings copied his actions. All of them went forward to pat Chong Liang's shoulder. They seemed very compassionate as they spoke to him. My condolences. My condolences. My condolences. As expected, the nature of humans was copying others. Chong Liang's face turned green and white with anger. It was fascinating to watch. Wang Teng and his team members walked out. However, their voices spread over from afar. Leader, you're a little naughty. What are you saying? I don't understand. I don't know. Chong Liang couldn't suppress the injury on his body anymore. He vomited a mouth of blood, and his face turned white. F***K that Wang Teng. F***K, the Tiger Warrior team. What a powerful resentment. When everyone walked out of the cave, the sky had already turned bright. The night was over. You must go back with me. Lu Huaixin looked at Wang Teng and his teammates and said, Go back. Where? Wang Teng frowned and asked, To the headquarters of the Crimson Tiger Troop. Lu Huaixin said in a low voice, We enlisted you for this mission, so we need you to cooperate with us in many areas of explanation. Wang Teng exchanged glances with his teammates. He nodded and said, All right. Lu Huaixin called the military marshal to the side and said something to them. Then, the martial warriors entered the cave again. After that, Lu Huaixin picked up the high-level dark apparition on the ground. Suddenly, the corpses disappeared. Space ring, Lin Zhan and the others exclaimed. They immediately noticed the ring on Lu Weixin's fingers when they saw this scene. Yao Jun was astonished too. Then, he hurriedly pouted and sneered. Ignorant, young Master Yao, you must have seen it before. Unfortunately, Wang Teng shook his head. Unfortunately what? Yao Jun asked uncontrollably. The moment he spoke, though, he regretted it. You might have seen it before, but unfortunately, you don't have it, Wang Teng said with contempt. F***K. Yao Jun's face turned black. He seemed to have suffered great humiliation, almost choking on his own breath. Let's go. Lu Huaixin glanced at them and went down the mountain first. Lu Huaixin hid his car at a secluded spot at the bottom of the mountain. He sat inside his car and started the rune engine. Squad leader Lu, our vehicle is still at the Red Leaves Dwarf tribe. Can you give us a ride? Wang Teng asked. His tone caused Lu Weixin's anger to boil in his heart again. Wang Teng sounded as though it was only natural for him to send them there. He replied coldly, Get in. Okay. Wang Teng and his teammates quickly got into the car. Lu Huaixin found the path and sped his way there. Very soon, they arrived at the Red Leaves Dwarf tribe. After Anaya and the dwarves went back, they didn't rest the entire night. They were anxiously waiting for Wang Teng and his teammates. After all, the Tiger Warrior team had helped them overcome a life-or-death crisis. This was a huge favor. In the early morning, all the dwarves were busy with their own things. As for leader Ao Mu, Anaya, and the other dwarves, they were anxiously waiting for news in the stone fortress. Why aren't they back yet? Anaya paced around the room. She would glance outside the door occasionally with a worried look. Anaya, stop walking in circles. I'm getting dizzy because of you. Leader Ao Mu shook his head and said helplessly, Grandpa Leader, do you think that something happened to them? Those military martial warriors from Earth seemed to be executing some dangerous mission. Why did Wang Teng and his team meet them? Anaya asked in concern. Don't worry, little Anaya. Lin Zhan and Wang Teng are really powerful. They will be able to come back safely. Leader Anaya comforted her. But, Leader Anaya back. They are back. At this moment, Waka ran in from outside. As he ran, he was shouting excitedly. Oh, they are back. Leader Ao Mu stood up hurriedly. They are back? This is great. They are finally back, Anaya said happily. Come, let's go out and take a look. Leader Ao Mu led the way out of the stone fortress. They met Wang Teng and his teammates, who were getting out of the car. You're fine. This is great. Anaya rushed forward and said happily, Ha ha, we are very strong. Why will anything happen to us so easily? Lin Zhan laughed. It's good that you're back. You have been busy the entire night, so you must be hungry. Come into the room quickly and have some food. Leader Ao Mu walked forward with a bright smile. There's no need for that. Leader Ao Mu, we still have emergency matters to attend to. We came back just to get our vehicle, Wang Teng explained. In that case, we will not keep you, Leader Ao Mu said with pity. Then, he continued, Wait for a moment. He turned and said to Anaya, Anaya, bring out the things that we have prepared. Anaya nodded and ran into the house. After some time, she came running out with a backpack. We are really grateful for your help. You did us a huge favor. We have nothing to repay you, so we can only use these wine and 4 stones as our token of appreciation. We hope that you will accept them, Leader Ao Mu said sincerely. Oh my, how can I accept this? This was what Lin Zhan said but his hands were very honest. He took the backpack from Anaya. Wang Tung. Shameless. Chapter 227. Guards, take them down on the way back. Lin Zhan and his teammates were elated. Not only did they receive a handsome reward, but they also gained the friendship of the Red Leaves tribe. When they left, many dwarves came to send them off and enthusiastically invited them to come and play another day. Lin Zhan and his teammates agreed readily. After all, they could not waste the delicious food and wine of the dwarf tribe. Speaking of delicious wine, Lin Zhan suddenly remembered that leader Ao Mu told them he was giving them some wine as their reward. His eyes lit up as he opened the backpack. 3 jars of wine were sitting inside. Lin Zhan drove the car and opened the cap of one of the jars. The strong fragrance of wine wafted out. He poured the wine into his mouth. Then he burped in satisfaction. As for no driving while drinking, was this a matter of concern for martial warriors? F***K, leader, this is outrageous. How dare you drink it secretly before us? When Yin Jinming smelled the wine, he popped his head out from the back seat. Haha, I'm testing the taste for you. I want to see if leader Ao Mu fooled us by giving us low-quality wine. Lin Zhan smiled and replied, Bullshit. Do you think I'll believe you? Yin Jinming rolled his eyes and reached out to grab another jar. He hoarded the jar of wine for himself. Swoosh. The last jar of wine suddenly flew into the air and landed in Wang Tung's hands. I will help myself to the last jar, Wang Tung said with a smile. You're still young. Don't learn from those 2 drunkards, Lu Yin reprimanded him. That's right. You're still young. Why are you drinking? Give it to me quickly. Lin Zhan agreed. Go away. What era is this? People can get married at 18 years old. Why can't I drink at 17? Wang Tung glared at Lin Zhan and opened the jar of wine. He cheered with Yin Jinming and happily sipped the wine. Lu Huaixin drove the car in front and led the way for them. Along the way, there were open fields and hills everywhere. It had to be said that the Xingwu continent was incredibly vast. There were still many areas that hadn't been developed, unlike Earth. Signs of humans could be seen everywhere on Earth, besides those places with harsh living environments that were really not suitable for survival. Of course, this was largely related to star beasts. In the Xingwu continent, the human race wasn't at the top of the biological chain. There was a huge number of star beasts, including mighty overlords. They dominated vast pieces of land, and these places were all forbidden grounds for humans. The wilderness between the forbidden grounds and the human cities was the buffer zone. Wang Tung and the others met a few more groups of martial warriors wandering around the area. However, everyone went their own way and wouldn't cause trouble for one another under normal circumstances. They drove for around 3 hours before they finally arrived outside a fairly small city. Crimson Tiger City. This city was named directly after the Crimson Tiger Troop. It was different from a trading hub like Yong City. You could see garrisons stationed all around the Crimson Tiger City. It was a heavily guarded military city. Lu Huaixin drove his car and entered the Crimson Tiger City from the side. As he got nearer, the ground started to turn black-brown. It looked like the color of blood after it had seeped into the ground and dried up. Wang Tung could even smell a faint stench in the air. They arrived at the main gate. Lu Huaixin displayed his particulars, and the guard at the sentry box let him in. However, when it was outsiders like Wang Tung, they had to undergo a round of inspection. Wang Tung realized that these guards were martial warriors too. They were just 1-star soldier-level martial warriors, but when there was a lack of martial warriors in the outside world, allowing them to become guards was extremely extravagant. Naturally, there was nothing wrong with Wang Tung and his teammates after the inspection. In the past, Wang Tung was worried that the dark force in his body would get detected, and he would be taken as some betrayer and killed. But he was obviously thinking too much. They entered the Crimson Tiger City together. The buildings and arrangements here were plain and simple. The roads were straight without any complications. There were no high-rise buildings either. The structures here were all 2 or 3 floors high, and they were made from layering hard rocks or metals. Wang Tung and his teammates were brought to a 1-floor building in the middle of the city. They were given a room to rest in. I will go and report the situation to my superior. You can wait here first." After Lu Huaixin finished speaking, he disregarded them and turned around to walk out of the door. The moment he stepped out, his voice was heard again. "Yao Jun, come out with me." Yao Jun sniggered and glanced at Wang Teng and his teammates provokingly. He went out the door. "What is this? Why is he leaving us here without saying anything?" Yin Jinming frowned. "That's right. Why did he call Yao Jun away? Why is he treating us differently?" Lu Yin said furiously. "All right, don't talk so much. Since he asked us to wait, let's wait." "There's nothing to lose," Lin Zhan said. "Why did Lu Huaixin call Yao Jun out alone?" Yin Jinhua asked curiously. "Maybe he wants to record our statements separately like how they interrogate prisoners. He probably wants to prevent us from colluding with one another." Yin Jinming touched his chin and replied, F***K. Lu Huaixin is treating us as prisoners. Lu Yin's temper exploded immediately. There must be something important in the cave. That's why they are so careful. Wang Ting knew what was inside, but he couldn't say it directly. Who knew? There might be surveillance cameras in the room. If they learned that he knew the contents of the cave, they could link many things together. He might not even be able to hide the fact that he had tricked Lu Huaixin. Also, the ermine was still confidential. He would be causing trouble for himself if they used this reason to imprison him forcefully. What Wang Teng said might be right. I feel that they are very secretive. I don't think that they just wanted to kill the dark apparition. Lin Zhan contemplated. No matter what, we made a huge contribution. I wonder what rewards they will give us. Lu Yin chuckled. Something practical would be the best. The military has many good things, Yin Jinming said excitedly. If only they give me a rune gun specially supplied to the military, Lu Yin said. Letting us choose a battle technique is not bad either, Lin Zhan smiled. Wang Ting shook his head when he saw them discussing happily. For some reason, when he saw Lu Huaixin's expression as he walked out of the door, he felt that something terrible was going to happen. The few of them waited in the resting room for more than half an hour before Lu Huaixin walked in with a military martial warrior who looked around 30 years old. He was muscular, and he had a crew cut. He glanced at Wang Teng and his teammates with killing intent in his eyes. He then opened his mouth and said, "Based on my subordinate's report, you defied your orders during the execution of the mission and caused a delay in the battle. This resulted in the deaths of more than 20 military martial warriors. Do you know your crime?" Lin Zhan and his teammates had waited for a long time, but what they received was a series of interrogations. They were instantly dumbfounded. "We were just not powerful enough, so we let the dark apparition run away." Before Wang Teng could finish speaking, the man with the crew cut was already burning in anger. He said coldly, "Enough." Their hearts jumped. The man with the crew cut didn't give them any chances to speak. He waved his hands instantly. "Guards, take them down." A group of military martial warriors crashed in. More than 10 black muzzles were aimed at Wang Teng and his teammates. Chapter 228, Prison Break? In the cell of the Crimson Tiger Troop. Clang! Lin Zhan punched the metal door. "They locked us up like criminals without even giving us a chance to explain." What on earth did Lu Huaixin say? Lu Yin, Yin Jinming, and the others gnashed their teeth in anger when they remembered Lu Huaixin's delighted smile after they were escorted to the cell. A cold gaze flashed past Wang Teng's eyes. He didn't expect Lu Huaixin to have the guts to play tricks on them when he had no evidence. Or could it be that the man with a crew cut was his support? Wang Teng's head started to hurt when he recalled the man's style of doing things. He was obviously an idiot. He didn't know what Lu Huaixin said to the man that caused him to be so angry. That man with a crew cut looked like a hot-tempered person, a person who couldn't tolerate any nonsense. In front of someone like this, there was no way they could reason with him. He might even shoot them without considering the consequences in his fit of anger. Lu Huaixin had probably thought of this, so he came up with this plan and made use of his superior to suppress them. He must have distorted the truth of what happened and even hid some facts. If not, the man with the crew cut wouldn't have thrown them in jail without giving him a chance to explain. After all, even if he didn't have the sergeant military rank, he was still a student of the Huangheim Military Academy. He's already 30 years old. Why is he still as reckless as a 17-year-old? Wang Ting thought to himself helplessly. I hope that he isn't muddle-headed. If not, we can only force our way out. However, he knew that this was the headquarters of the Crimson Tiger Troop. There were numerous martial warriors here, so the chances of escaping were very slim. Wang Tong gave a bitter smile. How about we send a message to the Martial Arts Academy? Lu Yin asked at this moment. It's useless. This cell blocks all signals. We can't send any messages out. If I knew this was going to happen, I would have informed the Martial Arts Academy about this matter beforehand. Lin Zhan shook his head and spoke in a regretful tone. No one expected them to act so abruptly. Yin Jinming sighed. The group went silent. None of them expected the Crimson Tiger Troop to be a tiger's den cave. They were able to enter, but couldn't go out. They didn't expect matters to come to this state either. Wang Tong and his teammates were locked up for 2 days and 1 night. On the second night, when the guard to the prison came to send them their dinner, Yao Jun accompanied them. Tisk, TSK, is this what you are eating? Looks like you have been living miserably for the past 2 days. He looked at their dinner and laughed at their plight. Yao Jun, Lin Zhan, and the others glared at him. You and Lu Huaixin are the ones behind this, right? Wang Ting asked calmly. So what if we are? Yao Jun placed his hands in his pocket and said with contempt, Don't look as though you aren't afraid of death. I hate this kind of person. You're going to die, yet you're still acting. Despicable. Lin Zhan and the others let loose a torrent of abuse when they heard him admitting it. Sigh, Leader Lin, you're right. I am despicable. In your next life, remember not to offend a despicable person, especially one that has wealth and power. Yao Jun smiled and said. He didn't seem ashamed of himself. What do you want? Lu Yin said coldly. Hey, this lady is so pretty. Unfortunately, you're going to die. Yao Jun gave her a look of pity. He chuckled and said, I don't want anything. I'm just going to take one last look at you. After all, you almost became my teammates. Everyone's face was black when they saw his disgusting attitude. A despicable person like you has no right to be my teammate. Lu Yin scoffed. That's right. Stop flaunting. We will never accept an evil person like you even if we die, Yin Jinming said. I'm giving you face, but you're pushing it. Yin Jinming's face turned green with anger. He got furious from embarrassment after Lu Yin and Yin Jinming attacked him verbally. He turned around and walked away. You guys could just stay here and wait for your death. What kind of person is this? Lu Yin shouted at Yao Jun's back indignantly. You've heard what he said. It looks like they're going to execute us tomorrow. Lin Zhan said with a grave expression. Everyone turned quiet immediately. I never thought that I would die in the hands of our own people, especially the military. Yin Jinming gave a forced smile. Don't be in a hurry to give up. We still have a chance. Wang Tong spoke to them using voice transmission. Everyone's heart trembled. Really? Lin Zhan shouted. Sure. Yin Jinming hurriedly covered his mouth. Lu Yin and Yin Jinwei glared at him too. Don't say it out loud. Wang Tong looked at Lin Zhan speechlessly. He used voice transmission again. Lin Zhan nodded his head hurriedly before Yin Jinming released him. Wang Tong glanced around them and said slowly, Tonight, we will escape from prison. Escape from prison. Everyone's expression changed. They thought that Wang Tong had some good idea, but instead, these were the words they heard from his mouth. Wang Tong, are you serious? This isn't a joke. Lin Zhan smiled bitterly and said to him through voice transmission. That's right. This is the headquarters of the Crimson Tiger Troop. It's almost impossible to escape. Lu Yin and the others also felt that this wasn't a good idea. Have you forgotten about my hiding skill? Wang Tong reminded them. That's right. Wang Tong can fool a high-level dark apparition with his concealing skill. Tricking a normal martial warrior shouldn't be a problem. Lin Zhan agreed with Wang Tong. But there are many powerful warriors in the army. It's not an easy task to fool all of them. Lu Yin hesitated before saying, Do you guys have a better idea? Wang Tong asked. This sentence was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Lu Yin and the others started favoring the idea of escaping from prison. Lin Zhan gritted his teeth and said, Damn it, let's do it. Let's do whatever we can. We can't just sit here and wait for death anyway. Lu Yin nodded her head firmly and replied, I have no objections. Wang Tong has never disappointed us. Yin Jinming smiled and said. Me too, Yin Jinhua said. Okay. A small smile appeared at the edge of his lips when Wang Tong noticed everyone agreeing with his idea. He continued, in that case, let's discuss the escape plan for tonight. They discussed it for an entire hour. Many brains were better than one. Even more, there were 5 of them. They studied the plan together and filled up all the loopholes. They found the best path to escape from prison and came up with an almost perfect plan. After they finished discussing, they filled up their stomachs with the prison food and waited for time to pass. They didn't care if the food was nasty. At night, the guards changed shifts and another 2 hours passed. Slowly, it reached 1 a.m. in morning. Wang Tong and his teammates opened their eyes. They were pretending to sleep just now. They glanced at the guard who was leaning against the wall and sleeping. Action! Wang Tong exchanged glances with his teammates and nodded. His gaze turned serious as his pupils stopped moving and his spiritual power spread out. A bunch of keys slowly floated out of the guard's pocket. Chapter 229. The Elder in Cell 99. This big bunch of keys slowly floated out from the guard's pocket. Although a martial warrior had force in his body and could move objects that were some distance away, he would never be able to lift an item with such ease. If that wasn't the case, the martial warrior would have already noticed it based on his acute senses. So, spiritual power. Lin Zhan and the others' eyes widened in surprise. A light bulb lit up in their minds, and these 2 words jumped out almost simultaneously. Before this, they were wondering what method Wang Tong would use to escape from the cell. Unfortunately, he kept them in suspense and just said that he was highly confident. He asked them not to worry. Now, they finally knew that this was the method he was going to use. They were flabbergasted. This fellow is a monster. It's fine if his cultivation speed is frighteningly fast, but his spiritual power is awakened too. They suddenly realized that they had never understood Wang Tong entirely. How many trump cards was he hiding? Wang Tong didn't have the time to care about their thoughts. At this stage, he had no choice but to reveal his spiritual power. There was no point in hiding it anymore. He enveloped the bunch of keys with his spiritual power so that it wouldn't make a single sound. He controlled the keys and let them fly towards him. Finally, the keys landed on his palm. Success! Lin Zhan and the others secretly heaved a sigh of relief. In their nervousness, they had clenched their fists tightly. There were many keys, but it wasn't difficult to find the right one. The cell number was labeled on the keys. Wang Tong inserted the key into the keyhole and turned it gently. Click! The noise wasn't loud, yet everyone held their breaths uncontrollably. They stared at the guard, who was sleeping soundly, without blinking. At the same time, they listened to the sound around them. This was so exhilarating. Wang Tong had managed to keep his calm throughout the ordeal, but now, he also felt a little nervous. Luckily, this light noise didn't wake anyone up. Actually, there weren't many prisoners in this prison. Those that committed minor crimes wouldn't be locked up here. Those with serious offenses had already been executed, so the cells around them were mostly empty. Wang Tong slowly pulled the door of the cell open. Lin Zhan and the others immediately gathered around him. Wang Tong was just about to execute his wave, invisibility, and dark force when his body tensed up abruptly. Little brat, come to cell 99 and let me out. An old and hoarse voice sounded beside his ear without any warning. Wang Tong's heart almost leaped out his chest. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. At this moment, all his emotions could be condensed into one word. F***K. What else could he do? All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. But it was of no avail. He felt extremely frustrated. What happened? Lin Zhan and the others asked when they noticed that he had suddenly stopped walking. Wang Tong used voice transmission to tell them what happened helplessly. Their expressions turned gloomy too. They felt so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. Accidents always caught them when they were unprepared. Who would have thought that a life-threatening situation like this would happen after they had come up with such a great escape plan? What should we do? Should we release him? Lu Yin asked through voice transmission. We don't know what kind of person he is. If he is a ruthless and evil criminal, we will be committing a grave mistake by letting him out Yin Jinming said. He wasn't a saint. Everyone understood the hidden meaning behind his words. He was worried that the other party was an evil and extremely powerful person. At that time, even if they escaped from this prison, they would be entering another hell. We don't have a choice. Let's get him out first, Wang Tung replied using voice transmission. Lin Zhan and the others knew that this was their only way out, so they didn't object. Wang Tung felt his way around the prison. He hid in the dark and knocked the guard unconscious first. Then he headed deeper inside. His expression turned more serious as he walked further in. This was because he realized that cell 99 was the last in this prison. The person who was locked up here must be extremely powerful. Would it be a blessing or a calamity when he released this person? He was already standing outside the door of cell 99. Through the gaps in the metal door, he could see a figure sitting cross-legged at the corner of the cell. His hair was hanging loose and his back was hunched. "You're here." The old and hoarse voice sounded beside Wang Tung's ear once again. It caused his heart to skip a beat. He had already activated his wave, invisibility skill, and his dark force. Yet, the other party could still discover him. Wang Tung felt that he had landed himself in huge trouble. He sighed. He found the keys for cell 99 and opened the door. In these final few cells, only cell 99 had a prisoner locked up in it. The other cells were empty, so he didn't have to worry about someone seeing him. Wang Tung entered the cell without a sound. Then, he looked at the figure whose hands and feet were locked with thick chains. For some reason, he found this scene a little familiar. "Rin Wuxing, are you sect leader Rin?" Wang Tung wanted to find the keys for the chains. However, the figure suddenly raised his head, revealing a face full of wrinkles. At the same time, his voice echoed beside Wang Tung's ears once again. "Don't waste your effort. The keys to the chains are not there." "How do I release you then?" Wang Tung frowned and asked using voice transmission. "Come over. Follow my instructions," the elder said. Wang Tung stood rooted in his spot. He didn't move. "Why? Are you afraid that I will kill you?" The elder laughed eerily. The laughter reverberated in Wang Tung's mind. "Of course I'm afraid. Looking at this formation, you must be extremely powerful. Look at my thin arms and legs. I'm definitely not your match. Who knows? The moment I release you, I might go to heaven immediately," Wang Tung replied. "You are quite interesting, little brat. There are very few people in the world who admit that they are afraid of death." The elder smiled and continued. "All right, I will make a martial arts oath. If you release me, I will not kill you. If not, I will get struck by lightning and die a terrible death until none of my bones remain. What do you think? Is this enough?" Wang Tung was slightly convinced. He trusted the elder a little. He had heard of the martial arts oath before. This thing was a little mysterious. Some people didn't believe it and went against their oath. None of them met a good ending. Thus, in this martial arts era, you needed to be extremely careful when making a martial arts oath. Normally, no one would go back on their words. Of course, if the other party wanted to die, there was nothing one could do. You could only admit that you were unlucky if you met a maniac. "What should I do?" Wang Tung walked forward. "I know that your spiritual power has been awakened. There's a rune array on the chains. He'll explain the method to you. Follow my instructions and find the node. Use your spiritual power to damage it." As the elder spoke, he pointed a few nodes to Wang Tung. Wang Tung didn't hesitate anymore. He congregated his spiritual power into needles and stabbed them into the nodes. A flash of white light was seen. The runes on the chains disappeared slowly. The happiness on the elder's face got thicker and thicker. When Wang Tung destroyed the last node, he grabbed the chains with his hands and squeezed lightly. The chains turned into a pile of scrap iron. "Very good, very good. You did very well." The elder stood up and patted Wang Tung's shoulder. He praised Wang Tung 3 times repeatedly. If he wasn't in a cell, he really wanted to laugh out loud. 1. Rin Wuxing is a character in a martial arts novel. This character is very powerful. Chapter 230. The application of spiritual power. Lin Zhan and the others waited for a long time. They were getting a little agitated. Suddenly, the prison door in front of them opened silently, and Wang Tung's figure appeared. "You're back. How's everything?" Everyone asked anxiously. Wang Tung tilted his body. They saw the figure of an elder appearing slowly behind him. "Little Wang, stop wasting time. Escape quickly," the elder said. Wang Tung nodded. Just when he was about to execute his wave, invisibility, and dark force on his teammates, the elder said, "Let me do it. Your concealing skill is useful, but you are unable to take care of so many people for a long period of time." The elder waved his hand. Lin Zhan and the others immediately felt as if there were a layer of outerwear hanging over their bodies. It was a strange feeling. "Thank you, elder," Wang Tung said. "I'm just afraid that you will expose yourself later and ruin my escape." The elder scoffed coldly. Wang Tung suddenly felt that this elder was actually very helpful, even though he pretended to be hostile on the surface. They didn't hang around any longer. The group of escaped prisoners moved towards the main gate of the prison. Along the way, no one discovered them. Just like that, they swaggered their way through the prison. There was a resting room beside the main gate, and a few guards were playing poker inside. "It's your turn. It's your turn. Hurry up and play your card. Don't be anxious. Give me some time to think. Hey, is it really all right for us to play poker? If someone sees us, we're dead. What is there to be afraid of? Only a newbie like you will be scared. I've been guarding this place for many years. Nothing will happen. No one will come and inspect us." Before he could finish speaking, the guard rolled his eyes and fell to the ground. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" The newbie's expression changed entirely. Bang, bang. Just when he was about to get up to check the guard, he heard another 2 consecutive sounds of people falling to the ground. He hurriedly turned his head and looked at his other 2 companions. They were lying unconscious on the ground. The newbie's face turned white, and his eyes widened in fear. "Didn't they say that nothing will happen? Could someone tell me what on earth is happening?" His heart pounded furiously. Just as he was about to press the alarm button, someone knocked his head violently. His eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness. However, before his vision turned black, he finally understood why the other 3 guards had fainted. Someone escaped. Wang Tung couldn't help but roll his eyes too. This elder was so childish. When he heard them discussing this matter, he decided to tease them. After taking care of the guards, the group took the keys and opened the prison gate. They walked out. The sky was dark outside. The moon was shining silver light everywhere, along with a few stars. The elder stood under the stars and pushed his palm towards the sky. He closed his eyes as if he was feeling something. "What is he doing?" Lin Zhan couldn't help but ask. "Shh." Wang Tung stopped him hurriedly. He used voice transmission to speak to him. "This elder is very strong. Be careful of what you say. You might get killed." Lin Zhan immediately shrunk his neck. He could tell that the other party wasn't a simple person. When he heard what Wang Tung said, he didn't dare to make any more noise. After a while, when he noticed that the elder was still posing, Wang Tung got agitated. He went forward and asked cautiously, "Elder, do you think we should leave now?" The elder opened his eyes and glanced at him. Wang Tung immediately felt afraid. Fortunately, the elder didn't say much. He just nodded and said, "Lead the way." Wang Tung moved through the dark, following the escape route that they had planned in the evening. The group looked like a bunch of thieves sneaking around in the dark. Martial warriors were patrolling at night in the Crimson Tiger City too. There were lookout posts every few steps they took. Furthermore, every team of martial warriors had heavy machine rune guns on them. If they were discovered, they would be in huge trouble. Tap, tap, tap. The orderly footsteps gradually moved away. Wang Tung and his teammates walked out of the blind spot between the buildings after the patrol left. They ran towards the back of the Crimson Tiger City. When they first arrived at the Crimson Tiger City, they noticed that the defense at the back of the city was relatively weaker. There were fewer garrisons there compared to the sides and the front of the city. If they had to find a breach, the back of the city was undoubtedly their only choice. "Stop!" The elder suddenly raised his hand. The few of them stopped in their tracks instinctively. Wang Tung looked at the elder curiously. "Elder, what's wrong?" "Look at the ground." The elder replied coldly. "How are you going to escape if you're so stupid? You almost walked into a trap before you're halfway there." Wang Tung and the others lowered their heads. With the help of the dim lights from afar, they saw some runes carved on the slab stones on the ground. This is Sensor Rune. Wang Tung's expression changed. He recognized the runes instantly. His rune lessons didn't go to waste. He had picked up some basic rune knowledge, so he was familiar with these sensor runes. Although the runes on the ground were more complicated than the basic runes he had learned in his lessons, the foundation runes were still the same. The methods might vary, but the principle was the same. Complicated runes were formulated using foundational runes. "You're quite knowledgeable." The elder was surprised. However, he still reprimanded Wang Tung in a low voice. "But you are really stupid. You possess the rare spiritual power, and yet you don't know how to use it. You can divert your spiritual power out of your body and form an induction field around you. These runes won't be able to escape under your eyes." Elder, you are right." Wang Tung felt ashamed. Ever since his spiritual power was awakened, no one taught him how to use it. He had groped his way around and thought that he had grasped the essence of the skill. Also, in his battles, he had used his spiritual power to kill his opponents many times. It made him a little arrogant. Now, from the looks of it, he was just a newbie. After awakening your spiritual power, you haven't found a master, right? The elder asked curiously when he saw Wang Tung's expression. "You're right," Wang Tung replied. "No wonder." The elder nodded. He stopped scolding him. To prevent attracting any attention, they didn't destroy the sensor runes. Instead, they went a few meters around it and found another path. Along the way, Wang Tung diverted his spiritual power out of his body under the elder's guidance and used it to inspect the area around him for sensor runes. After his inspection, he realized that there were more than 100 areas in the Crimson Tiger City that were protected by sensor runes. They were like surveillance cameras. They would get caught if they weren't careful enough. They also had to evade the patrols that would pass by occasionally. Hence, they unconsciously slowed down a lot. Fortunately, they managed to stay safe in their escape. However, at that moment, a shrill alarm rang throughout the entire Crimson Tiger City. "Did someone notice that we have escaped?" Everyone's heart jumped. "Bullshit. It has been a while since we escaped from the prison. How can they not discover it?" The elder said furiously. "You don't seem anxious at all." Luyan couldn't help but argue. "Why should I be anxious? I'm able to escape anyway." The elder sniggered. F***K. You are so sneaky." Luyan felt speechless. "Stop talking. Hide quickly," Wang Tung whispered. The moment his sentence ended, the lights in the Crimson Tiger City lit up. Very soon, the entire city was lit up until it was as bright as day. A large number of military martial warriors were sent out to search every nook and cranny. Chapter 231. The chief commander of Crimson Tiger Troop. The alarm in the Crimson Tiger City blared till their ears hurt. The lights lit up the city, and large numbers of military martial warriors were sent out to search for the escapees. This was an important military city. No mishaps were allowed to happen. Any problem must be killed in the cradle. In a building in the middle of the city. Tap, tap, tap. A middle-aged man with a powerful and frightening aura strode into the office. "Chief Commander! Chief Commander! Chief Commander!" Everyone in the office stood up at once and saluted the guy. When they saw the middle-aged man's expression, they immediately got nervous. This man was the chief commander of the Crimson Tiger Troop, Xiao Nanfeng. Xiao Nanfeng looked around him and scanned everyone's faces. The general cloak behind him fluttered slightly, even though there wasn't any wind. He sat on the host seat and opened his mouth to ask, "Can someone tell me how the prisoners managed to escape from prison?" Everyone kept as silent as a cold cicada. They lowered their heads. No one dared to speak. This was the domineering presence of a chief commander. "Wang Yong, speak." Xiao Nanfeng's gaze turned to a slightly plump man standing below him. Wang Yong was drenched in sweat, the muscles on his face trembling uncontrollably. He placed his feet together with a loud tap and saluted the chief commander. He said loudly, "I failed to fulfill my duty. Please punish me." Boom! The moment he finished speaking, the commander's force of presence, which felt like a huge mountain, bore down on him. Wang Yong's entire body bent over. His face was pale, and his legs kept shaking. Yet, Xiao Nanfeng had already shown him mercy. If not, Wang Yong would have been forced to kneel on the spot. He would have been greatly embarrassed in front of his comrades. At this moment, a man beside him stood up and said, "Chief Commander, the most important thing now is to catch the escapees. Why don't you give Wang Yong another chance and let him redeem himself?" The other officers agreed and helped to speak up for Wang Yong. Even if some of them had a bad relationship with Wang Yong, they would just keep quiet at moments like this. Framing your comrades was taboo in the military. Their actions had a strong effect on the chief commander's perception of them. "Wang Yong, I will give you one more chance," Xiao Nanfeng said calmly. "However, if you can't catch the fugitives, you don't have to come back." The overwhelming aura also disappeared with that sentence. He got up, turned around, and left. He came quickly and left quickly. He didn't stop at all. "Yes," Wang Yong replied loudly. He waited for Xiao Nanfeng to leave before he finally raised his head. He could feel that his back was drenched with cold sweat. "Old Chun, thank you." He turned and looked at the man who had helped him just now. "Hurry up and catch the fugitives. That's the crucial thing." The man waved his hand and replied, "Okay, if I manage to survive this ordeal, I will treat you to some good wine." Wang Yong rushed out hurriedly after he finished speaking. "Run." Wang Tong exchanged glances with his teammates. When they saw more and more military martial warriors moving towards this side of the city, they immediately made their decision. The lights had already lit up a huge patch of the city. Their concealing skill was useful when it was dark, but there was nowhere for them to hide in such a bright environment. Also, there were a huge number of military martial warriors searching for them with a fine comb. The only method was to run. They were already quite close to the back gate of the Crimson Tiger City. There was still a chance of survival if they forced their way through. They dashed towards the back gate. The elder didn't say anything. He just followed behind them in a relaxed manner. He seemed extremely carefree, as though he wasn't trying to escape. There they are. After passing through a street, a group of military martial warriors who were patrolling around this area saw Wang Tong and his friends. They shouted loudly, "Catch them! Don't let them run away." A huge number of military martial warriors started surging towards the direction where Wang Tong and his teammates were escaping. "Damn it, we got discovered so quickly." The group's expressions were ugly. They had tried their best to choose the most secluded path. Yet, they still got noticed by a group of military martial warriors who suddenly appeared at the side of the street. They ran frantically. The streets of the Crimson Tiger City were all straight and simple. There were no complicated layouts like main roads and small alleys. Thus, no matter how secluded the path was, it was still easy to get spotted. Also, this was the headquarters of the Crimson Tiger Troop. They were at a numerical disadvantage. It only took a short moment before martial warriors started rushing over from all directions. "What should we do? We seem to be surrounded," Luyan asked as she ran with all her strength. "We have to fight." Lin Zhan gritted his teeth and said, "The people in front, you have been surrounded. Surrender quickly. If not, well, shoot." The people opposite them used the loudspeaker to speak to them. Wang Tong and his teammates didn't care about what he said. Shoot? Things had already reached this stage. Why would they be afraid of their shooting? There was no room for negotiations. "Kill!" The group roared in low voices before charging towards the military martial warriors in front. Force exploded from their bodies, forming airwaves in the surroundings. They seemed to have turned into rays of lights as they shot towards the military martial warriors in front. Although their weapons had been confiscated, they still had been placed in the prison. When they escaped from their cell, they took their weapons back. Boom! It was a heated battle. The military martial warriors didn't expect Wang Tong and his teammates to be so straightforward. The fugitives charged into their group without a shred of hesitation. For a moment, the group of martial warriors was in a state of frenzy. Even though they were holding heavy machine guns, they couldn't fire recklessly. On the other hand, Wang Tong and the others had more room to wiggle since they had fewer people. They shuttled back and forth through the crowd and dealt powerful blows at the military martial warriors. There were many military martial warriors, but most of them were low-ranked. Their battle experience wasn't weak, but that depended on who they were facing. Lin Zhan and his teammates were all 3-star soldier level and above. when they dashed into a group of 1-star and 2-star soldier-level martial warriors. They were like tigers entering a herd of sheep. The military martial warriors got thrown out in the air, and screams of agony were heard continuously. Li, Lin Zhan, and others didn't continue fighting for long. They found their direction and charged towards their target like a sharp blade piercing through the air. It had only been a few seconds since they managed to get rid of the first group of martial warriors. However, loud explosions could already be heard behind them. More than 10 compact SUVs raced on the streets. They were closing in on the fugitives quickly. Bang, bang, bang. A few gunshots rang out like loud drums. Lin Zhan and the others hurled themselves on the ground at the side in a hurry. Slash! Yan Jinhua was a step slower, so she got hit on her arm. Blood splattered on the road. Little you, Yan Jinming screamed. He dashed to her side immediately and pulled her up to evade the bullets flying towards them. Wang Tung and Lu Yin rolled on the ground and took out their rune guns. They started firing behind them. They were extremely skilled in gun skills, especially Wang Tung. He used his spiritual power along with gun kung fu. Almost all his bullets hit their targets. This brat. When the elder saw this scene, his eyes shimmered. Wang Tung saw a military martial warrior falling after he got hit by his bullet. The compact SUV he was driving flipped sideways and was about to smash into the building at the side. At that moment, an idea flashed in his mind. He moved his body and caught up with the SUV that was about to crash into the building. He controlled the SUV and then hurled himself over the car. He ran towards the military martial warriors on the other side. He passed by a military martial warrior almost instantly. He grabbed the other party's throat with one hand and threw him out of the car. The driverless SUV flipped on the ground. Snatch the car, Wang Tung shouted. His teammates' eyes lit up. Lin Zhan was closer, so he rushed towards the SUV that was lying sideways on the ground. Lu Yin had also hit a few drivers, giving the Yin siblings an opportunity to snatch a car. They sped towards the back of the city. Chapter 232, Force Wings, the attack of a 5-star soldier-level martial warrior. Wang Tung and his gang drove the compact SUV they had snatched and sped towards the back of the Crimson Tiger City. The military martial warriors chased them closely behind. Gunshots were heard everywhere. The two parties were engaged in an intense battle. Many military martial warriors died in front of them, leaving attribute bubbles for Wang Tung to pick up. Fire Force *10 blank attribute *8 Earth Force *8 gun skill *12 Water Force *6 gun skill *8. A large number of attribute bubbles entered his pocket. Wang Tung didn't have the time to look at them carefully, but in the chaos, his body trembled uncontrollably. Fire Force 3 out of 2,000 4-star. His Fire Force got leveled up at this moment and went straight to 4-star. The Fire Force was his most powerful attribute to begin with. Hence, it was reasonable that it got upgraded first. The 4th Force nucleus on Wang Tung's spine lit up, and the scorching fiery red force settled down in there. Wang Tung immediately felt the changes in his body. He felt stronger. A hot breath spurted out of his mouth. This feels amazing. Come, let's turn this place upside down. Wang Tung's eyes were shining like bulbs. With adrenaline pumping through his veins, he roared in his heart and diverted force into the rune mechanism in the vehicle. He accelerated once again. Swoosh! Swoosh! Many figures were closing in on them quickly. Their aura was frightening. When they ran, the sound of air splitting apart could be heard. The 4-star, soldier-level martial warriors of the troop were here. Leave first. Lin Zhan's expression changed slightly. He slowed down his vehicle voluntarily. One 4-star, soldier-level martial warrior leaped high into the air and slashed the battle blade in his hand at Lin Zhan. Kill! Come on! Lin Zhan roared at the top of his lungs. He didn't show any mercy. This wasn't a time for him to hold back. He congregated his force on his battle axes and threw them at his opponent aggressively. Boom! The two of them collided. The martial warrior was forced to stop and even got thrown back. Lin Zhan was in no better state. His entire body, along with his vehicle, flew out and collapsed on the ground. Hurry up and leave. Wang Tung shouted. He swung the battle sword in his hand. An array of fiery red glow was marked on the ground. Boom! In an instant, raging flames lit up the sky. A fire wall laid horizontally between the military martial warriors and Wang Tung's teammates. Lin Zhan shook his head and crawled up from the ground. He hurriedly got into his vehicle and caught up with Lu Yin and the others. The 4-star soldier-level martial warrior was blocked by the firewall for some time. Their expressions turned ugly as they chased after the escapees again. Chase! We must stop those people today. If not, the Crimson Tiger Troop will be greatly humiliated. The martial warriors yelled, and their speed increased exponentially. It was like they were given nitrous injections. You're really not giving up. Wang Tung frowned. His face was icy and grave. A sword presence was brewing on his battle sword. He added all the blank attributes he had accumulated so far on the sword presence of his Fire Kirin sword skill. Half-formed. First level. Second level. The sword presence leapt increasing until it stopped at the third level. The sword presence had reached the height of its power. When the 4-star soldier-level military martial warriors were less than 30 meters away from him, the sword presence was released in an instant. Fire Kirin sword skill. Third level sword presence. Boom! The fire spread everywhere. A huge fiery red sword light shot straight into the sky and almost lit up the entire night sky. Go! When this attack came, the 5 4-star soldier-level martial warriors were dumbfounded. Their expressions changed entirely. The sword light came down on them within a split second. They had no path of escape. Force poured out of their bodies as they executed their battle techniques to resist the sword light. But blood spurted out of their mouths as they were forced to retreat. They were all seriously injured. One sword attack against 5 4-star soldier-level martial warriors. Wang Tung had just become a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior not long ago, so this battle power was already astonishing. Who is he? He's definitely a genius to have such abilities at this young age. This genius should be the honor of our race. Why was he locked up in prison? The few of them exchanged glances with one another. Suddenly, the sound of air splitting apart was heard behind them. A ray of light shot toward them from afar and landed in front of everyone. The pair of shimmering wings unfolded and flapped gently behind the person who arrived. You didn't manage to stop them? No. The other party is very strong. The few of them shook their heads. Do they have a 5-star soldier-level martial warrior among them? The person who came frowned and asked. No, the strongest person should be at the 4-star soldier level. However, he is very powerful. As for the one that injured us, he is just a young man. The few of them replied. What? The person was shocked. The back gate of the Crimson Tiger City was right in front of them. Lin Zhan and his teammates started beaming with delight. We're almost there. Everyone, just a bit more, and we'll be free. Lin Zhan was elated. The other team members felt invigorated. Wang Tung was at the back, trying to catch up with him. When he held back the 4-star soldier-level martial warriors just now, he had picked up another round of attribute bubbles. Earth Force, 2 out of 2,000, 4-star. His Earth Force was next to advance after his Fire Force. Within a short span of 1 hour, 2 of the force limits that he had trouble breaking through were broken consecutively. But this happened under such dire circumstances. Wang Tung didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. However, it was a good thing for him. The stronger his ability, the higher the chances of them escaping. Stay! At this moment, a loud roar rang out from the sky. A figure was flying towards them in the middle of the sky. The force wings were exceptionally eye-catching. Everyone's expression changed, and the hope in their hearts hit rock bottom. Force wings. 5-star soldier level. It's him. Wang Tung immediately recognized the man. It was the man with a crew cut who gave the order to lock them in prison. Boom! The man with a crew cut threw a violent punch at them. The strong and frightening Earth Force gathered in one spot like a meteorite smashing down. The elder was prepared to act, but when he saw Wang Tung from the corner of his eyes, his face twitched a little. He stopped what he was doing. The elder saw a huge cannon suddenly appearing in Wang Tung's hand. He poured his fire force into the cannon frantically. Fire God Cannon. At this moment, a complicated fiery red pattern lit up on the surface of the Fire God Cannon. As more and more fire force got injected into the cannon, the scarlet glow got thicker and thicker. A few moments later, the Fire God Cannon finished charging. The man with the crew cut was less than 10 meters away on top of everyone. Wang Tung activated the firing runes without any hesitation. An extremely thick blood-red glow spurted out of the Fire God Cannon, leaving behind a red trail. It shot right up into the air and collided with the other party's attack. Boom! The violent explosion echoed throughout the entire city. Oh my, we're saved! Lin Zhan and the others were blown away. They couldn't describe the astonishment they felt in their hearts. On the other side, Wang Tung didn't waste any time. He fired another shot at the gate and started his engine. He took the lead in charging towards the gate. Stop daydreaming. Hurry and leave. Boom! The Fire God Cannon blew the gate away. The military martial warriors standing around the gate didn't have time to evade. So many of them got injured and killed. Under Wang Tung's lead, everyone fled into the smoke and dust. The explosion in the air finally dissipated, revealing the disheveled figure of the man with a crew cut. He had lost a huge chunk of his force wings from the explosion. Many parts of his body were burnt too. His head was covered with dust, and ashes and traces of blood could be seen at the edge of his lips. The military martial warriors that were a little late to arrive at the scene were flabbergasted when they saw this. Their jaws almost dropped to the floor, and they felt their throats turning dry. They couldn't say a single word. This powerful 5-star, soldier-level martial warrior got injured so seriously. This was incredible. Chase after them. The man's gaze was cold. There were no emotions on his face as he gave his orders sternly. Chapter 233. Escape. At this moment, Wang Tung and his teammates had already arrived outside the Crimson Tiger City. Gunshots were heard continuously, and all forms of force rays rained down on them from every direction. Wang Tung and his teammates drove their vehicles and sped through the bullet rain and force explosions. Fortunately, the reaction speed of martial warriors was swift, so they managed to evade the dangers, albeit from a hair's breadth. However, the impact of the force explosions formed many airwaves that cut their skin like flying daggers. In an instant, they were covered with blood. Just like what they expected, there weren't many garrisons and sentry posts at the back of the city. Also, the military martial warriors from other places couldn't rush over in time. Their best hope was to stop Wang Tung and his teammates in the city. Unfortunately, they had underestimated Wang Tung's ability. The fugitives had escaped outside the city, so the difficulty of catching them now increased tremendously. Wang Tung and the others' bodies were covered with blood, but they finally managed to leave the Crimson Tiger City far behind. Not long after they escaped, many heavy armor vehicles and compact SUVs shot out of the Crimson Tiger City to chase after Wang Tung. In the city, Fire God Cannon. The man with a crew cut had an eerie expression. He was still recovering from his injuries at the same spot. He admitted that he had underestimated Wang Tung and his teammates, resulting in some losses from the Fire God Cannon. A few rays of light fell from the sky at this moment. There were no wings on the person. He was walking in the air. Only a few prisoners managed to escape. How can we trouble senior officers like you? The expression of the man with a crew cut changed slightly, and he saluted the newcomers immediately. Li Tonghai from Cell 99 has escaped, one of the senior officers said. Let's not waste any time. Li Gang, which direction did they go? The other senior officer was more impatient. He asked the man with a crew cut directly. Northwest. The man with a crew cut, called Li Gang, replied hurriedly. Well, leave first. Catch up with us quickly. The moment he finished speaking, they turned into a flash of light and soared into the sky, disappearing into the distance. Li Gang looked in the direction where they vanished. A hint of envy flashed past his eyes. Drop your wings and walk in the air. This was the mark of a 7-star soldier-level martial warrior and above. He was only at 5-star soldier level. There was still a considerable distance between him and that stage. He refocused on healing his wounds. Then, A few more military martial warriors flapped their wings and flew over. "Ha ha! Li Gang, why are you in such a bedraggled state?" A laughter was heard from above him. Someone was gloating over his plight. "Go away." Li Gang was already frustrated. When he heard his comrades teasing him, he glared at them and shouted, "Ha ha! Li Gang, be quick. Stop dawdling." The people went away quickly. Li Gang's expression changed a few times. He spread out his wings behind his back. They had been repaired completely. He chased after his comrades. There was a vast chain of mountains behind the Crimson Tiger City. Wang Tung and his teammates had charged in that direction. "Where are we going now?" Lin Zhan's face was a little pale as he asked. "After crossing this chain of mountains, we will head west and return to Yong City." Wang Tung confirmed the direction before continuing in a low voice. "The Crimson Tiger Troop is very powerful. We might not be able to return to Earth if we go to other places. However, I had the pleasure of meeting General Shun from Yong City once. We will only have a chance if we go to Yong City." The others nodded when they heard this. They had no objections. "Little brat, let's part here." The elder who had been sitting behind Lin Zhan all this while said abruptly, "Elder, where are you going?" Wang Ting couldn't help but ask. "Anywhere. We will meet again if we are fated." The elder's body slowly floated into the air. Then he glanced behind him as a force of presence exploded from his body. He found his direction and turned into a flash of light. "Remember, my name is Li Tonghai." His voice echoed beside Wang Tung's ears. The elder is indeed a powerful warrior. Lin Zhan's eyes widened in surprise. He looked at the elder who suddenly flew away and felt a little fortunate. Had he really provoked the other party, he wouldn't have been able to withstand a single slap from him with his current ability. Wang Tung raised his head and looked up. He saw multiple streams of light shooting out of the Crimson Tiger City. At first, they were heading in their direction, but now they changed their target and flew towards the direction where the elder left. "Li Tonghai." Wang Tung's eyes flickered. He repeated the name in his heart. He attracted the attention of the powerful warriors in Crimson Tiger City. Lu Yin said joyfully. However, their expressions changed almost immediately. After the first few streams of light, multiple streams of light leaped out of the Crimson Tiger City again and flew in their direction. "More powerful warriors are coming. Let's leave quickly." They dived into the forest and traveled through it quickly. After some time, Wang Tung frowned uncontrollably and said, "We can't continue like this. It's too slow, and the target is too obvious." The pursuing troops were getting closer and closer. 5-star, soldier-level martial warriors were able to fly in the air. Hence, they were extremely quick. "What should we do?" asked Lin Zhan. "Abandon the vehicle." Wang Tung hesitated before saying, "Abandon the vehicle? Are you sure?" Lin Zhan's expression changed slightly. Based on their current state, abandoning the vehicle wasn't a good option. Little Yu is injured. We have exhausted our stamina and force, so if we abandon the car, there's a high chance that we might get caught, Yin Jinming said. "Trust me," Wang Tung said seriously. "Okay." The others hesitated for a few seconds before they decided to leave the car. "Take your weapons out and stand on them. I will let you experience the awesome feeling of riding on your weapons," Wang Tung said. After some time, they stood on their respective weapons and flew through the forest. "Spiritual power is seriously an amazing thing," Lu Yin exclaimed uncontrollably. "If not, how can someone with spiritual power be considered a one-in-a-million talent?" Lin Zhan said with jealousy. Mind you, they were traveling at a much faster speed than before using this method. Also, Wang Tung repeated the same thing and executed his concealing skill. They were engulfed in the darkness once again. A few figures landed at the spot where they had abandoned their cars. They have disappeared. The force detection device can't sense their force fluctuations. They must have used a concealing skill. If not, they wouldn't be able to escape from prison successfully. This is getting troublesome. Concealing skill and the complex topography in this area will make it very hard for us to find them again. Let's split up. They quickly conversed before splitting up instantly and searching the surroundings. In the depth of the forest, a figure landed beside a pool. He scanned his surroundings, but he didn't notice anything. Roar! Suddenly, an angry roar came from the bushes beside him. A black shadow pounced on the figure. Go away! The person shouted furiously. He smashed the black shadow to death with a single punch. Then, he cursed and turned around to leave. At the bottom of the pool, Wang Tung and his teammates held their breaths and hid in the dark water. That guy's gone. Lin Zhan spoke using voice transmission. There's no hurry. Let's wait first. Wang Ting shook his head and said. His face was a little pale. His spiritual power and force were seriously depleted. Fortunately, there was an increase in his spiritual power and dark force recently. If not, he wouldn't be able to bring his teammates along. After a few minutes, the figure who left came back to the side of the pool again. He muttered in a low voice. It looks like they are really not here. This time, he didn't come back anymore. However, Wang Tung and his teammates still waited for a long time. More than 10 minutes later, they slowly floated up from the bottom of the pool. Wang Tung and Lu Yin used their fire force to dry the clothes on their bodies. However, Lin Zhan and the Yin siblings were still drenched. They said with hidden bitterness, Don't just take care of yourself. Dry our clothes too. He, Wang Tung, and Lu Yin sniggered. Then, they helped them in drying their clothes. Moments later, they merged into the darkness once again. Chapter 234. Dominance Blade Li He. 2 days later, they finally saw the Yong city some distance away. During these 2 days, Wang Tung and his teammates remained hidden to evade the military martial warriors. They took a long detour before they finally came back to Yong city. They know where we came from, so they might try to intercept us outside the city gates, Lin Zhan said. That is highly possible. Wang Ting nodded. Is the Crimson Tiger Troop able to cover the sky with one hand? Lu Yin said furiously. Let's contact Jisun Martial House first and ask them to come out and fetch us. Wang Ting contemplated before replying. Lin Zhan nodded. He opened the communication function on his wristwatch and sent a signal. The wristwatch was a rune item and could be used as a communication device in the Xingwu continent. However, there was one con when using it here. If the distance was too much, the other party wouldn't be able to receive the signal. This was why they couldn't contact Jisun Martial House in the past 2 days. Sometime later, Lin Zhan smiled brightly. I've contacted them. They will come out and fetch us very soon. That's great. I don't believe that the Crimson Tiger Troop can disregard our Jisun Martial House, Yin Jinming said. We can't rely solely on Jisun Martial House to solve this matter. Wang Tung shook his head. Lin Zhan and the others had grave expressions on their faces. They also knew that this matter was a little troublesome. After all, the military had sent a large number of advanced-rank martial warriors to chase them. Also, they had released Li Tonghai. That old fellow was locked in cell 99. He was not an ordinary prisoner. Although they were forced to make the decision because they had no other choice, the Crimson Tiger Troop wouldn't care about their reason. In summary, if their support wasn't strong enough, they wouldn't be able to escape this ordeal. Half an hour later, a large group of martial warriors from Jisun Martial House walked out of the city. The passers-by around them hurriedly parted to the sides to make way for them. What's going on? Is the Jisun Martial House having an excursion? Are you blind? Can't you see how fierce they looked? Do they look like they are going for an excursion? It looks like something big is about to go down. Everyone started gossiping in low voices. A few martial warriors from the Crimson Tiger Troop also saw this scene. They were hiding in the shadows. They asked Li Gang uncontrollably, Lieutenant Li, what should we do? It looks like they are back. Li Gang's expression was extremely ugly. He said in a low voice, let's go. Let's see if the Jisun Martial House dares to hinder the Crimson Tiger's operation. Li Gang walked out with many martial warriors from the Crimson Tiger Troop. They walked towards the people from Jisun Martial House without backing down. A muscular man from the Jisun Martial House's side walked forward and asked Li Gang, how do I address you? Li Gang, Crimson Tiger Troop, Lieutenant. Lieutenant Li said coldly. Chun Tian, guardian of Jisun Martial House. The muscular man continued. May I know what crime my Jisun Martial House martial warriors have committed that caused you to mobilize so many people? Complying on the surface, but opposing in heart, delaying the battle and causing the death of many of my military martial warriors, escaping from prison thereafter and releasing a major criminal. Are these crimes enough? Li Gang replied coldly. The people around them went into an uproar. The martial warriors from Jisun Martial House committed such huge crimes. This is big news. If they don't take care of this matter properly, the reputation of Jisun Martial House will be greatly affected. Chen Tian's expression changed slightly. However, he still braced himself and said, "This is just your side of the story. I will have to confirm if this is the truth." "Why will I lie to you?" Li Gang flew into a rage. His aura erupted and surged towards Chen Tian. Chen Tian wasn't one to take it lying down. His aura exploded too. It was as powerful as Li Gang. He said, "Lieutenant Li, hold your horses. Let's call the people concerned and talk things out." "All right, call them over." Li Gang's gaze flickered as he answered. Chen Tian sent a message through his wristwatch. Then he waited. "Let's go." "Guardian Chen Tian asked us to go over," Lin Zhan said after he received the message. Wang Tung and the others nodded. They ran towards the city gate. "They are here." Chen Tian smiled slightly as he saw the figures rushing towards them quickly. When Wang Tung and the others got closer, Chen Tian frowned as he looked at them. "Why are you in this state?" "Never mind. Please explain what happened." "Take them down." Before he could finish speaking, Li Gang gave his order. The martial warriors under him raised their rune guns immediately and aimed at Wang Tung and his teammates. Lin Zhan and the others turned pale in shock. They didn't expect Li Gang to act so recklessly. "Lieutenant Li, what is the meaning of this?" Chen Tian shouted as his expression changed. "Nothing. If they have anything to say, they can say it back at the Crimson Tiger Troop's headquarters," Li Gang said expressionlessly. "Is the Crimson Tiger Troop always so overbearing?" Chen Tian's face was black. He said coldly, "There are Jisun Martial House's martial warriors. Don't even think of taking them away before things get clear. Take them. If anyone dares to resist, kill them." Li Gang ignored him and gave his order once again. The military martial warriors surrounded Wang Tung and his teammates. Their rune guns were aimed at the vital points of their bodies. At such a close distance, it was very hard to evade the bullets. "This is too much." Chen Tian glared at them indignantly. The aura around him exploded, and he charged towards the military martial warriors who were surrounding Wang Tung and his friends. Boom! Li Gang blocked his path. When their fists collided, it was like bombs were going off in the air. Wang Tung and the others saw them start their fight, so they dashed towards the military martial warriors too. However, the instant they took a step forward, they were seriously injured. Blood spurted out of their mouths, and they flew back. 5-star soldier level. Wang Tung's pupils froze. He saw the man who had pushed them back easily. A 5-star soldier-level martial warrior was hiding among the military martial warriors. "Are you going to surrender? Or do you need me to capture you personally?" The 5-star soldier-level martial warrior looked at Wang Tung with a mocking smile. Wang Tung didn't say anything. His shooting star spiral was getting restless. It was on the verge of flying out. He didn't mind killing a 5-star soldier-level martial warrior today. "It looks like I have to do it personally." Sigh. Youngsters refuse to be convinced unless they are faced with grim reality. The 5-star soldier-level martial warrior shook his head. Suddenly, he disappeared on the spot. Bang! The next moment, he appeared again, but he didn't manage to catch Wang Tung. Instead, he was sent flying backward at an even faster speed. "Young man, didn't your chief commander tell you that your blade should be facing the other races, not one of your kind?" An old voice sounded behind Wang Tung. "Uncle He." Wang Tung's expression changed. "Uncle He." Chen Tian, Lin Zhan, and the others called out in pleasant surprise. The elder who suddenly appeared was Uncle He from Jisun Martial House. "How do I address you?" Li Gang asked sternly when he saw the elder. "Li He, the Xingwu Continent commanding guardian of Jisun Martial House." Uncle He smiled and replied calmly. "Commanding guardian?" Li Gang's expression changed. He knew that the Xingwu Continent commanding guardians of the top 3 martial art academies were at least 6-star soldier-level martial warriors. If so, This ordinary-looking old man was actually a 6-star soldier-level martial warrior. Maybe he was stronger than that. Wait, Li Hei, you are that Li Hei? Li Gang seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed entirely. Oh, it has been so many years, yet someone still remembers an old fellow like me, Li Hei said in astonishment. In the past, on the Guangdong battlefield, the 9-star soldier-level dominance blade, Li Hei executed a general-stage martial warrior from the devil race. Li Gang emphasized every single word. Old memories are nothing worth mentioning. Li Hei placed his hands behind his hunched back and replied calmly. The jaws of Lin Zhan and his teammates almost touched the floor. Wang Tong was stunned for a long time. He was flabbergasted. Oh my God, Dominance Blade, a 9-star soldier-level martial warrior who killed a general-stage martial warrior from the devil race. Uncle Hei had such a glorious achievement. Who would think that this ordinary-looking Uncle Hei would be such a formidable martial warrior? It was unimaginable. It has been 10 years, but the aura of Dominance Blade hasn't changed. A voice rang out from far away in the sky. It seemed to be echoing beside everyone's ear. 3 black dots appeared on the horizon. Within a few breaths, they appeared in front of everyone and landed gently. Walking in the air, 7-star soldier level. The crowd was dumbfounded and exclaimed uncontrollably, "You're speaking too highly of me. Why do you need to make a trip here?" "It's just a small quibble between the younger generations," Li Hei said. "We don't have a choice. This isn't a small matter. Our chief commander personally asked about this, so we have to make a trip personally." One of the men smiled and replied. At this moment, a military martial warrior from Yong City ran out and said, "I've just received this news. Our General Shun invites everyone to the military camp. He says that we are all on the same side, so we should sit down and talk things out. There's no need to fight." I didn't think that we would alert General Shun. Lead the way. It's indeed not appropriate to talk about this outside. The man gave a bitter smile as he replied. Chapter 235. Interrogation. In the military department of Yong City, everyone was brought to a meeting room. "Please wait for a moment. General Shun will be here momentarily." The military officer went out of the room. The atmosphere in the meeting room was a little tense. The members of Jisun Martial House sat on one side, while the martial warriors of the Crimson Tiger Troop sat on the other. The segregation was clear. There was no nonsense spoken. Not long after, footsteps were heard outside the door. The person who came in first was General Shun, whom Wang Tong had met once before. General Shun. The 7-star martial warriors from the Crimson Tiger Troop stood up quickly and greeted him respectfully. Have a seat, have a seat." General Shun smiled and pressed his hand down. General Shun. On the Jisun Martial House's side, Li Hei got up and greeted the general too. "Old Li, it has been a while since we met. We are both in Yong City, but you've never visited me." General Shun smiled and said, "I don't dare to disturb you. You are busy with military affairs," Li Hei replied. Seriously, General Shun looked at the lethargic Li Hei and felt pity in his heart. He sat on the host's seat and glanced around him. He then said, "Sit down. Since everyone is here, we can lay everything on the table and talk things out. Li Gang, you can do the explanation," a 7-star martial warrior from the Crimson Tiger Troop said. "Yes." Li Gang immediately stood up and said, "A few days ago, my men found signs of a dark apparition on a mountain. We sent people to investigate and noticed that there was an mine there. I didn't want to alert the Xingwu continent, so I only sent my subordinate, Lu Huaixin, and a small team under him to execute this mission. They might have noticed that there were many dark apparitions in that place. There was a lack of manpower on their end, so they temporarily enlisted the Wolfang team and the Tiger Warrior team, who were around the area. But the Tiger Warrior team disobeyed my subordinate's commands. They didn't follow Lu Weixin's order to attack the dark apparition. Instead, they led the dark apparition to my military martial warriors and the Wolfang team. When both sides got heavily wounded, they grabbed the opportunity and killed the dark apparition. My men and the Wolfang team suffered huge losses. On the other hand, the Tiger Warrior team remained intact. They're all standing here properly in front of us." At this point, General Shun looked at Wang Tung and his teammates uncontrollably. He frowned slightly. If this was true, the Tiger Warrior team did commit a huge crime. Their actions were loathing, so what the Crimson Tiger Troop did was reasonable. On the other hand, Li Hei's expression remained the same. He didn't seem worried at all. Li Gang continued. In a fit of anger, I locked them up and waited for the higher authorities to confirm their crimes before giving them their punishment. Yet, they chose to escape from prison. If they weren't guilty, why did they need to escape? The Crimson Tiger Troop suffered heavy losses when we chased them and tried to capture them back. They even released a major criminal. General Shun, don't you think that they deserve to die after hearing all their crimes? Li Gang, mind your words. The 7-star martial warrior from the Crimson Tiger Troop shouted. I'm sorry, I was too agitated, Li Gang said hurriedly. He knew that he had made an indiscreet remark. General Shun waved his hand. He said to the Tiger Warrior team, is he telling the truth? Lin Zhan and his teammates were infuriated when they heard Li Gang twisting the facts. Wang Tung, Lin Zhan, if you have anything to say, say it. If you are framed, our Jisun Martial House won't let it slide. Even if I can't handle it, the president will stand up for you, Li Hei said calmly. Bullshit. How can I frame them? Li Gang was boiling in anger. Even though the person in front of him was the once famous dominance blade Li Hei, he still glared straight at him. Enough. Let them speak, the 7-star martial warrior said. Wang Tung sneered. He took a step forward and said, General Shun, Uncle Hei, you will know whether he's speaking the truth after you listen to this recording. He tapped his wristwatch, and a conversation started playing from it. I've already sent someone to investigate the 3 paths. High-level dark apparitions are guarding the hole on the left. The Tiger Warrior team's fate is grim. We will go and kill the dark apparitions after they exhaust the dark apparition's power. The Tiger Warrior team will become history after today. Squad Leader Liu, I will remember your favor. There's no news from the Tiger Warrior team until now. It looks like they have met some trouble. The high-level dark apparition didn't charge out, so this means they didn't fail completely. It's time for us to enter. Why don't we wait a while longer? Let's wait until the dark apparition kills them before we act. Let's go in first. We will decide if we should act based on the situation. You and Lu Huaixin are the ones behind this, right? So what if we are? Don't look as though you aren't afraid of death. I hate this kind of person. You're going to die, yet you're still acting. Despicable. Sai, Leader Lin, you're right. I am despicable. In your next life, remember not to offend a despicable person, especially one that has wealth and power. After he played the recording, Wang Tung retreated to Lin Zhan's side without saying another word. The 3 7-star, soldier-level martial warriors from the Crimson Tiger Troop frowned slightly. Impressive. Li Hei scoffed. He was seething with anger. General Shun was indignant too. He scolded loudly. What are you doing? What is this? Li Gang's expression underwent a huge change. His color turned extremely pale, and he felt the blood in his body rushing into his head. He staggered uncontrollably and shouted in disbelief. This is impossible. How is it impossible? Wang Tung asked coldly. Did you see it personally? Or did you hear it personally? If you weren't so opinionated and didn't even give us a chance to explain, would things have reached this state? If you hadn't believed the one-sided story, if you didn't give us the death penalty because of what Lu Huaixin said, would we have to escape from prison? If we don't escape, are we supposed to wait for our deaths in the cell? The series of questions forced Li Gang back. His face gradually changed from white to red, and then to purple-black. He felt a strong sense of humiliation. How dare you? When the 7-star martial warrior from the Crimson Tiger Troop saw this scene, he shouted. His aura exploded at the same time. Me? Wang Tung didn't back down. He glared at the other party coldly. Am I being impudent, or did you go overboard? A fierce and powerful aura surged behind Wang Tung. The force slashed towards a 7-star, soldier-level martial warrior like a sharp blade with killing intent. Do you think that I want dare to harm you? Li Hei said gravely. The 7-star martial warrior's face turned pale, but He immediately got angry from embarrassment. Li Hei, how dare you oppose our Crimson Tiger Troop? So what if I do? I've fought on the battlefield with death all around me. When have I ever been afraid? There seemed to be an overpowering dominance hiding in Li Hei's aged body. He wasn't afraid of anything. The colors of the military martial warriors' faces changed again and again. His overwhelming aura was starting to scare them. Chapter 236. I will get justice for you. Enough, General Shun bellowed. Where do you think this is? How old are you? Why do you still speak without thinking? The 7-star martial warrior from the Crimson Tiger Troop snorted and kept quiet. He sat down. General Shun, you be the judge. Who's right and who's wrong? Li Hei asked. The matter is obvious. Lu Huaixin from the Crimson Tiger Troop and the Wolfang team framed the Tiger Warrior team. Li Gang neglected his duties and believed his subordinate without evidence. This was the cause of all the grave consequences that followed, General Shun said. That's impossible. Lu Huaixin will not lie to me. He doesn't have the guts to lie to me. The Tiger Warrior team must have forged the recording, Lu Huaixin suddenly cried. General Shun frowned unconsciously. Shut up. The 7-star martial warrior from the Crimson Tiger Troop yelled. Is it already not embarrassing enough for you? He turned his head immediately and said to General Shun, this matter implicates our officers, so I will need to go back and confirm the truth. He'll let our chief commander make the final decision. Are you planning to walk away now that you're in the wrong? Li Hei mocked. Li Hei, don't go overboard. The 7-star martial warrior flared up instantly. All right, old Li, let it go. The Crimson Tiger Troop might be in the wrong, but you don't have to fight to the death. This isn't a small matter, so it should be investigated thoroughly. I believe that the Crimson Tiger Troop will give you a satisfying answer. General Shun felt helpless too. This wasn't an issue that could be explained with a few sentences. He could only gloss over the conflict. Your Tiger Warrior team released a major criminal, so you will have to give us an answer for that. The 7-star martial warrior from the Crimson Tiger Troop scoffed and flicked his sleeve. He left with his comrades and Li Gang, who seemed to have lost his wits. Sigh, look at how complicated things got. General Shun sighed and shook his head. General Shun, thank you. We will leave first. Li Hei got up and said. General Shun replied, you don't have to be so polite. I didn't do anything. Without you, the Crimson Tiger Troop wouldn't have spoken to us so politely. Li Hei thanked the general once again. Then, he left with Wang Teng and his teammates. On the way back, Li Hei said to Lin Zhan and the others, you don't have to worry. The Jisun Martial House will not take things lying down. Thank you, Uncle Hei, Lin Zhan said gratefully. Honestly, in front of a powerful organization like the Crimson Tiger Troop, Lin Zhan and his team members had no confidence at all. They were fortunate enough to remain alive this time. Thus, when Li Hei promised to give them justice, they had nothing to feel unsatisfied about. Li Hei waved his hand and smiled. How did you escape and come back? I'm extremely curious. Lin Zhan told him about their daring escape. However, he hid the fact that Wang Teng had spiritual power. After all, he had reminded him beforehand regarding this matter. He didn't want too many people to know. This time, Lin Zhan and his friends had relied on Wang Teng to stay alive. They weren't just grateful towards him. Instead, they treated him as one of their own. Thus, they wouldn't reveal this secret to anyone. After hearing Lin Zhan and the others explaining what happened, Li Hei was astounded. It's surprising that you possess such ability at this young age. Wang Teng remained humble. Li Hei smiled. He didn't probe further. As someone who had experienced mountains of corpses and seas of blood, he had seen too many geniuses. He had even killed many of these geniuses. Wang Teng's ability had indeed surprised him, but it wasn't enough for him to kick up a fuss. Also, grooming talents wasn't in his job description. He was too lazy to care about it either. Someone from the Jisun Martial House would take care of it. Everyone went back to the Yong City Jisun Martial House branch to hand over their mission. Then, they prepared to go back to Earth and recuperate. All of them had suffered many injuries while they were on the run. They would need at least half a month to get back in tip-top condition. After passing through the dimensional rift, everyone felt as if a century had passed. Every time I come back from the Xingwu continent, I will feel fortunate to be alive. This time, the feeling is exceptionally strong, Lin Zhan exclaimed. Wang Teng felt emotional too. His understanding of the martial warrior's world was getting deeper with every one of his trips. Leader, let's part here. I will go back to school, Wang Teng said. His body was riddled with injuries. If he went home like this, his parents would worry. In school, he could use his school credits to buy all sorts of healing medicine. It was much more convenient. There were 3 more days of holiday. So many students hadn't returned to school yet. No one would disturb him there. Going back to school was the best choice. All right, keep in touch, Lin Zhan said. Wang Ting nodded. He sat in his car and left. He has great potential. Our team will not be able to keep him for long, Yin Jinming said. Yeah, Lin Zhan and the others sighed. Wang Ting went back to school. When he entered the main gate, he greeted the guard. You're back. Huh? Why are you injured so badly? The guard frowned and asked. It's nothing. An accident happened, but it's already solved. Wang Teng shook his head. He didn't explain to the guard. Uncle, I'm a little dirty, so I will go and take a bath first. They'll chat with you another time. All right, go quickly. The guard shook his head as he watched Wang Teng walking away. Wang Teng went to the logistics department and exchanged his school credits for 2 bottles of healing medicine, one for internal and one for external usage. He spent 300 credits in total. His heart ached for the loss of points. Then, he went back to his dormitory. He had defeated a few top 100 students, but he didn't change dormitories with them. He continued to stay in Section 3, Room Number 1. After all, he was going to challenge all of them one by one. It would be troublesome for him to change dormitories every time he defeated someone. Thus, he decided to wait until he challenged the number 1 senior. Wang Teng took his clothes and headed to the bathroom. After undressing, he opened the shower. Cold water splashed down from his head. The wounds on his body hurt slightly as the cold water flowed past them. The muscles on his face twitched in pain. The blood and dirt flowed down along with the water. 10 minutes later, he finished his bath. He dried his hair and walked out of the bathroom. He took out the medicine and applied it to his wounds. Then, he bandaged them up. A few moments later, a bandage monster appeared freshly out of the oven. Will people think I'm a pervert? Wang Teng smiled bitterly as he looked in the mirror. It was getting late, and he was also exhausted. When he finally got to relax, he laid on the bed and slept soundly. The next day, it was already past 11 a.m. when he woke up. His stomach was growling in protest. I shall go to the cafeteria to eat first. Just when he was about to leave his room, he noticed a few messages on his wristwatch. They were all sent by Dan Taixian. She already knew that he was back. However, Wang Teng was curious. Why didn't she go out during the National Day holiday? Did she stay in her room all the time? The first message was sent at 8 a.m. Come to my place. 9 a.m. Why aren't you here? 10 a.m. My stupid disciple, if you don't come soon, you are dead. At this point, cold sweat was starting to appear on his forehead. He had a bad premonition. He hurriedly jumped down from the bed and changed his clothes. He then dashed out of his room. I wonder if I can get a free meal today? Wang Teng touched his stomach as he ran towards Dan Taichuan's house. Honestly, he had been eyeing Dan Taichuan's forced dishes for a long time. They were made by a forced chef master, so normal people wouldn't be able to taste them. Shouldn't he think of how to protect his life first? Why was he still thinking of food? When he reached Dan Taichuan's place, Wang Teng paused to catch his breath. He placed a fawning but reserved smile on his face and pressed the doorbell. As the door opened, Dan Taichuan's lazy and playful voice floated out. My stupid disciple, you've only been out for a few days, yet you dare to ignore my message already. However, when she saw Wang Teng's appearance, she couldn't help but chuckle. How did you end up in this state? Don't mention it. I was unlucky. Wang Teng changed into his slippers and closed the door. He explained what happened briefly, but suddenly he noticed that there was no sound behind him. He turned around and saw Dan Taixian squinting at him. She was giving off a frightening aura. I'm hungry. Do you have anything to eat? Wang Teng felt that something huge was about to happen, so he hurriedly changed the topic. At first, he wanted to use Dan Taixian to seek justice for himself. However, since General Shun and Uncle Hay had spoken up for him and solved the matter, there was no need to bring out his powerful support anymore. Stop playing dumb. This is an important matter. How dare you keep me in the dark? Do you still regard me as your master? Dan Taixian said with a stern face. Although Wang Tong explained light-heartedly, she clearly knew what a military troop was like. She could imagine the dangers he had experienced there. Don't get angry, don't get angry. The Jisun Martial House has already helped me. There's no need for you to show your face. Wang Tong smiled in embarrassment. Go away. I am different from the Jisun Martial House. They might have helped you to solve the matter, but that doesn't mean that I should remain silent and let them bully my disciple, Dan Taixian said furiously. Wang Ting didn't expect such a big reaction from her. He didn't know what to say. Follow me. Dan Taixian got up directly without any hesitation. Where are we going? Wang Tong asked curiously. I will get justice for you. Dan Taixian grabbed Wang Tong's shoulder, and they appeared at the door in a split second. The next second, they changed into a rainbow and shot up into the sky. I will let everyone know that no one can bully my disciple. Dan Taixian passed through the dimensional rift with Wang Tong and arrived at the Xingwu continent. They changed into a rainbow again and shot towards the horizon. This aura, it's her. In the Yong City's military camp, General Shun's face turned pale from fear. He flew into the air and looked at the rainbow in the distance. He was flabbergasted. There's another person with her. It looks like Wang Tong. That direction. The Crimson Tiger Troop is in trouble. In the Yong City branch of Jisun Martial House, Li Hei stood on the roof of the central building and sniggered as he looked into the sky. I didn't know that fellow had such powerful support. Interesting, this is so interesting. Crimson Tiger City. 2 hours later, Wang Tong returned to this place. But this time it was different. A roar echoed through the air above the Crimson Tiger City. It spread throughout the city. Xiao Nanfeng, get out here. Chapter 237, Crazy Woman. Xiao Nanfeng, get out here. Dan Taixian's voice reverberated throughout the entire Crimson Tiger City. Everyone was appalled as they looked up. Who is this? How dare she come to the Crimson Tiger Troop and call their chief commander's name directly? She even asked him to get out there. Who on earth is so audacious? Many figures shot into the air from the military camp below, accompanied with angry howls. How dare you? Impudent! How dare you cause trouble here? These figures either had wings on their backs or were walking in the air. They were 5-star, soldier level, and above martial warriors. Their auras pervaded the air and surged towards the offender. Go away! Dan Taixian furrowed her beautiful brows. Her red lips moved slightly, and sound waves bombarded the air. Boom! Boundless pressure crashed into the powerful martial warriors from the Crimson Tiger Troop like a vast sea. Their faces turned pale as they retreated uncontrollably. So powerful. Who on earth is she? Some people tumbled to the ground like shooting stars before they could see Dan Taixian's face clearly. Only a few 7-star and 8-star soldier-level martial warriors managed to stabilize their bodies forcefully after plunging a few meters down. Why is she here? They finally recognized Dan Taixian. They were dumbfounded, and their faces turned white in fear. Suddenly, another domineering aura erupted on the ground. It rapidly neared them. Dan Taixian, why are you running wild in my military camp? The chief commander of the Crimson Tiger Troop appeared instantly in front of everyone with a grim expression. What am I doing here? Dan Taixian replied fiercely. You injured my disciple, yet you're asking me what I'm doing here? Everyone finally saw Wang Tong, who was standing beside Dan Taixian. Wang Tong was at a loss. Dan Taixian did tell him that she was going to seek justice for him, but he felt a little extra currently. He didn't have the power to speak in front of these bosses. They seemed to have ignored his presence altogether. Undeniably, Dan Taixian was too eye-catching. Everyone's gaze was attracted to her. However, it still felt a little irritating to be treated as a backdrop. Xiao Nanfeng didn't expect Dan Taixian to have a disciple. After all, she never planned to have one. He was a little astounded, but he felt confused too. He frowned and asked, Your disciple is injured, but what does that have to do with me? He didn't recognize Wang Teng. The 3 7-star, soldier-level martial warriors standing behind Xiao Nanfeng were the ones who appeared in Yong City. They recognized Wang Teng, so they hurriedly flew towards Xiao Nanfeng and whispered into his ears. Xiao Nanfeng turned unhappy when he heard their explanation. He said, "I've already understood what happened. My subordinates did make mistakes, but your disciple isn't entirely innocent. I will take care of my 2 subordinates myself. As for your disciple, I will forget about what he did. Let's put an end to this." "Bullshit," Dan Taixian cursed immediately. "If your subordinates didn't frame my disciple, nothing would have happened. How can my disciple get injured by your men for no reason?" Xiao Nanfeng couldn't control his emotions when he heard Dan Taixian humiliating him in front of so many subordinates. He bellowed angrily, "Dan Taixian, don't go overboard. Do you think that I'm afraid of you? Come, let's cut the nonsense and have a battle. Let's see if I cripple you first, or will you kill me first?" While speaking, her entire body had already disappeared. The next second, she appeared above Xiao Nanfeng's head with a long sword in her hands. The blade gave off a sharp and glaring sword glow as it shot towards Xiao Nanfeng. "You crazy woman!" Xiao Nanfeng's expression changed slightly. He didn't think that Dan Taixian would attack him without any considerations. At their level, every single move they made was frighteningly powerful. The consequences of a battle were horrifying, but there was no time for him to make any considerations. Dan Taixian's attack was right in front of his eyes. The sword glow was so glaring that it hurt his eyes. Xiao Nanfeng didn't dare to underestimate her attack. A pair of black 8-sided maces appeared on his palms. The 2 started fighting without any more fanfare. At the side, Wang Teng was sent to the ground by a gentle force. He raised his head and felt a little worried. The other party was the chief commander of the Crimson Tiger Troop. His ability must be top-notch. He wondered if Dan Taixian could beat him. In the air, the 2 parties collided a few hundred times within a few seconds. The people at the scene could only see the lingering shadows of the 2 martial warriors intertwining continuously. Massive explosions rang through the air, and every single attack caused the air around them to erupt. It was exceptionally petrifying. Xiao Nanfeng was afraid of damaging the Crimson Tiger City, so he purposely shifted the battleground away from the city. Hence, the poor mountains and forest were the ones to suffer the wrath of their battle. Wang Teng saw a large and deep pit appearing in the wilderness from afar. Even worse, a single strike from them caused an entire mountain to explode. Boom! Sometime later, a figure flew out at a fast speed and smashed into the body of a mountain. "Chief Commander!" The martial warriors from the Crimson Tiger Troop cried out in alarm. Their expressions changed. On the other hand, Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief. Good. Dan Taixian might be a little unreasonable and fierce, but she was powerful enough. Even the chief commander of the Crimson Tiger Troop wasn't her match. At this moment, he had a clearer understanding of his master's ability. Powerful. She was indeed very powerful. The main thing was, when these 2 formidable warriors were fighting, Wang Teng saw many large attribute bubbles dropping and floating in the distance. Oh my God! These are attribute bubbles from general stage martial warriors. Wang Teng was a little excited. He immediately used his spiritual power to pull those attribute bubbles over. He picked them up. Wind Force * 485 Metal Force * 360 Fire Force * 620. This was an astonishing number of force attributes. Wang Teng was dazzled. All he could say was, as expected of general stage martial warriors. They dropped so many force attributes during a casual bout. In the battle just now, Dan Taixian used 2 forces, 1 green and 1 gold. Thus, without a doubt, the Wind Force and the Metal Force came from her. Thinking about it, when Dan Taixian tested his ability back then, she had used the same 2 forces. Wang Teng already knew that Dan Taixian was a wind and metal double-element martial warrior, so he wasn't shocked. But this was a huge surprise for him, especially the Wind Force, which was much rarer. He had only managed to get to 2-star soldier level after killing the Gale Mantis in the past. He didn't expect to advance another level so quickly. Wind Force, 6 out of 1,000, 3-star. After adding the 360 points of Metal Force, his Metal Force finally advanced from 3-star to 4-star. Metal Force, 80 out of 2,000, 4-star. The Fire Force came from Xiao Nanfeng. This chief commander from the Crimson Tiger Troop might have suffered in the hands of Dan Taixian, but he wasn't someone nobody like Wang Teng could underestimate. The Fire Force, he dropped allowed Wang Teng's Fire Force to rise exponentially. Fire Force, 625/2000, 4-star. His ability skyrocketed, dissipating the frustration in Wang Teng's heart a little. Chapter 238, Daylight Robbery. Xiao Nanfeng flew out from the sunken pit on the mountain. His clothes were torn and tattered, and his hair was in a mess. He looked a little disheveled. Xiao Nanfeng, do you still want to fight? Dan Taixian was itching to have a go. She hadn't fought to her heart's content yet. Actually, none of them were seriously fighting. They were the top-notch battle power of the country. If they really fought to the death, it would be the country's loss, no matter who died. Dan Taixian might be unreasonable and rash, but as someone who had reached this status, she wasn't brainless. She wouldn't kill Xiao Nanfeng. She only threatened him because she wanted to take revenge for Wang Teng. Xiao Nanfeng almost cursed it out loud. His face was black as he said gravely, "What on earth do you want?" "I've already said that I'm seeking justice for my disciple." Dan Taixian pouted her lips unwillingly. "You could be direct and tell me what compensation you want." Xiao Nanfeng took a deep breath. "First, hand over the 2 culprits. I will lock them in the cells of my Black Sparrow military camp. Next time, when another war breaks out, they can atone for their crime by gaining merits." Dan Taixian was straightforward. "Okay." Xiao Nanfeng nodded expressionlessly. "Oh, right. There's another person called Yao something, right?" Dan Taixian pondered for a while, but she couldn't remember Yao Jun's name. Yao Jun. Wang Teng was speechless. He had no choice but to remind her. "Yes, pass the Yao Jun to me, too," Dan Taixian continued. "I'm not able to do that. He has already left. If you catch him, help me punish him, too." The moment Yao Jun was mentioned, Xiao Nanfeng felt hatred rising in his heart. If that Yao Jun hadn't caused trouble, all this wouldn't have happened. He even caused him to suffer such great humiliation. "Nonsense. If you want to catch him yourself. I won't run errands for you," Dan Taixian rebutted without giving him any face at all. "If he's not around, it's fine. I heard that you found in or mine this time. My disciple contributed greatly to this mission and even killed a high-level dark apparition. My Black Sparrow troop will take half of the ermine. Also, you have to pass us the corpse of the high-level dark apparition." Dan Taixian, this is daylight robbery. Xiao Nanfeng wanted to vomit blood. The veins on his face kept bulging. "Sai, you managed to see right through me. This is indeed daylight robbery. I want leave until you agree. I will beat you up in front of your subordinates every day." Dan Taixian threatened him directly. "You." Xiao Nanfeng felt extremely frustrated. He glared at Dan Taixian and took a deep breath. Then he growled, "All right, I admit defeat this time. You can have half of the ermine, and the corpse of the high-level dark apparition will be yours too." Xiao Nanfeng didn't want to see Dan Taixian again. He immediately asked someone to bring Lu Huaixin and Li Gang over. The 2 of them were wearing rune handcuffs. They were prisoners now. "Disciple, I will hand these 2 over to you. You could do whatever you want to them." Dan Taixian didn't even look at the duo. Instead, she waved her hand and asked Wang Teng to take care of them himself. Lu Huaixin and Li Gang felt extremely embarrassed. They had always been in a high position. With the Crimson Tiger troops supporting them, they had been smug and haughty. They could frame and lock others up without a reason. However, they were prisoners now. Their future was destroyed, and they couldn't control their lives anymore. Wang Teng glanced at them, then ignored them. The 2 of them didn't possess any more threats to him. After losing the protection of the Crimson Tiger troop, they were nothing. Even if Li Gang was a 5-star soldier-level martial warrior, Wang Teng didn't care. Was a 5-soldier-level martial warrior very powerful? With his overall battle power, he might be able to kill a 5-star soldier-level martial warrior. Lu Huaixin regretted his actions wholeheartedly. Had he known this would happen, he wouldn't have cooperated with Yao Jun and tricked Wang Teng. But there was no medicine for regrets in the world. If there was, please give him an entire bottle. This was what Lu Huaixin was thinking now. After some time, the corpse of the high-level dark apparition was also brought over. Dan Taichuan's gaze landed on it as she sized it up with interest. It's a high-level dark apparition from the blood tribe. I shall send it back and let those men in white coats examine this fellow. High-level dark apparition corpses are very hard to get. I've never seen one so intact. There is great value in studying this corpse. It will be good if we can find its weakness. Dan Taixian thought to herself. This is the joint mining contract I've just come up with. After you sign it, you can disappear from my sight, Xiao Nanfeng said with disdain as he threw a contract at Dan Taixian. Dan Taixian didn't mind. She signed the contract without reading it carefully. She believed that Xiao Nanfeng wouldn't dare to play any tricks. Send someone to bring these two people and the corpse of the high-level dark apparition to the Black Sparrow troop. I will make a move first, Dan Taixian said. After she finished, she pulled Wang Teng and soared into the sky. She disappeared on the horizon in a blink of an eye. Xiao Nanfeng stood on the spot with a black face. The martial warriors around him didn't dare to move any closer. They felt that if they went to provoke their chief commander now, they would most likely die a terrible death. General stage martial warriors' speed was incredible. Wang Teng even felt that he had broken through the sound barrier. However, Dan Taixian protected his body with force, so he didn't feel the pressure. After some time, Wang Teng and Dan Taixian returned to school. Stay for dinner, Dan Taixian said to Wang Teng after she called someone to prepare her dinner. She lazily laid on the sofa, as though nothing had happened. Wang Teng had been busy the entire afternoon, so he didn't eat or drink anything. He was already famished. Only an idiot wouldn't accept a ready-made meal. He sat down on the sofa without any worry and swallowed a mouth of saliva secretly. He was waiting for dinner to start. What did you learn from the trip today? Dan Taixian asked abruptly. Wang Teng's heart shuddered. He said sternly, I am too weak. It's good that you have such enlightenment. The trip wasn't in vain. Dan Taixian nodded and continued, You're indeed talented, but there are many talented people in the world. However, not many of them became truly formidable warriors. If you're strong enough to look down on everything, such things should never happen. Even if it did, you would be able to seek justice for yourself without relying on other people. Hence, all in all, you're too weak. Wang Teng nodded. He agreed with Dan Taixian. She was powerful enough, so the chief commander of the Crimson Tiger Troop and other strong warriors couldn't do anything to her. Even if they were infuriated, they had to swallow their anger. He felt envious and wanted to be like her. Do you want to know why I'm so powerful? Dan Taixian smiled and asked. Wang Teng looked at her curiously. Was she asking him to compliment her? He hesitated for a moment and decided to go with the flow. He coughed awkwardly and said, Master, you're beautiful, talented. Bullshit. Wang Teng. Chapter 239. Sweet talk and counting his gains. Why are you so strong then? Asked Wang Teng speechlessly. That's because, from a moment I started my martial warrior career, I chose the formidable path. Dan Taixian glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and replied calmly. The formidable path. Wang Teng almost choked on his own saliva. Oh my God, is my master spouting nonsense? You don't believe me? Dan Taixian asked. How is that possible? Master, you're so magnificent and talented. I can tell that your talent is invincible in the universe. Wang Teng laughed awkwardly. Dan Taixian enjoyed Wang Teng's flattery. She accepted his praises readily before continuing. I know you don't believe me, but I have to tell you that I have never suffered a defeat ever since I became a martial warrior. I'm not just invincible. I can even kill enemies at a higher level than me. You might be able to do that too. There are numerous talents in the world, and some of them can indeed do this. However, I have never heard of anyone that can kill opponents with a higher level at any stage of their journey. Wang Teng turned serious. At first, he thought that Dan Taixian was just boasting, but gradually, he noticed that Dan Taichuan's tone was too composed. She seemed to be stating the truth, not persuading someone to believe it. This mentality proved that she wasn't making a casual remark. She was honestly invincible at her level and could even kill martial warriors at a higher stage compared to her. No wonder. No wonder the tough Xiao Nanfeng wasn't her match. How did I manage to remain invincible? Dan Taixian answered her own question. First, you need to integrate your spirit, qi, and essence to form the force of invincibility. With this force of invincibility, you will then be able to blaze your way through all manners of obstacles and defeat countless talents in the field. You will become the real, unbeatable warrior and progress to the top level quickly. Wang Tung immediately registered profound respect for his master. The image of his master was becoming better and mightier in his heart. What do you think? My stupid disciple, do you want to try your master's formidable path? Dan Taixian asked with a smile. She felt a little proud when she saw Wang Tung's reverent expression. Yes, I want to walk the formidable path too. Wang Tung nodded and replied. Good, I have high hopes for you. Dan Taixian nodded in satisfaction. But, in her heart, she heaved a sigh of relief. Talking nonsense with a straight face was so difficult. At this moment, the doorbell rang, breaking their conversation. The food should be here. Open the door. All right. Wang Tung ran to open the door when he learned that the forced dishes were here. The person outside the door was the fatty he saw last time. Wang Tung knew from Dan Taixian that this fatty was a forced chef master. Thus, he immediately gave an amiable and gentle smile. Hello, did you come to send food to my master? Yes. The fatty outside the door was stunned. You can pass it to me. Thank you so much. The forced dishes you make are delicious. Wang Tung praised him sincerely. Oh, thank you, wait. The principal is your master? The fatty asked curiously after he realized what Wang Tung had said and felt astounded. Is there a problem? Wang Tung asked. No, I didn't expect the principal to have a disciple. You are really young and promising, the fatty commented. Thank you, thank you. Brother, you are a forced chef master. You're even more amazing. The two of them started complimenting each other just like that. A Roland for an Oliver, a well-matched contest. The atmosphere was harmonious. The fatty only realized what he was doing after the door closed. Why did he talk to someone he didn't know for so long? What are you up to now? Dan Taixian felt puzzled when she saw Wang Tung chatting with the fatty for a long time. Nothing. I just want to keep an amicable relationship with him so that I will have good food in the future, Wang Tung said. Tisk, as long as you're powerful enough, you will be able to eat all kinds of good food, Dan Taixian said with contempt. Time to eat. Wang Tung laughed. He didn't mind her master's comment. He rubbed his hands and opened the lunchboxes. When he placed the dishes on the table, the fragrant smell wafted into his nose. This time, Dan Taixian had ordered 2 servings of food. It was enough for them to fill up their stomach. Delicious. More than 10 minutes later, Wang Tung laid on the sofa and gave a satisfied burp. Look at you. Dan Taixian rolled her eyes and kicked him. Go back to your room after you've finished eating. Don't run around for the next few days. Heal your body properly and wait for the lessons to start. Sure, I will leave immediately. Wang Tung got up. All right, the benefits that we asked for from the Crimson Tiger Troop. It's useless for you to take the high-level Dark Apparitions Corps, so I will pass it to the Black Sparrow Troop for research. As for thee or mine, you can't swallow it either. I can give you other benefits in exchange. Is there anything you want? Dan Taixian asked. Wang Tung had never thought about this. Dan Taixian was the one who asked for all these things from the Crimson Tiger Troop. It had nothing to do with him. But, since Dan Taixian mentioned it, Wang Tung thought of something. My family is preparing to enter the military dam medicine and weapons industry. We need to get a license. Wang Tung smiled and said, That's simple. I will inform the related parties when needed, Dan Taixian replied. Wang Tung thanked her hurriedly. It might be a simple task for Dan Taixian, but it wasn't easy for them. After bidding farewell to Dan Taixian, Wang Tung went back to his dormitory. The moment he stepped into the house, a black shadow swooped down from the roof. What the F***? He hurriedly stretched out his hand to catch it. It was the little crow. This little creature had just learned how to fly, or more accurately, it was halfway through learning. Now that he thought about it, The little crow had suffered so much when it followed him to the Xingwu continent this time, especially when he was escaping from prison and the pursuit of the Crimson Tiger martial warriors. It was stuffed in his bag most of the time and almost got claustrophobia. Because of this, that was if birds could get this illness. Wang Tung placed the little crow on the ground and fed it some star beast meat. Then he allowed it to stumble and flap its wings in the room. It kept bumping into the furniture. He walked into his bedroom and laid on the bed. He silently counted the gains for this trip. The greatest benefit was undoubtedly the increase in his levels. Currently, his fire force, metal force, and earth force had reached 4-star soldier level. Overall, he wasn't much weaker than a 5-star soldier level martial warrior. Also, his dark force and wind force had reached 3-star soldier level 2. They had jumped 2 levels from 1-star to 3-star. Mind you, these 2 forces were rare, so it was harder to increase their levels. He was lucky enough to be able to climb 2 stages up in 1 leap. Besides these, Wang Tung also received 3 battle techniques: Wave Invisibility, Berserk, and Bewitch. Wave Invisibility was a concealment skill. Berserk was an amplification skill, while Bewitch was a support skill. All of them had their pros and uniqueness. They were all exceptional battle techniques. It was hard to find ways to get one of them, but Wang Tung got his hands on all 3 at once. He could only clap his hands and applaud the system. His spirit had also increased tremendously. He was halfway through his spiritual realm state, so his spiritual power had increased many times. If not, he wouldn't have been able to kill that high-level dark apparition. These were all his personal gains in terms of ability. Besides, the dwarves gave them rewards and offered their friendship. Overall, the harvest was amazing. Chapter 240. The Yao family wants to reconcile. Wang Tung led a peaceful life for a few days. He spent most of his time recovering from his injury. If he had nothing to do, he would go to the actual combat training building to pick up attributes. Although it was the holiday, some students didn't go home. They continued to work hard in their cultivation. What was one thing that could make you fall into despair? When you thought that the more talented people were having fun and enjoying themselves, but then you realized that they were working harder than you. Wang Tung, who was strolling in the gravity room, saw a familiar figure. Bailey, Brother Tung. When Bailey Qingfeng heard the voice, he turned around. He was startled upon seeing Wang Tung. He said in surprise, Why are you in this state?" "Oh, I accidentally injured myself during my mission." Wang Tung lowered his head and looked at the bandages on his body. He didn't explain in detail and just answered the question casually. Actually, the injuries on his body were mostly healed. The medicine provided by the school was very effective. Scabs had already formed on his wounds. After applying the medication one more time, his injuries would probably heal completely. Besides, they were just external injuries. It was nothing serious. Even if he suffered a serious injury, he would heal quickly with the help of high-quality spiritual dawn. This was why alchemy had a higher status than modern medicine in the current society. Normally, bone injuries would require at least 3 months to heal completely. But to an alchemist, one spiritual dan down your throat, and he guaranteed that you would be alive and kicking in 5 days. Force injuries could only be treated by spiritual dawn. Modern medicine was helpless in front of it. However, never look down on the intelligence of human beings. After integrating alchemy and rune skills, modern medicine had been progressing rapidly. In the future, there might be cross-generation high-quality medical equipment like the ones in science fiction movies. At that time, the advanced medical industry would start blossoming. The world outside is indeed full of danger. Bailey Qingfeng squinted slightly when he heard Wang Tung's reply. The muscles on his body also tensed up. Wang Tung had interacted with Bailey Qingfeng for a long time, so he understood him quite well. When he saw his reaction, he immediately knew what he was thinking. Wang Tung felt a little speechless, but after pondering about it, there was nothing wrong with being cautious. The world outside was indeed dangerous. Look, he almost couldn't come back alive. Thus, being a cautious and brave warrior was a good choice. "Brother Tung, you're able to execute missions already. I'm envious of you," Bailey Qingfeng said. "You should be able to become a martial warrior soon." At that time, You can claim missions too, Wang Tong said. Just a little bit more. Bailey Qingfeng nodded and said, all the best. I will make a move first. I won't disturb your training anymore, Wang Tong said. Okay. Besides picking up attributes in the actual combat training building, Wang Tong would go to the stadium and walk his dog, his little crow. A bandaged monster walking with a fat little crow in the stadium. It became a beautiful scenery of the school. On the last day of the holiday, Wang Ting woke up in the morning and realized that the scabs on his body had dropped. He didn't need to bandage his wounds anymore. I should go back home in case my parents worry about me. Wang Tong finished his breakfast and left the school. A black sedan was parked outside the school gates. When Wang Tong stepped out, the eyes of the man who kept watching the entrance of the school lit up. He immediately walked over. Are you Wang Tong? Wang Tong was shocked when he saw a stranger rushing towards him. That guy even knew his name. He frowned and asked, who are you? Why are you looking for me? My family head is looking for you. All right, my family head surname is Yao, the man in the black suit said. Wang Tong raised his eyebrows. Yao, you should know what's happening. Please follow me. The man was a little proud. He thought that he had scared Wang Tong. After all, based on her family head status, it was an honor for this low-rank martial warrior student that their family head was looking for him. However, get out, Wang Tong replied unhappily. The family head of the Yao family? He must be Yao Jun's father. Based on the grudge between him and Yao Jun, Wang Tong didn't want to bother about this person no matter what motive he had. He didn't want to have any interactions with the other party either. The man's expression froze immediately. He said in disbelief, do you know what you're saying? I asked you to get out. Don't you understand human language? Wang Tong said expressionlessly, do you know what our family head's status? Before the man could finish speaking, Wang Tong walked past him. Stop right there. The man turned angry from embarrassment. He hooked his right hand into a claw and attacked Wang Tong's shoulder. Bang! The next moment, the man felt his vision turning black. He felt excruciating pain on his face, and his entire body flew out sideways. How is he so strong? The man slammed on the ground. This was the only thought that flashed through his mind before he fainted. The middle-aged man in the black sedan was finally alerted. He walked out of the car. He looked at the unconscious man on the ground and Wang Tong, who was at the side. A frown appeared on his face as he walked over slowly. He said, young man, it's bad to be too violent. How is Yao Jun related to you? Wang Ting asked him instead of replying to him. Anger flashed past the middle-aged man's face. However, he forcefully suppressed his rage and explained, I'm Yao Jun's father, Yao Guanqing. Yao Jun is more violent than me. Indeed, this is a bad thing. You need to educate him properly, Wang Tong said. Yao Guanqing was so infuriated that he wanted to slap Wang Tong to death. But he couldn't do it, even if he had an extra pair of balls. He took a deep breath and said, I will not argue with you. I came today because I want to reconcile. Reconcile? Wang Ting seemed to have heard a hilarious joke. He sneered, your son wants to kill me, yet you want me to reconcile with you? All hatred can be put down. If it can't, it must be because the compensation isn't high enough, Yao Guanqing said. Wang Tong snorted. He was disgusted by Yao Guanqing's actions. Yao Guanqing said confidently, tell me, what do you need to reconcile with us? I can satisfy you as long as you don't ask for too much. I'm sorry. I'm not interested in reconciling with someone who wanted to kill me, Wang Tong replied. Then, he walked past him and continued going forward without giving Yao Guanqing a chance to reply. Do you know the consequences of rejecting my good intentions? Yao Guanqing shouted behind him. His expression was sinister. Wang Tong stopped in his tracks. Yao Guanqing gave a mocking smile. He thought that Wang Tong was afraid of him. Are you threatening me? Wang Tong smiled for some reason. Before you touch me, you should consider whether the Yao family can bear the implications. Yao Guanqing stared at Wang Tong as he left. His face was black, and he was puzzled. Does this fellow have some background? I don't know. Chapter 241. My son has the potential to become a general. On the way back, Wang Tong was still thinking of the Yao family's matter. Yao Guanqing wasn't sincere when he said he wanted to reconcile with him. His attitude was slightly contemptuous, and he was looking down on him. He must have encountered something, so he had no choice but to make this decision. However, he could confirm one thing. Yao Guanqing didn't know that Dan Taixian was his master. If not, he wouldn't have dared to threaten him. The Crimson Tiger Troop had sealed off news of what happened that day. Outsiders didn't know about it. As the chief commander of a troop, suffering such humiliation wasn't a glamorous thing. There was no way he would let outsiders know about it. Yao Guanqing's pressure might have come from the Jisun Martial House. Once I agree to patch up with him, the Martial Arts Academy won't have a reason to look for him anymore. This Yao Guanqing is very scheming. A cold smile appeared on the edge of Wang Tung's lips. But why didn't the Crimson Tiger Troop look for Yao Jun? He was puzzled. By right, Yao Jun was the culprit who had caused everything. There was no reason for the Crimson Tiger Troop to let him go. However, the thoughts of the higher authorities weren't something he could understand. They might not even remember someone like Yao Jun. After all, to someone like Xiao Nanfeng, Yao Jun was just a nobody. Why would a giant care about a nobody? Wang Tung shook his head and threw this matter to the back of his head. Very soon, he sat on the taxi back to Deer Garden. "Mom, I'm back," Wang Tung shouted the moment he stepped into the house. "My son is back." Li Ziyumi's eyes lit up as she walked out of the living room. "Yes, I just finished my mission, so I came back to take a look at you guys before heading back to school," Wang Tung said. "Just nice. I will make some food for you in the afternoon. You can go back to school in the evening," Li Xiaomei said happily as she pulled Wang Tung into the house. "Hey, Dad is home too," Wang Tung said in surprise when he saw Wang Shenghua in the living room. "Shouldn't Wang Shenghua be in the office at this time?" "You're back." Wang Shenghua nodded at him. "Dad, why aren't you in the office today?" Wang Tung asked. "Don't mention it. Daodu's relatives don't dare to kick up a fuss in Deer Garden, so they go to your dad's office and block him every day. Your dad is so irritated that he could only hide at home," Li Xiaomei said. "They create trouble in our company?" Wang Tung frowned. "Dad, what's going on? Where did they get this courage from?" It wasn't a secret that Wang Tung was a martial warrior. Many people knew about it. Daodu's relatives should also know that he was a martial warrior. However, they still dared to cause trouble. Did they have some support? They found a 2-star soldier-level martial warrior from somewhere. Wang Shenghua replied helplessly. 2-star soldier level? "Let me go and meet him," Wang Tung said. "Never mind, let's hide for some time. I don't believe that the 2-star soldier-level martial warrior will allow them to order him around without a reason. They must have paid him a hefty sum. They won't be able to afford him for long," Wang Shenghua said. He was worried that Wang Tung wasn't the martial warrior's match. "That's right. Let's not get in a head-on fight. You're still young. You will definitely be more powerful than the 2-star soldier-level martial warrior in the future," Li Xiaomei comforted Wang Tung, afraid that he would let his young emotions get the better of him. The two of them had no idea how powerful their son was, so they were worried for nothing. "Dad, Mom, I'm a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior." Wang Tung was caught between laughter and tears. "What?" Their eyes widened. They suspected that they heard wrong. "I said that I'm a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior," Wang Tung repeated helplessly. 4-star soldier level. Wang Shenghua was still in disbelief. He asked curiously, "Son, are you joking?" "That's right. Don't try to coax your mom," Li Xiaomei said. "Why will I lie to you? If you don't believe me, I can bring you to the Jisun Martial House and show you the examination result," Wang Tung said. "There's no need for that. We believe you." Wang Shenghua exchanged glances with Li Xiaomei. He then exclaimed, "We just find it a little unrealistic. You have only become a martial warrior for a short time, yet you're already at 4-star soldier level. I heard that it's very difficult for a martial warrior to advance his stage." "Aha, your son is a genius," Wang Tung said. Wang Shenghua laughed. Good, good. My son has the potential to become a general. Look at how happy you are. General? Is that a stage you can reach so easily? I think that you've gotten dizzy with success." Li Xiaomei was elated too, but she still nudged Wang Shenghua and told him off. All right, I understand. I was just too happy," Wang Shenghua said. "Dad, Mom, where's Daodu? Why don't I see her?" Wang Ting glanced around and asked curiously. "I asked Sister Chun to bring her to the garden to play," Li Xiaomei said. Wang Shengwa nodded. Then he said to Wang Sheng, Dad, let's go to the company now and solve the matter. Okay, let's go now. Wang Shengwa wore his clothes happily and went out with Wang Tong. They drove directly to the office. Mr. Wang, young Master Wang, Chun Ergu from the security department, was standing guard at the entrance. When he saw the father and son, his eyes lit up. Hey, Ergu. Wang Tong had some impressions of Chun Ergu. After all, his name was easy to remember. Young Master Wang, you actually remember me. Chun Ergu felt overwhelmed with favor. Ergu, are those people still here? Wang Shengwa asked. Yes, they're in the lobby and playing cards. They do nothing else, but they don't want to leave either, Chun Ergu said helplessly. He glanced at Wang Tong unconsciously as he spoke. He knew that Wang Tong was a martial warrior. A few days ago, Mr. Wang was forced to hide at home because of these people. He hadn't been to the office in a while, but he suddenly came back today. It must be because young Master Wang was back. He wondered if young Master Wang was able to deal with that martial warrior. Chun Ergu muttered in his heart. Bring me over, Wang Tong said. All right, young Master Wang, this way, please. Chun Ergu led the way. They walked towards the group in the lobby who were having a ball of a time. The other party had obviously noticed them too. Hey, Mr. Wang, I heard that you were on an overseas trip. Did you come back today? A mean-looking man around 30 years old stood up and smiled at Wang Shengwa. Wang Shengwa wanted to reply, but Wang Tong stopped him. He said to the person, This is private property. Please leave this place. Who are you? Do you have the right to speak here? The mean-looking man frowned and said, He's my son, Wang Tong. Wang Shengwa said, You're Wang Tong. The mean-looking man was stunned. He took a few steps back uncontrollably. Behind him, another muscular man stood up slowly. I heard that you're a one-star, soldier-level martial warrior. It's impressive for you to have such an ability at this young age. However, you're not my match. I'm in charge of this matter. You better hand the person over obediently and not force me to act. You know the consequences of a battle between martial warriors, the muscular man said calmly. Bang! Wang Ting didn't reply to him with his mouth. Instead, the aura of a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior surged towards a man. The muscular man's face turned pale, and he retreated continuously. The chairs behind him got knocked on the ground, but he didn't seem to notice them. He looked as though he had seen a ghost. Chapter 242. Is my love going to end before it starts? You're not a 1-star, soldier-level martial warrior. The arrogance and confidence of this 2-star, soldier-level martial warrior had vanished like a puff of smoke. He was stupefied and at a loss of what to do. The mean-looking man and the other relatives were just ordinary people. They couldn't withstand Wang Tong's presence at all. In their eyes, Wang Tong was like a frightening beast staring at them, like a predator waiting to swallow them. Their faces turned pale from fright, and they collapsed on the ground due to the pressure boring down on them from Wang Tong's aura. They just stared at him in a daze, having lost their ability to speak. You are just a 2-star, soldier-level martial warrior. Who gave you the courage to take charge of the matter? Wang Ting looked at the other martial warrior and said calmly, Boom! The moment he finished speaking, an even more powerful aura erupted and smashed down on the head of the 2-star martial warrior. Bang! The other party's expression changed. This time, he couldn't resist Wang Ting's force of presence anymore. He flew out like a rag doll. He slammed heavily on the ground and vomited blood on the spot. His eyes were filled with fear. In front of this stark difference in ability, he didn't have any thoughts of resisting. He hurriedly apologized and begged for mercy. I'm sorry. Go out, Wang Tong said coldly. If I see you again, they'll send you to the Xingwu continent. The Xingwu continent. The 2-star martial warrior's expression changed again. He obviously knew a thing or two. Wang Tong wasn't going to just simply send him to the Xingwu continent for a holiday. Fear crept up his heart. I will leave immediately, leave immediately. He crawled and rolled out of the office entrance without caring about the mean-looking man and the other relatives. The mean-looking man and the other relatives looked at the back view of the escaping martial warrior. Suddenly, they understood what despair felt like. You want the Dowdo family's assets? Wang Tung's calm voice entered their ears at this moment. They shuddered. No, no. We have never thought about it, never. The mean-looking man shook his head without stopping after he turned and saw Wang Tung's face. Since you have never thought of it, what are you all doing here? Wang Ting looked at him and squinted slightly. The mean-looking man didn't know what to say. He couldn't think of a good reason. Cold sweat started appearing on his forehead from his anxiousness. At this moment, a middle-aged lady behind him said quickly, "We just want to see Dao Du. She's a poor child. She lost her parents at a young age, so we are very worried." Wang Tung scoffed. These people were lying through their teeth. However, he was too lazy to argue with them. He continued, "Dao Du doesn't want to see you. If you dare to appear in front of Dao Du or my family in the future, I will make sure you won't have the chance to spend money even if you become rich." His tone was composed, but it sent chills up their spines. They immediately understood that Wang Tung wasn't joking. He meant what he said. Compared to their lives, money had to take the back seat. They hurriedly promised that they would never appear again. "Get out," Wang Tung said. The group ran out of the office building in a frenzy. They didn't dare to stay for another second. They only stopped and panted after running a long distance away. "Brother, are we really going to give up?" The middle-aged woman asked the mean-looking man. "Are you planning to oppose him?" Even the 2-star, soldier-level martial warrior acted like a mouse in front of a cat when he saw him. He almost peed in his pants. "What right do we have to offend him?" The mean-looking man glared at her. "I just feel a little unwilling to give up like this. It's a huge sum of money, you know," the woman said in embarrassment. "Money, money, money. That's all you know." The mean-looking man was furious. That little brat is lucky. She managed to find someone powerful to protect her. No one will dare to touch her in the future. The middle-aged woman's pupils moved. She continued, "Do you think that the Wang family is eyeing her inheritance too? Forget it. He is a martial warrior, a 2-star and above martial warrior. Will he care about this small fortune?" The mean-looking man shook his head. "Let's not think about this anymore. I've decided to take the earliest plane available back to my old home. I will never come to Donghai if I don't need to." "Sign me too. I will never come to Donghai again. Big cities like this are filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. It's not a place we can handle," the middle-aged woman said a little dejectedly. The other relatives treated these two people as their leaders, so they didn't have any say in this matter at all. After deciding, they rushed to the airport and booked the earliest flight they could find. They returned to their hometown without any hesitation. Wang Ting ignored them. After all, they were just ordinary people. They couldn't create a huge scene. There was no need to take their lives because of this. Since there was no one causing a disturbance, the company was finally able to resume its operations. The employees weren't afraid anymore. Instead, their morale was significantly boosted because of the power Wang Tung revealed just now. Discussions were going on continuously. The son of their CEO was a powerful martial warrior. They felt honored to be in this company, and at the same time, they were more confident about its future. Li Xiaomei was cooking when Wang Shenghua and Wang Tung returned home. Dao Du had also come back and was watching cartoons in the living room. "Brother, you're back." Her eyes lit up when she saw Wang Tung. She stumbled and ran over with her arms wide open. She wanted a hug. "Unfortunately, you're just a little girl. It would be great if a beauty asked for a hug voluntarily." This thought popped up in Wang Tung's mind suddenly. He hurriedly shook his head and carried the little beauty in front of him. On the other side, Wang Shenghua was excitedly telling Li Xiaomei about what just happened. He wasn't just excited. He felt proud, too. "You should have seen how majestic our son looked. He didn't even move. All he did was release his aura, and the 2-star martial warrior started peeing in his pants. He ran away without any courage to threaten us anymore." Wang Shenghua said with exhilaration. "When you were kidnapped that time, I saw our son in action. Those people were so scared that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly." "Martial warriors are indeed powerful," Li Xiaomei said. "No matter what, our son is a martial warrior, a powerful martial warrior. Our Wang family will only get better and better." Wang Shenghua was already looking forward to the future. "All right, Dad, I've already gotten a license. You can start reorganizing the company. Wang Ting walked over and said, "You got it." Wang Shengwo's eyes shimmered. However, he was astounded at the same time. "How did you get it so quickly?" This wasn't a normal license. It was a license for war resources like weapons and Dan medicine. He had heard that some mighty martial warriors might not get the approval even if they wanted to apply for the license. Even if their application was approved, they needed to undergo a long process that included some intelligence evaluation and wealth estimation. It was troublesome, and it was common for the process to drag for a year or two. Wang Tung smiled mysteriously. To some people, this is something that can be solved with a single sentence. Wang Shengwo was shocked. It looked like Wang Tung had extremely powerful support. He got more and more excited. The stronger Wang Tung's support was, the greater the benefit their Wang family would receive. But, on second thought, he suddenly found it harder and harder to see through Wang Tung. Wang Tung wasn't just strong in terms of ability, but he also possessed a powerful background unknown to him. He had surpassed the achievements the Wang family had accumulated for so many years single-handedly. It was hard to have such huge achievements. But he didn't probe further. Wang Shengwo felt complicated in his heart. After shaking off his thoughts, he chatted with Wang Tung about the restructuring of the company for a while. Li Xiaomei finished cooking and called everyone to the dining table. Lunch was extremely sumptuous. The family had a fun time eating. After lunch, Wang Tung bade farewell to his family and left his house. But he didn't go back to school immediately. He contacted Lin Chuhan instead. School had started for some time, but he hadn't met Lin Chuhan yet. He didn't know how she was coping with the new environment. After the call was picked up, he knew that she was at home, so he drove to her house. When he reached her house, Mother Lin greeted him enthusiastically as usual. She gave him fruits and snacks to eat and seemed exceptionally delighted that he came. "Wang Tung, you haven't visited us for a long time. How's your university?" Mother Lin asked. "It's not bad." Wang Tung smiled and replied as he ate the fruits Mother Lin had served him. That's good, that's good. All right, you youngsters can chat yourselves. I won't disturb you." Mother Lin winked at Lin Chuan and happily went to attend to her shop. Lin Chuan rolled her eyes helplessly. She said, "What drug did you give my mom? Why does she like you so much?" "You won't understand. This is my charm." Wang Tung laughed and replied, "Show off." Lin Chuan was speechless. This fellow is really thick-skinned. "Let's go up. My younger sister hasn't seen you for a long time and kept asking about you. You're amazing. You mesmerize the young and the old." Lin Chuan teased him. "Is Chu Xia better?" Wang Tung asked. Lin Chuan sighed. "Still the same." They came to Lin Chuxia's room while chatting. The windows in the room were opened. Sunlight was shining inside and dissipated the coldness in the room. Lin Chuxia was lying beside the window with her fists on her cheeks. She was looking at the sparrows outside. It was hard to figure out why she was staring at them so intently. "Chuxia, look who's here," Lin Chuan shouted. "Sister." Lin Chuxia turned around and saw Wang Tung standing beside Lin Chuan. She called out in surprise, "Brother-in-law." Lin Chuan slapped her forehead. "Fine, you can't change your habit." Wang Tung burst out laughing when he saw her expression. Many attribute bubbles had piled up in Lin Chuxia's room. Wang Tung greeted her while secretly picking up the attributes. Poison Force *10 Demon Lotus Poison Body *6 Poison Force *10 Gun Kung Fu *3. He received 56 points of Poison Force and 45 points of Demon Lotus Poison Body attribute. Poison Force 35/500 2-star Demon Lotus Poison Body 260/10,000 this time. His Poison Force rose to 2-star, but the journey to form the complete Demon Lotus Poison Body was still long. This special physique was indeed difficult to gain. Wang Ting also received 18 points of Gun Kung Fu. It was obvious that this little fellow had secretly practiced Gun Kung Fu during her free time. Lin Chuxia's talent seemed quite good. Despite figuring everything out herself, her Gun Kung Fu was still presentable. She didn't go on the wrong path. Normal people might not be able to achieve this. "Brother-in-law, when are you going to bring me out to play again?" Lin Chuxia asked. "Next time. I'll take you out when I'm free next time." Wang Tung smiled and replied, next time again. Lin Chuxia was a little disappointed. I will definitely bring you out next time. I promise. Wang Tung stuck out 2 fingers and tapped her forehead. Don't poke my forehead. Lin Chuxia shook her head. Then she nodded and said, all right, you cannot lie to me. If I lie to you, I'm a little dog. Wang Tung smiled and said, yes, little dog. Wang Tung stayed at Lin Xuan's house for more than 2 hours. At around 4 p.m., Lin Xuan and Wang Tung prepared to go back to school. Let me send you, Wang Tung said. Lin Xuan drew her hair back and nodded. She didn't reject him. The 2 of them said goodbye to Mother Lin and Lin Chuxia. They went to the intersection, sat in the car, and drove to the university town. Donghai University Town. A sports car drove into Donghai University. Under the gazes of many students, it slowly stopped below the freshman dormitory. Oh my God, it's a sports car. Whose is it? I have never seen this number plate before. It's not the young masters from our school. The students started chattering uncontrollably. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, F***K, look, it's Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan? Which Lin Xuan? What do you mean? There's only one Lin Xuan in our school. Lin Xuan got out of the car. When she noticed the gazes turning towards this side and stopping on her, she felt helpless. However, this was the effect she wanted. It looks like you're really popular in Donghai University. Wang Tung smiled and said. He parked the car and followed her. Of course, an outstanding person like me will be in the spotlight no matter where I go. Lin Xuan flicked her hair. You're getting arrogant. Wang Tung teased. Lin Xuan suddenly realized that she had been influenced by Wang Tung's bad habits and was starting to speak randomly. She coughed awkwardly and said, wait here for a while. I will put my luggage in my dormitory and come down to treat you to a meal. All right, go ahead. Wang Tung nodded. Lin Xuan carried her bags up to the dormitory while Wang Tung waited on the spot. An uproar erupted among the students who saw this scene. F***K. F***K. Who is that guy? Lin Xuan got out of his car and even spoke to him so gently. This is bad. My ice goddess got melted by someone. Is my love going to end before it even starts? Did you hear that? My heart seems to have shattered. Many people were guessing Wang Tung's identity. When school started, Lin Xuan had gained high popularity because of her outstanding appearance and aura, as well as her exceptional results. Many young men treated her as the new goddess of Donghai University. She was placed side by side with the other existing goddesses. They were neck to neck. 1 month after school started, many young men who felt superior confessed to Lin Xuan. However, Lin Xuan had never spoken to any one of them pleasantly. She rejected all of them in a cold manner. Lin Xuan's popularity soared even higher because of this. But now, Lin Xuan sat in a man's car to come to school, and her attitude towards him was ambiguous. She seemed to like him. The male students from Donghai University refused to accept this. Chapter 243. Little brother is so handsome. He could be forgiven for what he said. Around 10 minutes later, Lin Xuan came down from the dormitory building. 2 more young ladies were accompanying her, and the group was smiling and chatting happily. They seemed to be very close. If you came a little later, the male students around me would have skinned me alive. Wang Tung smiled and said, You're afraid of them? Lin Xuan retorted, I'm not afraid of them. Based on my judgment, they should be martial arts students. I think that none of them is my match. However, that doesn't mean that I want to be treated like an animal in the zoo, Wang Tung said casually. Before Lin Xuan could open her mouth, an ordinary-looking female student beside her said abruptly, Xuan, your friend is a little arrogant. Ignore him. He always has a big mouth, Lin Xuan said. But he doesn't have any bad intentions. Don't take it to heart. If he was someone else, I would have scolded him, the ordinary-looking young lady said. Wang Tung just smiled when he heard her comment. He didn't say anything. Anyway, this is the first time I saw you talking to a man like this. Aren't you going to introduce him to us? The ordinary-looking young lady said. The other young lady who came down with Lin Xuan was pretty and cute. She had a bob cut, and there was some baby fat on her face. She was almost as beautiful as Lin Chuan. However, their auras were completely different, so they were two different types of beauty. At this moment, this young lady agreed with her friend and said, "That's right, that's right. Hurry up and introduce this handsome little brother to me." "Hey, Tian Xiao Xiao, how can you be so shameless?" the ordinary-looking young lady shouted in a helpless tone. "What's the problem? Little brother is so handsome. He can be forgiven for what he said," Tian Xiao Xiao replied. The ordinary-looking young lady placed her hand on her forehead and appeared defeated. Wang Teng burst out laughing. Lin Chuan shook her head helplessly. She said, "He was my table buddy during high school, Wang Teng. He's studying in Huanghai Military Academy now and is a martial arts student too." "Wow, high school table buddy," Tian Xiao Xiao exclaimed as though she had discovered something amazing. Then she continued enviously, "Why didn't I have a handsome little brother as my table buddy in high school?" Love struck. The ordinary-looking young lady had disdain and contempt on her face. However, she seemed a little surprised when she looked at Wang Teng again. "You're from the Huanghai Military Academy? No wonder you're so arrogant. But the martial arts students from Donghai University are not to be trifled with either." Yes. The martial arts students of Donghai are amazing," Wang Ting nodded and said. He didn't want to argue with her. "Oomph." The ordinary-looking student snorted softly. Lin Chuan introduced her friends. "These are my roommates. This is Su Wantong, and the lovesick lady beside her is Tian Xiao Xiao." "Hey, I'm not lovesick." Tian Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes. Su Wantong refuted mercilessly. "If you're not lovesick, no one is. You can't even move your legs after seeing a handsome man." "No way. I don't treat other little brothers like this," Tian Xiao Xiao explained. "Oomph. That's because they're not handsome enough." Su Wantong glanced at her from the corner of her eyes. Lin Chuan shook her head when she saw them bickering with each other again. She said, "This is how they normally are. You'll get used to it. It's all right. They're very lively." Wang Ting laughed. Lin Chuan's roommates were easy to talk to. He could tell that they had some minor flaws, but it didn't affect their personalities too much. "They're too noisy. They quibble every day." Lin Chuan complained about them, but she then thought of something and let out a smile. Chuan, be the judge. Su Wantong is bullying me." Tian Xiao Xiao ran over and grabbed Lin Chuan's shoulder. She swung it continuously. All right, that's enough. Do you still want to eat?" asked Lin Chuan. "Yes." Tian Xiao Xiao and Su Wantong stopped their antics and replied in unplanned unison. "You rarely treat. How can I miss this chance?" Su Wantong mumbled. "Let's hurry up and leave then," Lin Chuan said. Lin Chuan led the way out of the school. Su Wantong and Tian Xiao Xiao followed closely behind her. The male students wailed in despair when they saw Wang Teng leaving with 3 young ladies. There weren't many female students in the martial arts department. Beauties like Lin Chuan and Tian Xiao Xiao were even rarer. The students from their school didn't even enjoy such treatment. Yet this young man from God knew where was able to date both of them at once. What was the meaning of this? The world was too cruel. They didn't go to a high-class restaurant. Instead, they chose a restaurant with a good environment and affordable prices outside the school. After ordering the dishes, the 4 of them started conversing while waiting. Most of the time, they were talking about recent incidents in school. Su Wantong and Tian Xiao Xiao were curious about the Huanghai Military Academy, so they kept asking Wang Teng questions. The conversation never stopped. On the other hand, Wang Teng occasionally shifted the topic to Lin Chuan. He beat around the bush and managed to get her to talk about her experiences in school. "Your university life seems more fulfilling than mine." Wang Teng glanced at Lin Chuan and lamented. "Are you trying to say that your university life is very fulfilling too?" Lin Chuan squinted slightly. There was a dangerous glint in her eyes. "Haha, you're thinking too much." Wang Teng laughed awkwardly. Lin Chuan stared at him for a few seconds. Suddenly, she said, "Why don't you bring me to your school when you're free?" "Huh?" Wang Teng was shocked. He started getting narcissistic as he thought to himself, "I'm an influential man in my school and am quite popular among young ladies. If Lin Chuan sees this, she might get jealous. Is that not possible?" Lin Chuan asked. "That's not it." I have to apply if outsiders want to come to my school, Wang Tong said. You can go and file the application then, Lin Chuan replied. Wang Tong seemed to have made a huge decision. He nodded and said, "All right, tell me beforehand when you plan to visit me. I will apply for you." A satisfied expression finally appeared on Lin Chuan's face. After they finished eating, Wang Tong sent Lin Chuan back to her dormitory. "It's getting late. I also need to go back to school." Wang Ting opened the car door and said to Lin Chuan. "All right." Lin Chuan nodded slightly. She continued, "Thank you for accompanying me today." "You don't have to thank me." Wang Tong waved his hand. "I'm leaving." He sat back in his car and drove off. "You don't have to thank me." "Whoa, little brother Wang Tong is indeed handsome." Tian Xiao cupped her hands together and said dreamily, "Let's go, lovesick lady." Lin Chuan knocked her forehead uncontrollably. Seriously, she ruined the atmosphere. Despite walking into the dormitory, their voices could still be heard faintly. Chuan, do you like little brother Wang Tong?" How is that possible?" "In that case, I'll contact him tonight. I added him to WeChat." Wang Tong. Chapter 244. Who wasn't a genius? It was past 8 p.m. when Wang Tong reached his school. He drove his car into the university. After all, it was inconvenient to go out in a big city like Donghai without a car. Hence, the school had dedicated parking lots for its students and teachers. In this area, the martial arts students and the normal students enjoyed different treatments. The school didn't allow normal students to drive to school. They were completely enclosed in the school compound. However, the martial arts students didn't have to follow this rule. This wasn't any preferential treatment, though. Martial arts students had different statuses in society, so they couldn't follow the rules all the time. Besides, the martial arts students had to go out on missions. Although most of these missions were around Donghai, the locations were secluded. Most drivers weren't willing to drive there, no matter how much money was given. After all, this was the martial arts era. Under the nourishment of force, animals had started mutating and danger was everywhere. Without a car, one might have to spend half a day to find transport to his mission venue, if he was unlucky. This was a complete waste of time. Thus, cars were a necessity. The school knew this, so they didn't forbid the students from driving. Many martial arts students had their own cars. Of course, they didn't lack the money to buy cars. Some of them even had a few cars in their garages. They took turns driving each car. After all, the damage rate of a mission was quite high. It was normal for cars to get destroyed. Wang Tong had learned about this from his seniors in the martial arts club. He wondered if he should prepare a few cars just in case. He should find those that could withstand some beating. As the students came back, the school started to get livelier. Many buildings were lit up, and it wasn't as deserted as before. The next day, school started as per usual. Wang Tong realized that after the holidays, many freshmen had advanced to become martial warriors. Martial warriors. They might have just broken through the level, so the students didn't know how to control their force. It unknowingly seeped out of their bodies. Wang Tong was able to detect it easily with his ability. Actually, it wasn't that strange. The students who could enter the Huanghai Military Academy were definitely talented. Many of them used to be advanced stage martial disciples. They were only a step away from becoming martial warriors. After they entered the university and collated enough school credits to exchange for cultivation resources, they were able to take giant leaps forward. Wang Tong wasn't the only one improving after entering the university. None of the students were slacking, all of them working hard to climb higher on the ladder. That was even more so when there was an outlier like Wang Tong in their batch. Many students who felt that they were gifted had a ball of flame burning in their hearts. They treated Wang Tong as their target and secretly worked hard to chase after him. Ho Ping Liang and his roommates had successfully become martial warriors too. None of them were left behind. Bailey Ching Feng also became a martial warrior. When he said that he only needed just a little bit more a few days ago, he was telling the truth. Wang Tong wondered if he got stimulated by him or he was originally preparing to advance. But there's still a group of students who hadn't advanced. Everyone's talent and skill were different. They couldn't advance together. Before the lesson started, the students in class gathered together and started discussing. There were bright smiles on their faces. Some were elated, some were excited, and some were inflated. Wang Tung, I've already become a martial warrior. Let's have a battle after I start practicing my force battle technique. A male student walked straight to Wang Tung and said with a smile. The room turned quiet instantly. The atmosphere felt a little weird. F***K. Qinyang actually wants to challenge Wang Tung. He is too. I don't know what to say. What gave him the courage? You shouldn't say that. All of us treat Wang Tung like a god, but he might not be that powerful. We are all gifted high school students from all around the country. No one is weaker than the rest. If Wang Tung can do it, we might be able to do it too. Why don't you go and challenge him then? Let me get used to it. Let Qinyang do it first. A commotion erupted among the students. Many were in disbelief, feeling that Qinyang must have gotten arrogant, letting his success get to his head. However, no one would mind having more drama in school. Since school started, Wang Tung's battle result was striking. Many people respected him from the bottom of their hearts, but not everyone was convinced. Who wasn't a genius? Did Qinyang know the distance between them? He did, but he still wanted to try. If he didn't have the courage to challenge someone stronger than him, he wouldn't need to continue practicing as a martial warrior. No one believed what they saw. They would only be convinced after a personal battle. Wang Tung was chatting casually with Ho Pingliang and his friends when he heard the voice. He raised his head and looked at the handsome young man in astonishment. You want to challenge me? Yes, but not now. 1 month later, Qinyang replied. Your courage is commendable. However, you're not my match. Not now. Not in the future. Wang Tung shook his head and said. He wasn't underestimating his opponent. He was just stating the truth. All this while, he had been aiming ahead of him. The distance between the freshmen, like Qinyang and him, was too vast. If he turned around, he might not even be able to see them. This was the difference. Qinyang didn't understand. His expression turned ugly as though he was humiliated. We will only know who wins after fighting. If you really want to fight, I can give you a chance. But I hope that you won't regret it, Wang Tung said. Wang Tung, you're too self-conceited. Qinyang felt that he was about to burst into anger. Listen to what he was saying. What did he mean by giving him a chance? What did he mean by he wouldn't regret it? Every sentence was enough to infuriate him. He was looking down on him without even hiding it. I'm not arrogant. I'm just telling the truth, Wang Tung said. I'm not going to bullshit with you. We'll meet 1 month later at the arena. Qinyang threw this sentence down and left. Wang Tung shook his head. Qinyang didn't know the difference in their abilities at all. He was a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior who could kill 5-star warriors. On the other hand, Qinyang had just stepped into the 1-star soldier level. Based on Wang Tung's advancing speed, he wouldn't know how powerful he would become 1 month later. Qinyang would at most be at 2-star soldier level. How could he fight with him? He had tried to persuade him sincerely, but the other party wouldn't listen. He even thought that Wang Tung was humiliating him. Humans don't listen to honest advice. Wang Tung sighed in his heart. Brother Tung, are you really going to fight with him? Ho Pingliang leaned over and asked. Lu Shu and his friend were looking at him too. They were all curious. They admired Qinyang, as he was the first person who had dared to challenge Wang Tung. It didn't matter if he was brave or stupid. At least he did something they didn't dare to do. That's right. Since he wants to fight, I shall satisfy him. It won't take up too much time anyway, Wang Tung replied calmly. Then you must show him some mercy. We are all classmates. Ho Pingliang hesitated before saying. Wang Tung was speechless. Am I someone who doesn't know when to stop? I'm not sure about that. However, the whole school knows your special fondness for bestowing people with horns, Song Shuhang said softly. Wang Tung. They're trying to ruin my reputation. Chapter 245. Chunyang's face turned green. The students from Battle Class 1 spread the news that Chunyang wanted to challenge Wang Tung. Very soon, most of the freshmen had heard about it. This had nothing to do with Chunyang, though. The main reason was that Wang Tung was extremely famous now. He had defeated a few top 100 seniors consecutively. This was no ordinary feat. Not only was he famous, but his reputation was also good. Many people felt proud of him. Because of Wang Tung's presence, their seniors from the higher level had high hopes for this batch of freshmen. They wouldn't treat them like how they treated the past batches. You could say that if Wang Tong called for help, at least a third of the freshmen would step out to support him. Many people felt that Chunyang had no chance in this battle. They treated it purely as a show. In fact, some of them even used him as their scout. You can go first. We will stand behind you and support you. This was what they were thinking. Actually, most freshmen didn't have a clear understanding of the ability of the top 100 students. Of course, this was because Wang Tong had defeated many top 100 students, so in their hearts, the position of the top 100 students was pulled down. They just felt that Wang Tong was very powerful. However, Wang Tong was a freshman too. If he could do it, why couldn't they? Youth knows no fear. This was the kind of mentality they had. But when the second and third year seniors heard this, they shook their heads and laughed. The student who could defeat the 100 students must at least have the battle power of a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior. It was useless unless Chunyang was able to advance to 2-star soldier level within a month and learn an extremely powerful force battle technique that would allow his battle power to reach 3-star soldier level and above. If not, this would be child's play for Wang Tong. Many students were discussing the challenge after their meals. However, most of them were talking about Wang Tong. I heard that a freshman wants to challenge Wang Tong. Freshman? Who? How is he so confident? I don't know. I don't care who he is. I only know that he's a freshman. Wang Tong will probably bestow him with bruises on his head again. After all, even the third and fourth year seniors couldn't evade it. Chunyang heard such discussions when he walked along the paths in school and the cafeteria. He realized that he had become the backdrop. To hell with the backdrop. His face turned green in anger. At first, he thought that this was a good chance for him to become famous. However, things went in an unexpected direction. No one cared about him. They were all discussing how Wang Tong would torment him a month later. Wait for me. I entered the university as an extreme martial disciple. With the resources given by my family and the school, I believe that I can catch up with Wang Tong in a month. Chunyang clenched his fist and gritted his teeth as he thought to himself furiously. He wanted to go out to relax, but now he turned around and walked towards the actual combat training building. Cultivate, cultivate, cultivate to death. The popularity of this event lasted only for a few days. Everyone was busy having lessons and cultivating. Who would care about this every day? Especially those people who hadn't become martial warriors. They wanted to catch up with everyone as quickly as possible, so they worked extremely hard. The freshmen who just became martial warriors didn't relax either. Wang Tong had already set an example. They had to work hard to run towards him and shorten the distance between them. Time passed. Every day, Wang Tong attended lessons, picked up attributes, ended his lessons, picked up attributes after his enlightenment and spirit rose. His cultivation speed became faster too. When he was free, he would practice his battle techniques. All his battle techniques progressed steadily. His campus life was extremely fulfilling. It was Wednesday, and Wang Tong had a theory lesson today. He left after picking up attributes. He was able to grasp theoretical knowledge just by picking up attributes. His progress was ahead of the other students. This was a piece of cake for him. He was walking further and further on the path of a star student. Then, he ran to the Dan faculty to observe a lesson. He was pretty interested in alchemy, rune, and smithery. It was always good to have more skills. Thus, usually whenever he had the chance, he would observe other faculties' lessons. He had gone there multiple times already, so all the instructors of the faculties had an impression of him. They took more notice of him too. This was an outstanding student who was extremely talented in martial arts. They didn't want him to walk on the wrong path. However, they noticed that his talent in other subjects was also quite high. Thus, they paid more attention to him. As time went by, the students from the other faculties couldn't stand it anymore. They grumbled in their hearts. Hey, we are your children. Wang Tong is from another faculty. Please don't show him too much love. The instructor from the Dan faculty, Sha Zhuxiu, stood on the podium and said, "You have been studying spiritual herb differentiation for some time. Let's do a test today. Class monitor, come up and help me distribute the papers." This is too much. Our instructor is taking a surprise quiz. I didn't revise. How can I take the test? That's right. Instructor Shah is too sneaky. He didn't inform us beforehand. The students below started crying in agony. The class monitor of Dan class once stood up unwillingly and walked to the podium to take the papers. He distributed it to everyone. At first, he thought that being the class monitor was a good thing, but it wasn't. The instructor called him whenever he needed and treated him like a coolie. You must have a strong foundation in spiritual herb differentiation. The result of your alchemy will depend on how hard you have worked in the past. Do you want me to give you time to revise when you all are making dawn? Sha Zhuxiu asked. Instructor, you have worked hard for so many years, but we've only just started learning. There's so many spiritual herbs, and the book is as thick as a dictionary. How can we memorize everything? The students cried bitterly. That's why you have to work even harder. Sha Zhuxiu encouraged them. He continued, don't worry. This is just a small test to see how much knowledge you have grasped. It will allow me to know how to guide you specifically. The class monitor passed the script to everyone. When he reached Wang Tung, there was one last paper in his hand. The instructor had prepared a set of papers for Wang Tung too. The class monitor felt helpless. Why was this fellow everywhere? His battle talent was exceptional, and he also displayed high aptitude in the herb field. This was infuriating. I wonder how you will score. He slammed the test on Wang Tung's table and turned back to return to his seat. Wang Ting shook his head before taking a look at the script. The test started. Although the students complained and moaned, they still did the papers obediently. Only the sound of pens scribbling on the papers was heard in the classroom. This paper isn't too difficult. Wang Tung scanned the questions and started writing furiously. Less than half an hour later, he finished the entire question paper. He handed over the paper and prepared to leave. It looked like there were no attributes to pick up today. Wang Tung, you're done? Sha Zhuxiu was surprised. He looked at the test paper that was filled with writings. Wang Tung had really finished the paper. He frowned and said, do you want to inspect it? No, it isn't that difficult, Wang Tung said calmly. Isn't difficult? Sha Zhuxiu glanced at him. He had prepared the questions personally, so he knew that some of them were quite difficult. A newbie couldn't answer everything, especially the last two questions. They were extremely difficult. Students who didn't have a deep understanding of spiritual herbs might only be able to answer 1 or 2 points. Yet, Wang Tung said that it wasn't difficult. Chapter 246, Diligence Makes One Outstanding. Classmates, work hard, have a seat. I will mark your answers first. Sha Zhuxiu was curious when he heard Wang Tung's arrogant tone. He lowered his head and marked the paper. Wang Tung felt helpless. He could only return to his seat. The other students were astounded when they saw this scene. Wang Tung had finished the paper so quickly. Did he just write his answers casually? Many students started hastening their pace. Another half an hour passed. Finally, someone else handed in the sheet too. It was the class monitor of Dan Class 1. Wang Tung looked up at him. What's his name? Xiang something? Wang Tung wasn't a regular of this class. He only came occasionally to observe the lessons. The other students in the class just called the guy class monitor. Thus, he didn't remember what his name was. Sha Zhuxiu had finished marking Wang Tung's script by now. He let out a long sigh. This fellow gave him quite a huge surprise. When he saw the class monitor, Xiang Cheng, walking over to hand in his paper, he flipped Wang Tung's paper over subconsciously. It was better not to let them see the score. Otherwise, it would be a huge stimulation. After Xiang Cheng handed in his sheet, Sha Zhuxiu started marking it on the spot. Other students started handing in their scripts. There weren't many questions, so there was quite a lot of time left after everyone completed the papers. Read your books. I will mark the papers, Sha Zhuxiu said. Another 20 minutes passed. There was still some time before the lesson ended. Sha Zhuxiu marked the last paper and got up. He glanced at the students and sighed his heart. Compared to Wang Tung, the results of the other students were unbearable. Looks like I have to be tough. Students, you didn't score very well. Go back and copy the Spiritual Herb Differentiation textbook 10 times. I want to see it 1 month later, he said calmly. The students started wailing loudly. 10 times. No. Instructor, we will die. Instructor, how many points did we score? Why do you need to punish us like this? That's right. You should at least let us know how we die. Since you say that, class monitor, come up and distribute the paper back to everyone. You can read their results along the way, Sha Zhuxiu said. Xiang Cheng started his manual labor again. He picked up the stack of papers on the podium, but realized that there was a piece of paper placed individually at the side. Instructor, what about this one? He asked. You don't have to care about this. Distribute the rest, Sha Zhuxiu said. Xiang Cheng was confused, but he didn't say anything and continued distributing the papers. He lowered his head. The first paper was his. His expression changed when he saw the score. I only score 72 out of 100 points. He wondered if the instructor had marked the papers wrongly. However, he didn't have the courage to ask him. There was only a tiny chance that the instructor was wrong. He would rather not bring disgrace to his own head. He felt a little embarrassed reading his own result. Xiang Cheng, 72. He remembered the instructor's words and announced his result after hesitating. Our class monitor only scored 72. Why is it so low? I felt that the test wasn't difficult. That's right, I might not get a high score, but I think I can score 70 to 80 points. Did he perform below par? The other students in class cried out in alarm. They found it unbelievable. The questions looked quite easy, so they didn't think that he would score so little. Unfortunately, they were thinking too much. Chao Exen, 63. Yu Ming, 36. Rao Bang, 56. All the other results after him were 70 marks and below. Half of the students scored less than 50. I failed the exam. I only scored 36 points. I want to die, Yu Ming shouted. His face turned red as he knocked his head on the table. 36 points. It was too low. It was an unprecedented low score. I failed too. I scored 56 points. Rao Bang sighed. He felt that he was at his lowest point in life. These people were all top students in their high school. Yet, they failed their first test in university. The students cried piteously. They seemed to have received a huge blow. The highest score was 75. A quiet young lady called Zhuo Qiudong got 3 points higher than Xiang Cheng. When everyone heard her score, they were surprised. They didn't expect the quiet and reserved Zhuo Qiudong to score such high marks. Wang Ting also glanced at the young lady. She was gentle, quiet, and pretty. She seemed a little frightened of other people's gaze and didn't dare to look them in the eye. You can't judge a book by its cover. Wang Ting sighed in his heart. Look at your marks. Now, you know that I didn't blame you all wrongly, right? Sha Zhuxiu asked. The students were a little embarrassed. After you go back, redo the test. I will explain the questions in the next lesson, Sha Zhuxiu said. That's all. This is the end of the lesson. At this moment, Xiang Cheng hesitated before asking. Instructor, I think you missed someone. The whole class was stunned. Missed someone? All right. I didn't hear Wang Ting's name just now. You took the exam too, right? That's right. I didn't hear Wang Ting's score. Sha Zhuxiu was at a loss for a moment. He gave Xiang Cheng a meaningful glance and said, Yes, I missed someone's paper, but I purposely kept it from you. Are you sure you want to see it? Xiang Cheng's heart dropped. Instructor, tell me. Our score is already so bad. Bring it on. No one was stupid. They could hear what the instructor was trying to say through his words. It looks like I've underestimated you. Your mental endurance is not bad. Sha Zhuxiu nodded and smiled. He went directly to the point. Wang Ting, 100. Everyone felt as though an arrow had pierced their hearts. They widened their eyes and stared at Sha Zhuxiu intently. Don't look at me like that. The marks are correct. This is Wang Ting's score. Now, you know why I don't want to announce his score, right? Sha Zhuxiu was speechless. He had just praised their mental endurance a second ago. But now, they disappointed him. They seemed as though they had lost their souls. Xiang Cheng turned to look at Wang Ting. There was astonishment in his eyes. Wang Ting remained calm, as if scoring 100 marks wasn't a big deal. His casual appearance made him feel ashamed. Xiang Cheng's face turned red in embarrassment. Wang Ting, you're amazing. Zhuo Qiudong looked at Wang Ting too. There was admiration on her pretty face. Wang Ting's answers are perfect. I will use his answers as the model answers to explain the questions to you in the next lesson. Sha Zhuxiu paused for a moment before continuing. Wang Ting, do you have any studying experiences to share with the class? I don't have any experience to share. I feel that Instructor Sha's method is great. Copying the textbook is a good idea. If 10 times aren't enough, you can copy 100 times. Diligence makes one outstanding. Classmates, work hard. I have high hopes for you. Wang Tung started spouting nonsense. 100 times. The students felt another arrow stabbing their hearts. This young man was too ruthless. He was vicious. This wasn't something a human could say. Wang Tung, you are a devil. Chapter 247. I score 100 because the script only has 100 points. Xia Zhuxiu didn't ask the students from Dan Class 1 to copy their textbooks 100 times. After all, it was a textbook that was as thick as the dictionary. Asking them to copy 100 times was a little inhumane. The students from Dan Class 1 heaved a sigh of relief. But when they looked at Wang Tung, their eyes were filled with hidden bitterness. Even Zhuo Xiaodong, who admired Wang Tung a while ago, started grumbling in her heart. Oh my God, 100 times was too scary. If you cut Wang Tung's heart, it must be black. Wang Tung ignored everyone's gazes and gave him doing this for your sake expression. Then, he left the class triumphantly. Wang Tung. Xiang Cheng's voice sounded behind him the moment he walked out of the classroom. Why was Xiang Cheng looking for Wang Tung? The other students were about to leave too, but they stopped in their tracks to watch the show. What's the matter? Asked Wang Tung. We didn't revise properly, so we didn't score well. Next time, we won't lose to you, Xiang Cheng said. Wang Tung glanced around him and asked everyone, do you feel the same way? That's right. We didn't revise properly. Next time, we'll score better. This was their course. Wang Tung was an outsider. No matter what, they couldn't embarrass themselves in front of an outsider. Everyone agreed. They didn't care if they could score higher than Wang Tung. They mustn't lose in terms of aura. Wang Tung glanced at his attributes panel. After picking so many attributes, his spiritual herb differentiation had reached the specialized level. Spiritual herb differentiation, 350/1000. Specialized spiritual herb differentiation had an unwritten level segregation in the alchemy world. From the lowest to the highest, they were Foundation, well-versed, specialized, master, grandmaster. The specialized state was the stage of the instructors in school. That meant that his spiritual herb differentiation knowledge had reached the level of the school's instructors. He looked at everyone and smiled. It looks like you still don't know the difference between you and me. You are still working hard to get 100 marks, but I get 100 because the test is only worth 100 points. Everyone. Wang Tung turned around and left without caring about their feelings. After he walked away, the students from Dan Class 1 finally regained their senses. They exploded in anger. He's too arrogant, but he seems to be telling the truth. Don't forget that he only took half an hour to complete the paper. F***K. Why are you boosting other people's morale and reducing your own courage? So what if he completed it in half an hour? Maybe he was more familiar with the questions? That's right. We must score better than him the next time. I don't believe that he can score full marks all the time. Xiang Cheng's expression was ugly. He treated Wang Tung as his opponent, but Wang Tung didn't bother about him at all. This feeling was infuriating. Wang Tung didn't really care, though. He was constantly improving. They were already so far behind him, so in the future, they would only be further behind. Thus, they shouldn't use him as a comparison. They would only feel more despair. I'm doing this for your sake. Why don't you understand? Wang Tung sighed in his heart. He gave a distressed expression like an old father. It was Thursday the next day. He had one rune lesson. The moment the instructor, Chen Yisheng, entered the class, he placed a pile of papers on the table and said with a smile, "Students, let's do a small test today." His announcement was followed by cries of agony. The same cry in the same world. Wang Tung noticed that the instructors loved to have surprise tests. Catching the students off guard was a poor form of humor too. Besides some theories, the rune test consisted of the drawing of runes. Wang Tung shook his head helplessly. This exam was meaningless for him. He would rather pick up attributes. However, since he was here, he should do the test. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. He completed the exam in half an hour and handed in the answers. The students from the rune class raised their heads in bewilderment. The instructor, Chen Yisheng, knew that he had a good grasp of basic rune knowledge, but he didn't expect him to finish so quickly. He glanced at Wang Tung in wonder and started marking the paper. A few minutes later, when he finished, Chen Yisheng was left in awe. This paper was perfect. Even the difficult rune drawings were completed without a mistake. It looked the same as the model answer, as if they were carved out of the same mold. Of course, this wasn't astonishing enough. After all, he had seen many students who were able to do this. Copying wasn't hard. The hard part was to have your own style. Wang Ting already instilled his own style into his runes. This was extremely rare. Rune studies weren't rigid, and its foundational structure wasn't hard either. The hardest part was its myriad of changes. Some talented students who didn't have their own style could become rune masters, but they weren't able to progress far. Their future was limited. However, people with their own style were different. Their future was immeasurable. Such people were rare. Style was something hard to explain. The runes all looked the same. So how could you tell if one was drawn with style or wasn't? A rune master who could be an instructor would be able to tell with one look. It was like calligraphy. If the same words were copied, some seemed dead, while others had their own style and uniqueness. Many calligraphers who were immersed in this art were able to tell the difference at first glance. After marking the papers, Chen Yisheng's eyes were glittering. He glanced at Wang Tung without knowing what to say. The next afternoon, during the smithery lesson, the instructor of the smithery lesson was an extremely muscular man. He was more than 2 meters tall, and his arms were as thick as other people's thighs. When he saw the instructor for the first time, Wang Tung got reminded of Lu Zixing. Both of them were muscular hunks, and the lumps on their muscles were very frightening. The fitness trainers in his past life would feel too ashamed to show their faces when they saw his body. Wang Tung couldn't help but wonder if all the blacksmiths looked like this. If he was going to be like this in the future, he would hide and cry in the toilet. Fortunately, he relied on picking up attributes, so he didn't have such bulging muscles. The instructor of the smithery lesson was called Xiong Ba. Yes, his name was tough and domineering too. However, all the students felt that he was given the wrong name. Students, we will have a test today. Did you see the metal on your smithing table? You will need to finish smelting and forging the metal before class ends. I will assign points based on your completion rate. When Xiong Ba opened his mouth, his voice wasn't domineering at all. Instead, he sounded like the instructors teaching liberal arts. Just listening to his voice, you wouldn't think that he was a 2 meters tall, muscular hunk. It's not a theory test, but a practical one. Wang Ting looked at the metal on the smithing table and was startled. This is the more commonly seen black iron. When the exam started, information about the black iron appeared in Wang Tung's mind. At the same time, he opened the furnace beside him. When the temperature reached a certain point, he formed a gentle force and sent the black iron into the furnace. Chapter 248. 100 Forge Black Iron. It's almost done. 10 minutes later, Wang Tung accurately found the right time and took the black iron out of the furnace. He raised his hammer and smashed it down. The sound of hammering rang in the classroom. At this moment, the other students had also started hammering. The entire smithery studio was filled with the sound of metal smashing metal. Wang Teng's hammering sound merged with the other noises. To the untrained ears, it was the same as others. Xiong Ba raised his eyebrows. This sound, his ears moved, and he immediately found the source. Although he listened to all these noises every day in the smithery room, his sense of hearing wasn't worse than other people. As a martial warrior, he had his ways of protecting his ears. To a blacksmith, the sense of hearing was crucial. That was because they needed to listen to the sound of metal. A skilled blacksmith would be able to determine the level of impurities in the metal and the location of the impurities through its sound alone. This was how they hammered perfect materials for weapons. Xiong Ba's gaze was instantly fixed on Wang Tung. There was amazement in his eyes. It's him. He didn't go closer. He just secretly observed him from the podium. The more he looked at him, the more dumbstruck he felt. What exquisite smithery skills. Is Wang Tung the successor of a family of blacksmiths? That's not right. I heard that he's the child of an ordinary businessman. He doesn't have any special background. Did he figure it out himself? If he did, he's extremely gifted. Many thoughts flashed past Xiong Ba's head. Then, he turned to look at the other students. He couldn't ignore the other students because of Wang Tong. There were still many talented students in his smithery class. Bang, bang, bang. Clang, clang, clang. This was Wang Tong's first attempt at forging. Initially, he was quite slow, as he wanted to get used to the sensation. Towards the end, his speed gradually increased. The metal hammer in his hand kept swinging, leaving lingering shadows. It was so fast that people couldn't see his actions clearly. The students around Wang Tong couldn't help but focus on him. The frequency of his hammering was too fast and conspicuous. It was impossible not to notice it. When they saw the situation on Wang Tong's side, the students were confused. Is this the hand speed of a single person? Their jaws dropped, and they couldn't push it back. There was unspoken criticism in their hearts. Xiongba opened his mouth. Suddenly, he felt a little envious. He had this hand speed only when he was young. It's good to be young. 1.5 hours later, Wang Tong finally finished hammering the iron. He looked at the pitch-black and shimmering black iron in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. He didn't make any sound. He just raised his head. Xiongba had already noticed that he had stopped forging. When he saw him raise his hand, he walked over. Not caring about the temperature of the metal, he directly picked it up to take a closer look. The astonishment in his eyes got thicker. This is 100 forged. Xiongba suspected that he had seen wrongly. He flipped the item a few more times and even scrutinized the edges. In the end, he permeated his force into the metal before finally confirming that this was 100 forged black iron. 100 forged meant that the raw material had undergone 100 times of hammering. The greater the number of times it was hammered, the lesser the impurities in the metal. Besides 100 forged, there were 1,000 forged, 10,000 forged, and even 100,000 forged. Some blacksmiths were willing to spend a few years, or even more than 10 years, to forge a weapon. What do you think the time was spent? If they wanted to complete a high-class, smithery job, the material had to be of good quality. If not, it would be destroyed after 1,000 times of hammering. Going beyond the limit was as bad as falling short. Also, blacksmiths were only willing to spend a large amount of their precious time on high-quality materials. Black iron was just one of the most common metal materials. 100 forged was its limit. If the blacksmith wasn't skilled enough and didn't control his strength properly, there might be too much pressure during the hammering, and the black iron would turn into scrap iron before it could be hammered 100 times. Very good. The completion of this black iron is very high. It has reached 97% purity. It's already a rare refined iron. Xiongba wasn't stingy with his compliments. There was admiration in his eyes as he looked at Wang Tong. This person was an exceptional talent in smithery. 100 forged metals could have different purity levels too. It depended on the blacksmith's technique. In the smithery industry, purity never reached 100%. This was just the ideal stage, and it was unattainable. If you asked a grandmaster blacksmith to hammer the most ordinary material, he wouldn't be able to make it 100% pure. Thus, Xiongba felt that Wang Tong's 97% was the highest he could reach. There was no way the iron could be purer than this. The other people were still engrossed in their forging, so they didn't hear Xiongba's words. If not, they wouldn't want to forge anymore. Your smithery skill is not bad. Do you have a master? Xiongba asked the question in his mind. No, I just came to listen to your lessons. Wang Tong shook his head and replied. You just came to my class, yet you're able to reach this stage in such a short time. Xiongba was mentally prepared, but when he heard Wang Tong admitting it personally, he still felt dumbfounded. All right, there's nothing else. You can leave now. Xiongba waved his hand and continued. All right, I will keep your 100 forged black iron. I will return it to you in the next lesson. Okay. Wang Tong didn't know what Xiongba needed the black iron for, but he knew that Xiongba wouldn't trick him for a mere 100 forged black iron. He wasn't that greedy. After Wang Tong left, Xiongba announced the end of the exam 10 minutes before the lesson ended. Then, he inspected the students' work one by one. 2 of them were able to do 100 forged, but their purity couldn't be compared to Wang Tong's. One was at 67%, while the other was at 83%. 67% was not bad for a beginner. As for the other student who managed to attain 83%, he came from a family of blacksmiths. His foundation was good, and he was already outstanding enough to be able to reach this stage. Shionba announced the results and encouraged everyone. Then, he ended the lesson. The student from the blacksmith family stood up and asked, "Wait, instructor, what's Wang Tang's purity percentage?" Shionba couldn't bear to stimulate the child, but when he saw the stubbornness in his eyes, he sighed and said, "100 forged, 97%. The students in the class were flabbergasted. He managed to reach 97% purity. How is it so hot? He must at least be at master level to reach this purity. Such a genius really exists in the world," the student who came from a smithery family said dejectedly. "He's an exception. There are not many geniuses like him, so you don't have to compare yourself to him. You're exceptional enough," Shionba consoled him. When the student heard his words, he felt even worse. There was no point in comparing. This hurt even more. In an instant, the student's face turned black, and he gave off a depressed aura. He's doing it again. Shionba felt helpless. This student was outstanding in all areas, but he always turned into a zombie whenever he got stimulated. Shionba didn't know how to react. He coughed awkwardly and said, "Cough, cough, Yanggong. I suddenly think that if you work harder, you'll be able to catch up with Wang Tang very soon." "Really?" "Yes, I'm very sure. I know. I will not lose to anyone. Instructor Xion, I need to go back and train now. See you." "See you, Sai." Shionba let out a long sigh. Chapter 249, Virtual Combat Chamber. All the faculties were having examinations recently. The battle faculty and the command faculty were no exception. The command center had theory exams, including a sand table exam about battle command. Unfortunately, Wang Tang wasn't interested in them, so he only picked up attributes and didn't go for the tests. The battle faculty had theory exams too, but their main focus was actual combat. Friday, in the afternoon, the instructor of the actual combat lesson, Deng Bo, led everyone to the actual combat training building. As they walked, he said, "We have the actual combat assessment today. We will be taking the exam with the other classes." The battle faculty had the most number of students, so it had more than one class. Along the way, Wang Tang's battle class met the other classes. The instructors greeted each other, then gathered and arrived at the actual combat training building. "We're taking the exam with the other classes. Want to be embarrassing if we don't score well. I must be serious later. We can't lose to the other classes." The other classes were having low discussions among themselves too. No one wanted to lose to the others. When they reached the actual combat training building, they realized that the head of the battle faculty, Tong Hu, whom they hadn't seen in a long time, was already waiting for them. "The head is hosting the exam, personally? Why do they have to be so serious? I feel a little nervous," everyone muttered in low voices. "Let's go to the 5th floor, Tong Hu said immediately. Wang Tang was surprised. The 5th floor wasn't open to the general public during normal times. Yet, they actually opened it now. When they reached the 5th floor, he felt a little confused. The scene in front was completely different from what he imagined. He saw a long corridor first. There were similar rooms along both sides of the corridor. At the moment, the doors were closed tightly. Also, the interval was small, so one could tell that the space inside was extremely limited. "This is the virtual combat chamber." Tong Hu astounded everyone when he opened his mouth. "Virtual combat chamber. Would it be like the virtual equipment in movies? I don't think so. Has our technology progressed to that stage? I've never heard of it. If virtual equipment is available, does that mean that they can invent virtual games?" Everyone started discussing in hushed voices. This was a massive piece of news to them. Many people were greatly curious. They stared at the small rooms as though they wanted to bore a hole through the walls with their eyes. "Your guess is right. This is the kind of virtual equipment you are thinking about. Currently, this still belongs to Battle Resources. Thus, it's not available to the public," Tong Hu said. "So it's true." Wang Tang was amazed. However, he couldn't help but frown. How far has our technology progressed? It looks like the public can't get in touch with many things. Please don't tell the public about this. If not, you will be heavily punished. Only the top few universities in the world have this kind of facility. You should feel fortunate. Once the time is right, the country will disseminate it on a small scale. It shouldn't be too far away, Tong Hu said. They're so strict. Everyone felt anxious. But at the same time, they were excited to try the device. All right, let's not waste any time. Each of you can pick a room and enter. You can choose your level of difficulty and your location. The computer will give an overall score based on your performance, Tong Hu said. There are different difficulty levels and locations. Wow, it looks fun. The students were pleasantly surprised. They chose a room and entered. They seemed to have forgotten that this was an exam. Instead, they treated it like a game. These young fellows seem very happy. I hope that they won't cry later. Tong Hu couldn't help but snigger evilly. He turned to the instructors and said, "Let's go to the main control room to look at their performances." The main control room was at the end of the corridor. It was a huge room with screens attached to the entire wall. Currently, different images were being displayed. There were deserts, grasslands, and even the sea. The students had already entered the virtual rooms and started their examination. After Wang Tung entered the room, he noticed that the space inside was indeed minimal. There was only a huge silver-white gaming chamber device inside the room. Please enter your identification details and wear the sensor helmet before entering the virtual chamber, a robotic voice reminded him. The voice had startled him. He entered his student identification number and wore the helmet that was placed at the side. Then, he entered the virtual chamber. In position, Wang Tung, welcome to the Immortal Dragon 08 virtual chamber. Chamber door closing. Entering the nerves. Collecting physical data. Collection completed. Entering the virtual world. Wang Tung's vision turned black, and his world seemed to be spinning. The scene in front of him changed instantly. There was emptiness all around him. Huge stars were circling in space, and the Milky Way hung in the distance. It looked like a real universe. Wang Tung was speechless. To be honest, he was mind-blown. He understood how powerful technology was now. He lowered his head to take a look and noticed that he was floating. He touched his body and face. They undoubtedly felt real. Even his expression felt the same. This feels so real. Technology didn't decline. Instead, there's a huge leap. The robotic voice sounded. Wang Tung, nice to meet you. Welcome to the virtual world. Please choose your virtual landscape. Why does this voice sound like an AI? Wang Tung was stunned once again. After the voice was heard, different landscapes appeared in front of him as though he was looking at the flowers while passing on horseback. They flashed past hurriedly. He'll choose the grassland. Wang Tung casually chose one. The grassland location is confirmed. Please choose the difficulty level. There were 5 different difficulty levels: beginner stage, intermediate stage, advanced stage, nightmare, and even hell stage. Hell stage is 1 level higher than the stage I challenged for the Jogong Stakes. I wonder how hard this will be. Shall I give it a try? It's just virtual combat anyway. Wang Tung made his decision immediately. I choose the hell stage. Hell stage confirmed. Please be prepared. Enter. The image changed, along with the scene around him. Wang Tung immediately noticed that he was standing in the middle of a vast grassland. The grass here was as tall as a man. This is a grassland? Wang Tung cursed instantly. Even the grasses on Earth that had been contaminated by force weren't as tall as this. Was this the setting for Hell Stage? But this is too real. It is no different from reality. If no one told me, I wouldn't know that this is a virtual place. Wang Tung was dumbfounded. But this technology is a little advanced. Is Earth able to invent such things? He wasn't looking down on the humans on Earth. It was just that the technology didn't match with reality. The difference was too vast. He felt that Earth wouldn't be able to create this device even if it advanced 100 years ahead. Never mind. I want to understand no matter how hard I think. Anyway, how do I play this? There are no instructions at all. Wang Tung looked at the empty grassland and shook his head. He chose a direction and walked forward. In his heart, he remained vigilant, though. No matter what, this was an actual combat assessment. He wasn't here to play. Chapter 250. The fear of being controlled by death. Someone chose the hell stage? The staff in the control room reported to Tong Hu and the other instructors. Hell stage. The instructors were dumbstruck. "Oh, who is it?" Tong, who was curious. He ordered, "Move the live stream to the big screen." Yes, the staff shifted one live stream to the big screen in the middle. "It's that brat." Tong, who smiled. "It's Wang Tong. Why did he choose the hell stage? Is he so confident? Even the top few students in our school don't dare to choose the hell stage. Ah, he's a genius. This is normal." The top few students had chosen the hell stage before, but they didn't dare to choose it again after experiencing it once. The instructors looked at Wang Tong in a daze. All of them felt that Wang Tong would suffer and were looking forward to seeing him in a plight. In the virtual landscape, Wang Tong was walking on the grassland. At this moment, he heard rustling sounds coming from the grass patch beside him. The sound got louder and louder. There seemed to be something closing in on him. Spiritual sight. Wang Ting didn't forget that this was the hell stage. He didn't dare to underestimate the danger, so he used his spiritual sight subconsciously. However, he immediately remembered that this was the virtual world. The virtual world was able to replicate the physical data, but he didn't know if they were able to replicate his talents too. Fortunately, his worry was useless. "This is amazing," Wang Tong exclaimed in his heart. He looked in the direction where the sound came from, and a ball of force glow entered his vision. "This is at most a 2-star beast." He sighed in relief secretly. He was holding a basic weapon given by the virtual world, a 1-star battle sword. Swoosh! The next moment, a black figure jumped out of the grass and pounced on Wang Tong. It was a huge rabbit, one little bunny with white fur, 2 little ears besides its ear. Unfortunately, the rabbit wasn't cute at all. Its revealed front teeth were like sharp steel thorns. If anyone got beaten, his body would definitely get penetrated. A glint flashed past Wang Tong's eyes. He didn't use his battle sword and punched his left fist out instead. Bang! The big white rabbit's head burst before it could scream in pain. It got thrown backward. It was dead. Appetizer. Wang Ting shook his head and ignored the rabbit. He continued walking forward. Tong Hu's eyes lit up when he saw this scene from the control room. Wang Tong killed a 2-star star beast with a single punch. Why do I feel that his ability rose again? The instructor from Class 2 said, "Wang Tong's talent is too amazing." The instructor of Class 3 let out an exclamation. The other instructors looked at Deng Bo with envy in their eyes. If they had a student like Wang Tong once in their life, it was something worth being proud of. Time passed slowly. Wang Ting took care of a few 2-star star beasts and 1 3-star star beast. He didn't find it difficult at all. Hell Stage seemed a bit unworthy of its name. When he entered the grassland world, it was noon. Now, the sun was setting, and the sky gradually got darker. Half a day has passed, Wang Ting muttered to himself. He didn't know that only half an hour had passed in the outside world. At this moment, many students had already exited their virtual chamber. After walking out of their rooms, they started shouting and causing a commotion. "Oh my God, it feels so real. Damn it, I can even feel the pain. I got knocked in the head in the end. It was so painful. My head is still hurting now." The feeling of death is terrifying. This is the first time I feel the fear of being controlled by death. All right, what level did you choose? I chose the advanced stage and met a winged element star beast in the end. It was only 1 star, but it's hard to deal with. I can't beat it at all. You chose the advanced stage? I am not so courageous and chose the intermediate stage in the end. The students didn't see the instructors, so they stood in the corridor and started chatting with one another. The atmosphere was very lively. This virtual combat felt like a game. They might die and could feel pain, but seriously, it was fun. Wang Ting noticed this too as he continued fighting in the virtual world. Even the pain is synchronized. This is unbelievable. He got scratched by a star beast accidentally just now and felt an ounce of pain. He was left dumbfounded. It's nighttime, and I'm feeling a little hungry. Is this the difficulty of the hell stage? I will have to continue killing star beasts until the exam ends? Wang Ting muttered to himself. Everywhere was black, and a profound silence prevailed over the area. Wang Ting had no idea how to progress in the exam. Wait, this isn't right. This is too quiet. It is strangely quiet. Wang Ting was shocked. He stopped in his tracks and activated his spiritual sight. He glanced around him. This Wang Tung sucked in a breath of cold air. Patches of force glows entered his vision, almost enveloping the entire area around him. He was surrounded without knowing a thing. Suddenly, little red dots started lighting up in the grass. They were so dense, as if there was a swarm of strange things. His hair stood up on ends, and his head turned numb. Hell stage activated. F***K. Wang Ting couldn't help but curse. When you come, you have to come all together. I'm going to die. He clutched the battle sword in his hand. Force raged in his body, and his battle instinct was switched on. He was ready. Come on. Wang Tung decided to strike first to gain the upper hand. He charged towards the nearest red dot at once. Slash! He reached the flesh with a single move. Angry and shrill sounds rang out from his surroundings. Then, more and more red dots started charging towards him. These were large-sized red-eyed rats. They were extremely agile, and their claws were sharp. Their tails were like short whips that possessed unexpected attacking power. It was impossible to guard against them. Most importantly, there was a whole lot of them. This was a life-or-death situation. So this was the real hell stage. In the control room, Tonghu smiled and said, "How long do you think he can last?" 3 minutes is long enough. 2 minutes. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. What's more, there's so many of them. 5 minutes, the instructor of Class 1, Deng Bo, said. Instructor Deng, are you so confident? Of course. He's my student. Before Deng Bo could finish speaking, another instructor cried out in alarm. Look! Everyone turned to look at the screen Wang Tung was on. Their eyes widened. On the screen, Wang Tung had turned into a slaughter machine. He shuttled back and forth through the rats and killed a rat with each hit. Wang Tung was as fast as lightning, as every single strike was lethal. He was fast, accurate, and vicious. His attacking method wasn't flashy. Instead, it was extremely simple. This battle style seems a little familiar. Tonghu touched his chin and muttered in bewilderment. The clock was ticking. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 6 minutes. The time had already exceeded the instructor's prediction. However, no one said anything at this moment. They were all staring at the screen in concentration. I remember now. This is the fighting style of our principal, right? Tonghu was shocked. His eyes opened wide. Chapter 251, Pain. Wang Ting exited the virtual landscape with furrowed brows. He cried out instinctively. This was too King painful. Anyone who got bitten to death by a bunch of rats wouldn't be able to remain calm. Hell stage is terrifying. I wonder how many points I scored. Wang Tung relaxed for a long time before the feeling of pain subsided. Then, he looked at the screen. 93 points. Not bad. It's not too low. Wang Tung stood up and got down from the virtual chamber. He opened the door and walked out. Deng Bo and the other instructors exchanged glances with one another in the head control room. Even Tong, who was flabbergasted. He found this incredible. He lasted for 2 hours. He actually lasted for so long in that frightening rat tide. This young fellow is full of surprises. Tong, who shook his head as he wondered to himself. Let's go, everyone. If we stay here any longer, the students are going to kick up a fuss. They stood up and walked out. The students were gathered in small groups along the corridor. It was noisy, and they were extremely excited. Ho Pingliang and his friends gathered around Wang Tung. He asked curiously, Brother Tung, what difficulty level did you choose? Was it the Hell stage? Song Shuang asked. I chose the Hell stage directly. Wang Tung was speechless. He felt that no one dared to even choose the Nightmare stage. So, was he the only one who chose the Hell stage? Was he too fierce? You chose the Hell stage. Their jaws dropped when they heard this. They stared at Wang Tung as though he was some strange animal. I knew it, Bailey Qingfeng said. You are stupid, but I commend your courage, Lu Shu said. Don't tease me. You don't know how tragic my death was, Wang Tung said pitifully. How did you die? The others instantly became curious. I got surrounded by rats and got bitten to death by numerous large-sized rats. Wang Tung described his death in detail. F***K, that is so scary. Ho Pingliang and the others glanced at Wang Tung in sympathy. This was the first time he had experienced death. On top of that, he died so tragically. This was the real fear of being controlled by death. Their experiences paled in comparison with Wang Tung's. At this moment, Tong Hu and the other instructors walked over. The students gradually turned silent. "Everyone, how does it feel?" Tong Hu smiled and asked. "Exciting. Amazing. Fun. Ed, can we play a few more times?" Tong Hu felt speechless when he heard someone asking this question. Did they think that this was a game? "All right, stop talking and look at the result of your exam. How can you still think of playing?" Tong Hu barked furiously. The students shut their mouths awkwardly. They knew that they didn't perform well in the virtual world, especially since this was the first time many of them were facing a star beast. Their actual combat was too horrible to look at. Some started fleeing in all directions before the fight began and got chased by the star beasts. The star beasts killed them mercilessly when they caught the students. Others would laugh their heads off when they heard of this battle result. I took a look just now. 36 of you chose the advanced stage. Only 7 people chose the nightmare stage, and 1 person chose the hell stage, Tong Hu said slowly. "What? Someone chose the hell stage?" Everyone gasped in astonishment. The nightmare stage and the advanced stage were frightening enough for them. How scary would the hell stage be? They didn't dare to think about it. Wang Tung was the one who chose the hell stage. Tong Hu said with a smile. Everyone looked at Wang Tung when they heard this. While they felt stunned, they also found it reasonable. As expected, this was what most people were thinking. Chun Yang, who wanted to challenge Wang Tung, stood among the crowd with a gloomy expression. Why was Wang Tung pushing him down all the time? He chose the nightmare stage, but Wang Tung picked a higher setting than him. "Instructor, how much did Wang Tung score?" He couldn't help but ask. The other students got curious after hearing Chun Yang's question. Many people wanted to test their luck. They felt that even if he chose the hell stage, he wouldn't get a high score. Maybe 60 or 70. Or fail? Wang Tung glanced at Chun Yang and shook his head secretly. This fellow was everywhere. He was pretty irritating. It wasn't hard to see what Chun Yang had up his sleeve. He probably felt that he would get a low score with his performance. Well, Chun Yang wasn't going to get what he wanted. 93, Tong Hu replied. Everyone. Chun Yang was thunderstruck. No one knew what to say. A blow. This was a huge blow. He was able to achieve such a high score in the hell stage. How on earth did Wang Tung do it? Ed, what about us? How's our result? Someone asked. You? Tong Hu shook his head. Don't even think of getting 90. There are only a few who got 80 and above. Most of you all score below 80, and some even failed. I will not announce the results one by one. Your instructors will go through your results later during your lesson. After he finished speaking, he left directly. After Tong Hu left, the instructors brought the students down and dismissed them. On their way back, everyone was still discussing this topic. Wang Tung parted with Ho Pingliang and his friends. He went straight to Dan Taixuan's house. Why are you so early? Dan Taixian asked curiously. Dan Taixian had been staying in school to guide Wang Tung. Normally, they met after 8 p.m. Wang Tung had to challenge the top 100 students in the evening. He had already reached the top 48 students. He didn't suffer any defeat yet. Of course, when he came back after the holiday, he changed his method. He didn't publicly challenge the other party. Instead, he had a duel with them in private with the thought of learning from each other through a fight. That way, he had to stop his collaboration with Zhuge Xiaoyang. They didn't dare to get too wild. It would be a pity if they attracted the attention of the school and came up empty-handed. They discussed with each other and decided to start again when Wang Tung challenged the top 3 students. Wang Tung walked into Dan Taixuan's house and asked, Principal, you know the virtual chambers we have, right? Oh, you know about it already? Dan Taixian asked in shock. We use the virtual combat chambers for our assessment, Wang Tung replied. How is it? What difficulty did you choose? Nightmare stage? Dan Taixian asked. Hell stage, Wang Tung said in frustration. Did Dan Taixian think that he should have chosen the nightmare stage too? Ha! Looking at your expression, you must have died a terrible death. Dan Taixian laughed at his plight. Is it hilarious to see your disciples suffering a setback? Wang Tung was speechless. Your expression is too funny. You're really bold to choose the hell stage at your first try. Dan Taixian asked, what's your score? 93. Not bad. It looks like the recent training was useful. Dan Taixian was slightly startled. Chapter 252. Dan Taixian left. Master, can we use the virtual chamber during normal times? Wang Ting asked with a fawning smile. I knew that you wouldn't come and look for me for no reason. Dan Taixian glared at him from the corner of her eyes. She continued, of course they can be used. The top 10 students in the school have the right to use them. I didn't know about this rule. Wang Tung was stunned. Why do you think everyone is fighting to climb higher in the ranks? The rank isn't just an empty shell. There are corresponding benefits, Dan Taixian said. Wang Tung nodded. Don't even think of using me to go through the back door. However, with your ability, you shouldn't have a problem entering the top 10. Get up there as quickly as possible if you want to use the virtual chambers. Dan Taixian paused before continuing. I will be going to the Xingwu continent soon. I have stayed too long on Earth this time. There are many things I need to handle over there. You're leaving? Wang Tung was shocked. Dan Taixian looked at him and smiled. You can't bear to part? Can't bear to part? That's impossible. I'm a disciple who has no emotions, Wang Tung said. Bang! Dan Taixian gave him a huge punch. She rolled her eyes at him and said, Speak properly. Oh! Wang Tung rubbed his head and immediately became obedient. I've told you that everyone has their own path to tread. I will not interfere too much with your path. How far you will go depends on yourself. Dan Taixian stood up with her back facing him. I hope that you will stay true to your heart and not disappoint me. Yes. Wang Ting nodded honestly and replied. She was rarely so serious. But if someone older bullies you, you can use my name. I will whack him, Dan Taixian said fiercely. Wang Tung was touched. Although she had only been his master for a short time, although the testing at the start made him a little unhappy, Dan Taixian had been teaching and guiding him as his master, fulfilling her responsibility with all her heart. This was the first time she had a disciple, so her teaching methods might be a little rough, and he always got injured all over, but this was probably how his master showed her love. That's right. It makes sense. He remembered her bringing him personally to the Crimson Tiger Troop to seek justice for him. She faced the entire troop alone and didn't even give any face to the chief commander. She beat him up without any hesitation. Which master would do this for her disciple? All right, that's all. Martial warriors like us have great ambitions. Separations are a common thing. Under the night sky, Dan Taixian had her hands behind her back. She sounded natural and unrestrained. Go back. I should be leaving too. Take care. Wang Tung got up and looked intently at Dan Taixian before leaving her residence. Behind him, the house turned dark, and a ray of light shot into the sky. It turned into a rainbow as it flew away. Wang Tung felt a little emotional. He wasn't able to let it go as freely as her. I think I still owe her a meal for acknowledging her as my master. He wondered himself. He was busy cultivating, so he didn't have the chance to pick up 4 chef attributes. He remembered it now. The next time he saw Dan Taixian, he must push his force chef skill up. I am Wang Tung. I mean what I say. 8 a.m. during the weekend. The freshman instructors from the 5 faculties and the heads were gathered in a meeting room in the administrative building. The results of the assessments from the various faculties should be out, right? How's the result? Peng Yuanshan glanced around him as he asked. The heads of the 5 faculties started speaking consecutively. This batch of students is not bad compared to the other batches. That's right. Their results are better than the first assessment of the other batches. There are many potential students. If we groom them properly, they will become the core of society in the future. The words that these heads were saying were different from what the instructors said to the students. If the students heard that the heads actually acknowledged them, they might cry in happiness, probably. As expected, when the instructor said you're the worst batch of students I've taught, they were lying most of the time. However, there's one interesting thing. The head of the Rune faculty, Situ Jun, suddenly smiled. What a coincidence. I have an interesting piece of news too. The head of the Smithery faculty, Oh Chong Song, smiled and said, Oh. Situ Jun glanced at Oh Chong Song in wonder. The head of the Dan faculty, Chui Hung, raised his eyebrows. A flash of astonishment flashed past his eyes. The heads of the battle faculty and the command faculty, Tong Hu and Su Jing, were puzzled. They wondered what riddle the other heads were playing. Can't you speak directly? Is it very fun to keep people in suspense? Tong Hu urged them. He was an impatient fellow. This boorish fellow. Situ Jun and O Chong Song exchanged glances with each other. O Chong Song gave a you could speak first sign. Situ Jun accepted the invite and said, "Come to think of it, it's related to the battle faculty." For some reason, Tong Hu had a bad feeling. All of you should know Wang Tong from the battle faculty, right? Situ Jun glanced at everyone's expression after he spoke. Tong Hu and Su Jing nodded. There was curiosity in their eyes. On the other hand, O Chong Song and Chui Hung were stunned. What trouble did he get into again? Tong Hu frowned and asked. He didn't. Anyway, do you remember how he wanted to choose all the 5 faculties at the start of the year, but got stopped by us? From the looks of it now, we misjudged him, Situ Jun said. Misjudged him? Tong Hu and Su Jing were baffled. What did Wang Tong do that made Situ Jun say this? It looks like head Situ wants to say the same thing as us. O Chong Song and Chui Hung looked at each other. Could it be? It was now Situ Jun's turn to feel dumbstruck. That's right. Take a look at Wang Tong's result. The two of them took out Wang Tong's papers, while O Chong Song took out a pitch-black metal. It was the 100-forged black iron. Situ Jun took out his paper too and passed it around for everyone to see. A few minutes later, the entire meeting room became dead silent after seeing Wang Tong's result. Such talent. They couldn't imagine where he would end up if he continued on his path. That was because no such talents had ever appeared before. Even if some talents were able to take minors, they could at most minor in one subject. They wouldn't have the time to take more than that. Tap, tap, tap. A series of tapping was heard at this moment. Peng Yuanshan was knocking his fingers on the table. He rubbed his forehead with the other hand as though he had a headache. What do you think? Share your opinions, Peng Yuanshan said. I think that we shouldn't waste Wang Tong's talent. There was still astonishment in Situ Jun's eyes. He hesitated before he spoke. That's right. We can't ignore him. It would be his loss as well as our Wang Hai's loss. O Chong Song agreed. It will be a waste of God's good gifts if we don't groom his talents. Chui Hung had the same opinion. Bullshit. Chapter 253. Force Chef Master's Achievement unlocked Tong, who flared up in anger as he glared at the other heads. His bald head was shining brightly like an infuriated bald tiger. The other heads felt awkward. They more or less had some selfish thoughts, so they felt a little guilty when Tong Hu glared at them like that. Tong Hu, sit down. Fortunately, Peng Yuanshan opened his mouth at this moment. Wait, President, they want to pull Wang Tong to their faculty. You should have a clearer idea of how talented Wang Tong is in his combat skills. This isn't child's play. Tong Hu said agitatedly. I understand. Sit down first, Peng Yuanshan consoled him. Tong Hu could only sit down, but he still snorted at Situ Jun and the others loudly to express his unhappiness. President, we do have our own selfish intentions, but that's because we appreciate talents. It would be a pity if we waste his gifts, Situ Jun said. That's right. Wang Tong's talent exceeds your imagination. He only observed the lesson at the side and probably didn't spend much time learning the skill. However, he was able to reach this state. If he is able to spend more time and effort, his achievements will be immeasurable, Chui Hung said. O Chong Song's words were mind-blowing. In less than 10 years, he will definitely reach the Grandmaster stage. He might even become a Grandmaster in alchemy, rune, and smithery. How dare you think of a triple Grandmaster? Tong Hu scoffed. He obviously felt that O Chong Song was boasting to increase his bets. Do you think that I can't see through it? Do you think I'm stupid? Situ Jun and Chui Hung found it unbelievable too. However, they wouldn't expose him at a moment like this. Although, this is a little too much. Peng Yuanshan looked at him and said, Not at all. President, if you're willing to hand Wang Tong over to us for grooming, I will guarantee that you will have a triple Grandmaster in alchemy, rune, and smithery within 10 years. Oh, Chong Song sniggered and said, Amazing. So you did have this intention. President, don't listen to him. He's just boasting, Tong Hu yelled. Tong Hu, do you dare bet with me? You will know if I'm boasting. Before Ochang Song could finish speaking, Tong Hu scoffed. I won't bet with you. Only an idiot will bet with you. Ha ha. Su Jing, who wasn't a part of this, burst out laughing. Oldo, don't think about tricking Tong Hu. He's a sly fellow. Situ Jun and Chui Hung shook their heads. All right. Peng Yuanshan laughed out loud. He waved his hands and said, stop arguing. Let's maintain the current state. You can observe him secretly and give him more attention when needed. Now it's better for him to focus on battle cultivation. The three heads found this unfortunate. They opened their mouths, but didn't say anything in the end. However, no one knew what they were thinking in their hearts. Tong Hu heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the three of them proudly. How many people haven't become martial warriors? Peng Yuanshan asked. 8 from the battle faculty, 6 from the command faculty, 5 from the rune faculty, 5 from the Dan faculty, 2 from the smithery faculty. The heads reported the current situation. Peng Yuanshan nodded. Let the instructors follow up with these students. Ensure that all the students become martial warriors as soon as possible. After that, we can organize the students to go on missions. You won't be able to groom fierce beasts in a greenhouse. Yes, that's all for today. Dismiss. After the president left, the heads gathered their instructors and had a small meeting. The heads secretly reminded their instructors to pay more attention to Wang Tong. If he had any questions in his studies, they should solve them for him as much as they could. In the battle faculty meeting, Tong Hu said to his instructors, you must keep a close watch on Wang Tong. Don't let others take him away. He was really afraid that the other faculties would snatch him away. However, the instructors agreed with him and nodded their heads fervently. Command faculty. Su Jing felt a little frustrated. He asked the instructor beside him, did Wang Tong come to our command faculty to observe any lesson? He did, one of the instructors replied. Why didn't he take our command faculty's test? Su Jing frowned. He came, but he left after seeing that we were having a test. I didn't take notice of it at that time, since he isn't our student. The instructor found it hard to put everything in a nutshell. He didn't know that Wang Tong would cause a huge commotion in the other faculties. Never mind, I didn't expect that fellow to be so talented. Su Jing shook his head helplessly. However, you'll need to take more notice of him. His command talent might not lose to the other students. Seriously, the instructors hesitated. Who knows? Have you heard of a person who possesses battle, Dan, rune, and smithery talents before this? Su Jing asked. The instructor was a loss for words. They thought of Wang Tang's performance carefully and felt that this might be possible. Wang Tong didn't know that he was being specially taken care of by the 5 heads, as well as all the instructors in the entire school. At the moment, he was sneaking into the cafeteria of the school. Since it was almost lunchtime, the kitchen was buzzing with activity. Pots and pans flew everywhere. The sound of chopping vegetables, frying dishes, and pounding meat merged together into a pleasant noise. All the 4 chef masters were swinging their spatulas like a swordsman waving his sword. Their methods of cooking seemed exquisite. The dishes tossed and turned above the flames. It seemed as though special effects were added through CGI. It looked exceptionally cool. However, these 4 chef masters were all fat. At a glance, none of them was less than 100 kilograms. The kitchen of the school's cafeteria was a fatty's world. Could this be the price he had to pay to become a 4th chef master? Wang Tong shuddered in fear. This was too scary. Wang Tong was in a dilemma as he stared at the 4 chef masters. They looked like small mountain buns. The fats on their bodies wobbled with every action. It was full of rhythm. Their agility didn't tally with their figures. This caused Wang Tong to remember a certain fatty from the Jisun Martial House. He kind of missed him. There were many attribute bubbles dropped on the kitchen floor. At the same time, as these fatties displayed their culinary skills, various attribute bubbles dropped from their bodies. Pick or not? Wang Tong gritted his teeth. Pick. 4 chef asterisk 3 force chef asterisk 2 force chef asterisk 5 Wang Tong made a huge decision. He used his spiritual power to pull the attribute bubbles far away and pick them up. Mind you, Picking up attributes was a form of happiness. Happiness that others couldn't understand. Wang Ting might have been hesitant a moment ago, but once he picked them up, he couldn't stop. He was like an addict. Force chef, 25 out of 500, well-versed. Within a short moment, Wang Tung's force chef master attribute advanced to the well-versed stage. Many culinary skills appeared in his mind out of nowhere, and different images flashed past. The unfamiliar skill gradually integrated into his mind. Wang Tung was finally not a newbie chef who only knew how to cook instant noodles and tomato fried eggs. Master Du is coming. He's going to show his skills again. A fatty suddenly shouted. His accent was quite special. Go. Let's go and take a look. The others were used to it, though. A few chefs who had finished their work on hand immediately gathered in one direction. Those that were still working couldn't leave the kitchen, so they felt annoyed. Master Du? Someone who could be called a master must be a force chef master. Wang Ting thought to himself. He evaded everyone's vision and sprinted from one corner to another corner as he followed them secretly. This was an exclusive kitchen. A fatty, indeed right, there was a fatty here. However, Wang Tung recognized this fatty. It was the one who sent Dan Taixian her meals. He was preparing his tools and ingredients in his exclusive kitchen. From the looks of it, he was about to start cooking. The bunch of fatties squeezed at the entrance on top of another. They opened their eyes wide to stare inside the room. This image was quite a wonder to behold. Master Du didn't chase them away. He allowed them to watch from the door. It was obvious that this wasn't the first time this had happened. When Wang Ting noticed that Master Du was someone familiar, he didn't plan to hide anymore. He walked behind the pile of fatties, unable to differentiate who was who. He patted a random fatty's shoulder and asked in a low voice, "Mister, do you know what Master Du is making today?" The fatty turned his head and saw a skinny person standing behind him. He instantly glared at him. "Who are you? Don't you know that this is a restricted area? Based on your age, you should be a damn student, right? Cooking has nothing to do with you. Hurry up and leave." Wang Tung. The muscles on Wang Tung's face twitched. He didn't expect that the fatty he chose randomly would have such a special accent. Was this fate? No, this must be a fatal attraction. A Master Du's friend. I came to look for him. Wang Tung's pupils moved. Master Du's friend? Don't try to trick me. I will ask him later, the fatty said. Don't worry. Master Du is starting to cook. Aren't you going to look? Wang Tung changed the topic hurriedly. It was tiring to speak to a fatty with an accent. All right, I almost got distracted by you. The fatty slapped his head and hurriedly turned his face to look in the kitchen. Wang Tung, is it my fault? Wang Tung shook his head. He didn't ask the fatty anymore and patiently waited for Master Du to cook his dish. He would know what he was making at that time. Huh, he's making barbecued meat. Wang Tung saw Master Du's actions and had an inspiration. He picked up some force chef attributes just now, so he wasn't a newbie anymore. He could understand what Master Du was doing. Honestly, compared to ordinary force chefs, the force chef master's knife skills and cooking skills were more unique, detailed, and qualified. At the same time, larger attribute bubbles kept dropping from his body. Force chef asterisk 15 force chef asterisk 18 Wang Tung's force chef attribute kept increasing. At the same time, his understanding of force chef got deeper. Force chef attribute consisted of many different things. Knife skills, ingredients, side dishes, degree of heating, as well as the components that were different from normal chefs like the combination of spiritual herbs and usage of force. It wasn't easy to become a force chef. After Master Du finished the barbecued meat, Wang Tung had collected 62 points of force chef attributes. Master Du didn't look like he was going to make other dishes, so Wang Tung left immediately. He also picked up the attributes dropped by the force chefs outside before leaving. That was another 58 points of force chef attributes. Force chef, 145 out of 500, well-versed. Master Du, someone was looking. The fatty wanted to tell on Wang Tung, but when he turned around, Wang Tung was already gone. The next few days, Wang Tung would sneak into the kitchen to pick up attributes during mealtimes. The improvement was great. Force chef, 5 out of 2,000 master. Who would have thought that Wang Tong transformed from a newbie into a forced chef master within a few days? He even stole the recipes of many masters. With knowledge, he wasn't timid anymore. When he met Dan Taishin next time, he would make sure she wouldn't look down on his culinary skills. At this moment, Wang Tong was walking into his classroom with Ho Pingliang and his friends. They had one actual combat lesson in the afternoon. Wang Ting hadn't come for lessons for a long time. He would either go to other faculties or the actual combat training building to pick up attributes. If he continued disappearing, the instructors would turn crazy from agitation. Ho Pingliang and his friends told him that the instructors thought he had betrayed them and went to other faculties. When they saw Wang Tong, someone shouted, "Qinyang, 1 month has passed. Didn't you say that you want to challenge Wang Tong?" Qinyang's face turned green again. 1 month ago, he thought that he would be able to become a 2-star soldier-level martial warrior with the help of the school and his family's resources. Then he would practice one forced battle technique until the big achievement stage. After all that, he would have the confidence to defeat Wang Tong. However, 1 month had passed, yet he was still stuck at 1-star soldier level. His forced battle technique was only at the foundation stage. He didn't even reach the small achievement stage, much less big achievement. Damn it! With this ability, how could he fight with Wang Tong? That was the same as asking for a beating. Hence, he felt lucky when he didn't see Wang Tong for the past few days. He thought that he had escaped this ordeal. As more time went by, everyone would forget about it. Yet Wang Tong came today. Also, some bastard didn't care about the trouble he might cause and exposed this matter the moment Wang Tong came. It made him awkward. He felt a little guilty and was in a tricky position. He turned his head stiffly and met Wang Tong's gaze coincidentally. "Qinyang, when are we going to the arena?" Unprepared, Wang Tong smiled brightly at him. "Cough, cough." Qinyang pretended to cough. His mind worked furiously, and he had a sudden idea. He immediately acted weak and smiled. "Actually, I want to fight with you, but I had some problems with my cultivation recently and suffered some internal injury. I know that you don't like to take advantage of other people. We can wait until I've recovered before having our duel." "Actually, I don't mind," Wang Tong said calmly. F***K. Chen Yang's lips started twitching uncontrollably. He said embarrassingly, "You like to joke." "Haha, of course," Wang Tong suddenly laughed. Then, he purposely paused for a moment and looked at Chen Yang meaningfully. "I'm joking with you." "Huh?" Chen Yang laughed awkwardly. His tense heart finally relaxed. Tisk, the students in class looked at Chen Yang with disdain. Chen Yang was feeling extremely awkward. Fortunately, the bell signaling the start of the lesson rang, saving him from his plight. The actual combat instructor entered the classroom on the dot. He glanced around and saw Wang Tong. His gaze paused on Wang Tong for some time before he opened his mouth and said, "Follow me to the stadium. We have something to announce today." The students were puzzled. They followed their instructor to the stadium and noticed that the other classes were there too. The heads of the 5 faculties were standing in front. Chapter 254. A mythic leading a warrior. When all the freshmen gathered in the stadium, Tong who walked up and said, "We gathered everyone here because we want to make an announcement. It has been 2 months since school started. Some of you became martial warriors a long time ago, while some took a bit longer. However, last week, the last freshman also became a martial warrior. Thus, we will be proceeding to the next stage of the actual combat training. Martial warriors, especially the martial warriors in our military academy, focus on actual combat. If you don't understand actual combat, you will only be a weakling despite having force in your bodies. You won't be able to stand up straight. What's more, martial warriors with a lower level can kill you. In short, you're no different from being useless. I believe that since you chose this martial warrior's path, you will not want to become a useless bum. Now, the school will arrange missions for you. However, the missions are quite dangerous, so it's normal to have casualties. People are dying in every mission." Tong, who glanced at everyone when he said this. He nodded in satisfaction upon noticing everyone keep quiet. He continued, "Some of you might have heard that martial warriors can also choose the office career path. These martial warriors don't have to participate in actual combat. However, we are different. Once you enter Huang Hai, even if you want to take an office job in the future, you still need to undergo actual combat training. Our school does not groom non-combat martial warriors with no fighting ability. Hence, you will have to go on missions no matter which faculty you are in. However, the school will not just send you to your deaths. After all, we want to groom martial warriors, not harm them. All of you are outstanding talents. Any death will be a loss to us. You will form teams in your class during the missions. Every team will be led by an instructor. If you meet an emergency, the instructor will help you. Of course, if you place all your hopes on the instructor, you'll have a higher chance of dying. After all, there will be all kinds of accidents during the missions. The instructor is a human too. He will make mistakes. Also, the instructor will be hiding in the shadows, so he will be a distance away from you. He won't be able to save you immediately. You must understand this. Don't cry and complain that the school didn't protect you after someone dies. He glanced around him and saw that everyone's expression had changed slightly. All of them turned more serious. They were starting to understand the gravity of the situation. I will also have to remind you that such chances are rare. After your freshman period ends, you will have to execute your missions alone. Hence, take the opportunity to hone your abilities. All right, let's not waste any more time. Instructors, please split your students into teams and discuss the arrangement for the missions. The students exchanged glances with one another. They leaned close to each other and started discussing in soft voices. They didn't know they would need to go out for missions not long after becoming martial warriors. Everyone understood how dangerous the missions were. People could die. The head wasn't exaggerating to scare them or do something like that. Also, since they were martial warriors now, their missions would be martial warrior grade missions. It was different from the martial disciple actual combat they had experienced in the past. Many people felt nervous. Some felt restless too. They were a little excited and didn't take the danger to heart. The head spoke a few words to their faculty. They seemed to attach great importance to this matter. After speaking, they left. Quiet. Once the heads left, the instructors came in front of their classes and scolded them. The student immediately stopped their discussions. Battle Class 1, come over here. Wang Tang's class instructor went straight to the point. He called the students over and started splitting them up. Wang Tang, Yuan Jing, Haozhen, Ho Ping on Lin Shui, Xietong. There were 32 students in Battle Class 1. They were split into 4 groups and formed 4 teams. Oh my God, why are there more ladies in my team? Also, these are all students who became martial warriors recently. It will be a miracle if they are strong. Wang Tang gave a bitter smile. He noticed the problem at one glance. Instructor, I highly suspect that you are making things difficult for me. However, he could only keep these thoughts in his heart. He didn't say them out loud. To maintain fairness, we need to balance the strength of all the teams. Able people should do more work. Wang Tang, please take care of your classmates. Lu Feng smiled and said. He had noticed Wang Tang's expression and knew what he was thinking in his mind. Wang Tang felt helpless. Since the instructor had already made things so clear, he couldn't disagree with his arrangements. Also, they were all classmates. If he rejected them, he would hurt other people's pride. This wasn't what he wanted. All right, Wang Tang could only shake his head. It was not like he could do much to change the situation, so he had to perk up. Besides, with his ability, even if his team members were weak, he could take care of them. It would only be a little troublesome. This couldn't be prevented in a team. He would just treat it as an experience. A mythic leading the warriors. Ho Pingliang leaned over and teased him softly. Go away. You're so irritating. Wang Tang rolled his eyes angrily. Lu Feng only explained to Wang Tang, ignoring the other students' complaints. After splitting the teams, he said, everyone can go back and make preparations today. Bring the necessary items like your weapons, battle uniform, Dan, and healing medications. If you don't have them, go to the logistics department and exchange for them using your school credits. Your life is dependent on this. Don't be too stingy. You can earn the credits back after you complete your mission. Oh, right. If you really can't afford it, you can rent weapons and battle uniforms. However, you'll have to pay the full price if it's damaged. Many students were elated when they heard that they could rent items. However, his last sentence deflated their happy emotions. Still, this was another way out for them. Choose a leader in your team and discuss the type of mission to take. This is your first mission, so try not to choose something too difficult. Advance gradually. It will be safer this way. Lu Feng paused for a moment before continuing. One more thing. The head didn't mention it, but the mission that the school organized for you will last for a month. 1 month later, the team with the highest school credits will have additional rewards. It might be more school credits or other things. This is a form of motivation system. The students' eyes lit up when they heard that there was a reward. School credits were good enough. This was the most direct form of rewarding their efforts. After becoming martial warriors, their resources would start depleting quickly. The school credits they had weren't enough at all. If they wanted to raise their levels quickly, the best method was to work hard to earn more school credits. A second ago, they still felt that the mission was too dangerous and weren't willing to do it. Now, their expressions turned firm, and they decided to do their best. That's all for today. Go back and prepare. We will gather in the stadium tomorrow and leave the school. Lu Feng dismissed everyone after he finished speaking. The other classes were done too. After they formed their teams, their instructors briefed them about the missions. Then they went back. The students left the stadium in small groups. All the temporary teams gathered together to discuss the choice of their missions and how the members should cooperate. Some teams arranged a time to head to the logistics building together to exchange for items. At the same time, they could understand the details of the various missions. Chapter 255, Team in the Logistics Building. The logistics building was extremely popular today, especially in the transaction area and the mission hall. Many people were gathered there, and the atmosphere was lively. What day is it today? Why are there so many people? Many seniors were stunned when they came to the logistics building. Look at the date. The school should be organizing missions for the freshmen. This is a project our school has every year. I see. Thinking back on it, it was quite memorable. Haha. At that time, there was a pretty lady in our class who didn't treat the first mission seriously. She got killed by a 2-star, soldier-level murderer. What a pity. Many classmates wanted to chase her. It was the first mission. Many freshmen overestimate themselves and choose a difficult mission. It's normal to die. The older students looked at the freshmen as they discussed the missions excitedly. Some felt emotional, while others just shook their heads. They could predict the expressions on their faces after they came back from their missions. There were 4 ladies and 4 men on Wang Tung's team. Although the gender was evenly distributed, their ability wasn't. Many of them just became martial warriors recently and hadn't completely grasped the usage of force. Naturally, Wang Tung became the leader. At this moment, Wang Tung had brought them to the mission receiving area. The few of them gathered around machine. Wang Tung had received a mission before, so he knew the procedure. He took out his student card and swiped it on the machine. Beep, student card. Then, he scrolled through the missions while explaining to the other students. As you see, the missions are given by different organizations. They are split into military missions, police missions, City Protection Bureau missions, the Xingwu Continent missions, school missions. There are Xingwu Continent missions. Some students were shocked. Why? Do you want to take the Xingwu Continent mission? Wang Tung smiled and asked. I heard that the scenery in the Xingwu Continent is breathtaking. I really want to take a look. One of the ladies in the team, Yuan Jing, said longingly. When you go there, you will realize that everything is the same, Wang Tung said. Leader, you sound as if you have been to the Xingwu Continent, Yuan Jing asked curiously. The other students also looked at Wang Tung. Yes. Wang Tung nodded. Don't think of the Xingwu Continent as some kind of utopia. When you go there for missions, you might never want to head there again. I heard that the Xingwu Continent is very dangerous, and the people there aren't very friendly. They kind of dislike us, a male student called Li Wendong said. Oh, it looks like you have some understanding of the place, Wang Tung said in surprise. My dad went there before. He told me the stories after he came back. Li Wendong smiled and replied. Was this what the Xingwu Continent was really like? Yuan Jing and the others felt that their current perception of the Xingwu Continent had been overturned. They weren't stupid. They knew that Wang Tung and Li Wendong wouldn't lie to them. They started contemplating which mission to choose seriously. All right, let's not discuss this today. See if there's any mission you want to take. You can tell me. Wang Tung pulled the topic back and started scrolling the missions on the screen. The missions of the Xingwu continent and the military are the most difficult. The Police and City Protection Bureau come after them, and the school missions are relatively easier. If you have no confidence, you can choose the school missions. Wang Tung yawned and said indifferently. He was bored. He couldn't be too harsh when doing missions with these newbies. He would rather do missions alone. He could earn more school credits that way. However, he knew that this was the school's arrangement. There were times when he could do things on his own, for instance, skipping lessons and observing other faculty's lessons. But he couldn't act on his whims for group events like this. The students looked at the missions for a long time, but they couldn't decide. Leader, you have experience. Why don't you choose? A male student called Hao Zhongxing said. Should I? Wang Tung glanced at everyone. When he noticed that all of them seemed to trust him, he instantly felt a massive burden on his shoulder. Leader, you can choose. You are so powerful. You will definitely be able to lead us to beat the other teams, Yuan Jing said. You are making me stressed. Wang Tung shook his head helplessly. However, he didn't reject them. Since you asked me to choose, I will choose. He scanned the students' faces and smiled. Leading the warriors, right? I'm not afraid. I will lead them to victory. Wang Tung started to get serious. He skipped the school missions and opened the Police and City Protection Bureau pages. He looked through all the missions. Suddenly, he was shocked. His gaze landed on a police mission. Mission description. 1 month ago, many foreign martial warriors sneaked into Donghai to assassinate the CEO of Longhai Corporation. When they got defeated, they hid in Donghai and have managed to remain hidden from the forces until now. Requirements. You are recommended to take this mission as a team. There has to be at least 1 2-star soldier level and 3 1-star soldier level martial warriors. You should be specialized in investigation and tracking. Reward. 200 school credits. Wang Tung remembered that the last time he came to receive his mission, he had seen a mission about protecting the eldest daughter of the CEO of the Longhai Corporation. This was the follow-up of the previous mission. Specialize in investigation and tracking. Interesting. Wang Tung touched his chin and pondered for a moment. What do you think of this mission? They looked at the mission description in front of them and felt speechless. This mission was very difficult. Leader, isn't this mission too difficult? Li Wendong asked awkwardly. Wang Tung smiled and asked, Are you afraid? A little. They are foreign martial warriors, and they even tried to assassinate the CEO of Longhai Corporation. They aren't normal bandits, Li Wendong admitted openly. If you trust me, let's choose this mission. I might not be able to promise much, but I can assure you that your lives won't be in danger. As for the 200 points, you'll get your share depending on your performance, Wang Tung said directly. The others were still in a dilemma when they heard his reply. However, they were slightly moved by his speech. The harder the mission, the faster we will progress. We are lucky that we are on the same team as Wang Tung. This allows us to take missions with greater difficulty. We mustn't give up this advantage easily. Why don't we take the bet? No one expected the shy-looking Yuan Jing to say these things. The other young men were startled and a little embarrassed. They gritted their teeth and said, Since Yuan Jing has already said this, we can't back down. We will choose this mission. The remaining 3 ladies hesitated for some time, but they didn't raise any objections. Good. You are very decisive. Wang Tung praised them. This was a test for his teammates. If they rejected him, he would do the mission step by step and use only a little effort. If they choose to believe him, he didn't mind having a good game with them. Wang Tung accepted the mission as a team and brought everyone to the transaction area on the 2nd floor. Your school credits might not be enough, so you can combine your credits to buy some Dan and healing medicine. As for weapons and battle uniforms, I feel that it isn't worth it to rent them. I have more school credits. You can borrow from me and return them after the mission. Wang Tung wasn't a selfless person. He just didn't want to waste too much time on these small matters. His teammates were like swords coming out of their sheaths. He would be able to yield twice the result with half the effort only after he sharpened their blades. His teammates were elated. They didn't pretend to be polite and chose their weapons and battle uniforms. They could just return the credits to Wang Tung after they completed their mission. The next day, early in the morning, The students dressed up in full attire with their backpacks and their weapons. They gathered in the stadium. The instructors were already waiting for them. There were buses parked beside them to take them to the mission locations. These buses were prepared by the school. They were used for external missions. Wang Tung and his teammates also arrived at the stadium. As soon as they stepped inside, they caught everyone's attention. F***K, their clothes are so eye-catching. Wang Tung and his teammates were wearing extremely conspicuous black trench coats with a hoodie. There were fiery red cloud patterns that looked like flames at the edge of the trench coat. It was extremely outstanding. The instructors felt the corners of their lips twitching as they stared at them speechlessly. Wang Tung ignored their gazes, though. But Yuan Jing and the others felt awkward. They wanted to dig a hole and bury themselves. Every class had 3 to 4 instructors. After the students arrived, one instructor would lead one team and get on the bus. The teams of students left the school one by one. The buses were heading to different destinations in Donghai. Chapter 256. China's Best Team Leader. In the car, Lu Feng's lips twitched as he looked at Wang Tung and his teammates' attires. His head was hurting. Why do you have to wear this? He was the instructor leading Wang Tung's team. Lu Feng was stronger compared to the other instructors. He was at the peak of 5-star soldier level. You could tell that the school regarded Wang Tung with high importance. Of course, what would they think if they knew that Wang Tung's ability was almost on par with Lu Feng? Yuan Jing and the others looked at each other helplessly. They glanced at Wang Tung from the corner of their eyes and noticed that he was resting with closed eyes. He displayed no intention of explaining himself, so she had to step up. Our leader says that wearing the same uniform will help with team cohesion. Also, if we have to execute our mission at night, black attire will help us to hide better. Others won't notice us easily. In that case, there's no need for you to choose this red cloud pattern, right? It's so eye-catching. How is it concealing? Yuan Jing and the others were at a loss for words. Wang Ting also felt a little awkward when he heard this. He didn't know why he chose this red cloud pattern either in the heat of the moment. After choosing, he regretted it at once. However, as a new leader, he couldn't go back on his decision. He had to mean what he said. Even if it was a pile of shit, he would force his teammates to eat it. I'm China's best team leader. I'm the best team leader in China. Cough, cough. Wang Ting coughed awkwardly when he noticed that his teammates couldn't answer the question. He explained with a stern expression, this was the only style available. Then, he immediately changed the topic. Instructor, let's discuss the mission. Lu Feng glanced at Wang Tung curiously. He recalled the glorious achievements of this gifted student, but he meant the notorious misdeeds and felt that his excuse wasn't credible. However, he needed to give some face to a gifted student. Besides, he was the leader of the team. He should have some dignity. He shouldn't expose him in front of his teammates. Hence, he accepted the reason and asked, which mission did you choose? Yuan Jing and the others described the mission briefly. Lu Feng frowned immediately. Nonsense. He was scolding Wang Tung. It wasn't difficult to know that Wang Tung was the one who convinced them to choose this mission. Do you know how dangerous this mission is? Most of you just became 1-star soldier-level martial warriors a few days ago. You might not be able to handle this mission even after this 1-month mission. Why are you thinking of running before you even learn to walk? Are you looking for death? Wang Tung, they chose you as their leader, but is this how you take responsibility? Lu Feng's expression was grave. He reprimanded Wang Tung and shouted at Hao Zhengye, who was driving. Turn around. Go back and choose your mission again. Don't. Hao Zhengye, keep driving. Wang Ting stopped him hurriedly. Instructor, at least listen to me before objecting. Hao Zhengye looked at Lu Feng. He was in a pickle. All right, share your thoughts with me. If you can't convince me, you have to go back and choose your mission again. Missions are to train your actual combat abilities, not for you to seek death, Lu Feng said. Based on the mission's description, the 4 martial warriors that sneaked into Donghai to assassinate the CEO of Longhai Corporation are at most 2-star soldier level. They specialize in assassinations, so they might not be powerful if we face them head-on. It's a piece of cake for me to kill a 2-star soldier-level martial warrior. I can take care of my teammates without any concern, Wang Tong said. You know that they are assassins. You might be able to tackle them, but what about the others? They lack experience in fighting with martial warriors, much less experienced assassins. There's a great disparity. You might be able to take care of one or two of them, but are you able to take care of all seven? Lu Feng shook his head. I will not do anything that I'm not confident in, Wang Tong said with a calm expression. You? Lu Feng glared at him furiously when he saw Wang Tong acting stubborn. No way. I don't agree. Instructor, you came with us to prevent any accidents and to protect the students. But you can't interfere with the students' decisions. Wang Tong shook his head nonchalantly. He knew that Lu Feng meant well for them, so he softened his tone and said, Why don't you ask them and see if they want to choose another mission? If the majority doesn't want to do this mission, we can turn around. Lu Feng turned to look at Yuan Jing and the others helplessly. What do you say? Instructor, since we came, it means that we've considered it carefully, Yuan Jing said. Lu Feng threw a meaningful glance at her. This lady didn't have a strong presence in class, so he didn't expect her to be firm and decisive. He looked at the others. The other students nodded too. No one wanted to change missions. Look, this is their own choice. If they hadn't agreed, I wouldn't have chosen this mission, Wang Tong said. Sigh. Lu Feng let out a long breath. He had seen too many deaths, but the students didn't want to listen to him. What could he do? Forget it. You could do what you want. I just hope that you won't regret it later. Don't worry. There will be no deaths in my team. Wang Tong sounded as though he was making a statement. Also, don't forget that they are martial warriors. Lu Feng looked at him intently. He didn't say anything, though. The Longhai Corporation was in western Donghai City. Thus, this case was handled by the West Area Police Bureau. Half an hour later, they arrived at the West Area Police Station. The police station was a villa. It wasn't that high, and the blue and white walls looked plain and simple. Wang Ting looked at the place and felt emotional for some reason. He had come here after killing for the first time. At that time, he was still a martial disciple. He met 5 bandits and was caught in a life-or-death situation. Hence, he couldn't control his strength. The scene was extremely gruesome. He shook his head and smiled when he recalled the incident back then. He wasn't a newbie anymore. Yuan Jing and the others followed Wang Tong down the bus. They took out their martial warrior credentials and registered at the guard post, asking the guard to report their arrival. Lu Feng stayed on the bus. The mission had already started, so he wouldn't interfere. Whether it was communication or actual combat, the students had to rely on themselves. A few minutes later, a staff member from the police station ran out. Are you the students from Huanghai Military Academy who accepted the mission? Yes, we accepted the mission and came to see if you have any clues. Wang Ting nodded. All right, follow me. The staff led them in, and they arrived at an office. There were many policemen from the police station working inside. The staff shouted in a corner, Leader, the martial warriors from Huanghai Military Academy are here. The moment he finished speaking, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at Wang Tong and his classmates. Chapter 257, Protectiveness. So they are the students from Huanghai Military Academy. I heard that all of them are martial warriors. Our team leader is only an advanced stage martial disciple, as expected of students from a top university. That's right. Discussions rang out in the office. The policemen couldn't help but feel envious when they saw Wang Tong and his team. Ordinary people wouldn't see martial warriors often in their lives. Moreover, every single martial warrior represented a form of privilege. Thus, many people were willing to risk everything to become martial warriors. At this moment, a figure stood up for the corner and looked at the students. The person was stunned for a moment. It's you. Yang Zhenchao was surprised. He looked at Wang Tong as if he couldn't recognize him. Captain Yang, long time no see. Wang Tong smiled brightly. Good riddance. You have already become a martial warrior and entered Huanghai Military Academy. Yang Zhenchao was flabbergasted. He walked over and sized up Wang Tong uncontrollably as though he wanted to see something from him. The other policemen in the office were also shocked. Our captain seems to know the leader of the students. Our captain is amazing. He actually knows a martial warrior from Huanghai Military Academy. Idiot, did you listen to them properly? Captain knew him in the past. All right, continue with your work. Why are you gossiping? Yang Zhenchao waved his hand and said, Captain Yang won't understand the Longhai Corporation case. The more detailed it is, the better, Wang Tong said directly. Wait for a moment. Let me check. Yang Zhenchao went to his computer and fiddled with it for a while. He said, the other party is from White Eagle Nation. Currently, we only know that there is one 2-star soldier-level martial warrior and 2 1-star soldier-level martial warriors. They might have other companions hiding. As Yang Zhenchao introduced the case, the students gradually understood the conditions of the foreign martial warriors. This included their appearance, figure, weapons, battle techniques, and many other things. All the methods they used were recorded in detail in the police database. They were compiled into a case, so everything could be seen at one glance. There were videos of their fights too. These were all recorded by the internal surveillance cameras of the Longhai Corporation. They were kept in the police station as evidence. After looking at the videos, Yuan Jing commented, these foreign martial warriors are bold. How dare they create trouble in our country so blatantly? This is nothing. As long as they are given enough money, they will do anything. Yang Zhenchao shook his head and said, do you have any leads on their hiding place? Wang Tong asked. These foreign martial warriors are elite assassins. They have powerful counter-reconnaissance ability and know how to disguise themselves. We barely managed to locate the 3 most possible areas for their hiding spot after transferring and screening through all the surveillance images in the entire Donghai city. Take a look. Yang Zhenchao opened the videos and showed them to Wang Tong and his teammates. These people look very similar to the 3 foreign martial warriors, whether it's their figures or other traits. It had to be said that the modern surveillance system was very powerful, especially in a big city. It almost covered all the corners of the city. Normal culprits wouldn't be able to escape from these watchful eyes. However, these foreign martial warriors weren't normal people. Did they leave any items behind? Wang Tong asked. Yes. Yang Zhenchao nodded. He didn't know what Wang Tong wanted to do, but he always cooperated well when there was a case. He called a policewoman over. Little Lu, bring the items the martial warriors left behind. The policewoman called Little Lu was a pretty lady. She was like a blooming flower among the bunch of men in the police station. However, there were no expressions on her face. She was an ice flower. Are pretty ladies all so cold? Wang Ting couldn't help but wonder. Xiao Lu glanced at Wang Tong before turning around to get the items. Why did she look at me with that strange gaze? Wang Tong felt speechless. Ha ha, you are so handsome, and you're a martial warrior to boot. Who want to take a second look at you? Yang Zhenchao teased him. What do you think? Our little Lu is the police belle in our West Area police station. Do you fancy her? He had his plans all laid out. Wang Tong was an extremely young martial warrior and a student of the Huanghai Military Academy. He had a bright future ahead. If they got married, Wang Tong would be part of their West Side police station. In the future, they would get many benefits. However, before Wang Tong could open his mouth, the young ladies on his team couldn't hold back their emotions. This was outrageous. Wang Tong is an outstanding resource. We haven't even laid our hands on him. Why should we give him to you? The ladies turned into protective hens and said, Captain Yang, you don't have to worry about our leader's marriage. He's very popular in school. Many ladies are already chasing him. That's right. They're all martial warriors, and some of them are as beautiful as the lady just now. If they learn that you're trying to snatch their prey, they might come and destroy your office one day. Yang Zhenchao immediately felt awkward. He laughed to clear his embarrassment and said, haha, I'm kidding. Wang Tong sighed emotionally. As expected, someone as outstanding as him was like a gem in sand. He would attract people wherever he went. He couldn't keep a low profile, even if he wanted to. Were there really so many females who liked him? Why didn't he know anything? Wang Tong wanted to ask Yuan Jing and the ladies about the female students who were as beautiful as the lady police. A few? It felt exciting just thinking about it. Cough, keep calm. When Xiao Lu came back, she realized that the atmosphere was a little awkward. The ladies were staring at her with vigilance and hostility in their eyes. She felt puzzled. She just went out for a while. Why were the ladies treating her like an enemy? What happened? Take a look. They left these ruined bullets. This broken sword is one of their weapons, too. They threw it away because it was damaged, Yang Jinchao said. Wang Ting nodded. He activated his spiritual sight secretly and scanned the items. He could see residual force on them. Everyone's force was different. When force entered one's body, it would get stained by the martial warrior's aura. These auras were the most obvious clues. Wang Ting was able to see the difference with his spiritual sight talent. All right. Wang Ting took one look before nodding. That's it. Yang Zhenchao asked curiously. You couldn't blame him for feeling shocked. Wang Ting only took one glance at the weapons. He didn't even pick them up. What could he notice just by seeing them? Oh, I have my own methods. Wang Ting didn't explain further, kicking up a cloud of dust. Xiao Lu muttered. Wang Ting pretended that he didn't hear her. He said, Captain Yang, if there's nothing else, we will leave first. Let me send a couple of my guys to help you. It will make things easier. Yang Zhenchao said, Little Yang. Captain, let me go with Xiao Lu. A tall and muscular policeman stood up. Chapter 258. The cute and mesmerizing little Oriole, Hu Bing. Yang Zhenchao hesitated when he saw the policeman who stood up. Captain, I've been following this case since the start. No one knows it better than me, Hu Bing said. Yang Zhenchao stopped pondering. He nodded and said, All right, you will go with little Lu. He gave some orders to Hu Bing and Xiao Lu. Before they left, Yang Zhenchao said to Wang Ting and his team, When you're executing the mission, don't implicate ordinary people and try not to have fights in public areas. It will have adverse effects and will damage the order of the city. If something goes wrong, you'll have to bear legal responsibility. You should already know this, but I just want to remind you. Wang Ting and his classmates had indeed learned it in school. This might be the martial arts era, but there was still a higher percentage of ordinary people. The martial warriors' world and the ordinary world were separated. If the martial warriors caused trouble all the time, based on their powerful abilities, it would cause social panic easily. Wang Ting and his team walked out of the police station and boarded their vehicle. They were heading to the first location where traces of the foreign martial warriors were found. Hu Bing and Xiao Lu drove a normal sedan and followed behind them. Martial warriors are seriously special. Even the captain has to be polite with them. Hu Bing drove the car and glanced at Xiao Lu from the corner of his eyes. He continued talking. However, I heard that this is their first time handling a mission, so they might be inexperienced. In the past, there were failures too. The martial warriors from the White Eagle Nation aren't easy to deal with. We couldn't find them even after searching for so long. The students that were supposed to protect the CEO of Longhai Corporation couldn't handle them either. I heard that there were even casualties. Do you think these students from Huanghai can do it? Xiao Lu just ignored him, staring at Wang Ting's car in front without blinking. When he saw her lack of response, anger flashed past Hu Bing's eyes. On the bus, Wang Ting said, You have heard what Captain Yang said just now. There are 3 possible locations. We will investigate them one by one. Leader, these martial warriors from White Eagle Nation are all crafty and sly. They are good at hiding. Even if we know what area they are in, we can't search every single building and every single unit, right? Li Wendong said, Don't worry, I have my way. You just have to adjust your condition to prepare for any sudden battles. Wang Ting replied. The students felt bewildered. They didn't know what Wang Ting's plan was. Even Lu Feng, who was resting with closed eyes at the side, opened his eyes and looked at Wang Ting in surprise. When Wang Ting and his team were on the move, the other teams were executing their missions too. All of them gave their best and went all out, whether it was for their school credits or their pride. Time passed slowly. Very soon, 2 days had gone by. Some teams had already completed the simpler missions and earned school credits. The instructors kept in contact with one another and knew everyone's situation. At this moment, Wang Ting was eating dinner. Lu Feng felt confused when he looked at the calm Wang Ting. He couldn't help but ask. 6 teams have completed their mission successfully and earned their school credits. Xin Yang from our class earned 30 school credits. They are at the top of the rank now. Although it's not much compared to your 200 school credits, they have already earned it. On the other hand, You are just wasting your time here. Are you sure you don't want to give up this mission? Wang Tung and his team had eliminated 2 potential hiding spots in these 2 days. However, they didn't find the real hiding spot of the foreign martial warriors yet. Hao Zhengxing and the others were a little agitated. They looked at Wang Tung unconsciously after hearing Lu Feng's words. Leader, why worry? We haven't investigated the 3rd location, right? If we can't find them there, it means that the clues provided by the police were wrong, Wang Tung said. Hu Bing and Xiao Lu from the police were present too. Xiao Lu frowned and said, You might have missed some areas. You were just loitering aimlessly every day. You didn't look for them carefully. It's no wonder you can't find them, Hu Bing said with disdain. You have no right to comment on how I do things. Wang Tung raised his head and stared at Hu Bing. You failed at your job. Why can't I comment? Hu Bing's heart shuddered when he saw Wang Tung's gaze. However, he remembered that Xiao Lu was just beside him, so he glared back at Wang Tung. Xiao Lu was sitting between the 2 of them and blocked them. This is a mission, not a game. Please be more serious. You don't understand. Wang Tung shook his head helplessly. Lu Feng watched them from the side without speaking. He was curious where Wang Tung's confidence came from, but he didn't mind giving him some stimulation. A genius could only grow after suffering some setbacks. Xiao Lu and Hu Bing stopped talking. They were waiting to see how Wang Tung would end the mission after today. Night dawned. Wang Tung suddenly heard the unique roars of sports cars in the distance. There were more than just a few of them. As a local in a second rich generation, he was familiar with this area. At night, there weren't many cars on a street some distance away from here. Hence, it became the playground for wealthy young people who had nothing to do. Entertainment, racing. He was part of this race in his past life. Suddenly, Wang Tung had an idea. He turned and spoke to Xiao Lu. Check if the daughter of the CEO comes here often to race. Hey, what's with your tone? We are not your subordinates, Hu Bing said unhappily. Hurry. Wang Tung glanced at him expressionlessly before shouting at Xiao Lu sternly. Xiao Lu thought of something too. She disregarded Wang Tung's tone and called the police station immediately. Within 3 minutes, the police station replied. She nodded gravely and said, You're right. She comes often, and she's here today? Everyone, it's time to stretch our muscles. Wang Tung stood up and smiled at his teammates. They were all shocked. Were they finally going to act after waiting for so long? This was the critical moment. Although they felt a little excited, they were mostly anxious. You found them. Lu Feng looked at Wang Tung in amazement. It's just a possibility. They might not come. No, they're already on their way, Wang Tung said. How do you know? Everyone looked at Wang Tung curiously. Wang Tung didn't reply to them. Instead, he said, Let's go. There aren't many people on the main road at night. We can catch the foreign martial warriors there. This was a cluster of abandoned warehouses. Past midnight, a few hundred people were gathered outside the warehouse. The place was brightly lit up, and music was blasting loudly. The atmosphere was vivacious. All kinds of cheers and screams shot up to the night sky. Many sports cars were parked outside the warehouse. Beautiful maidens in short mini-skirts and singlets weaved through the crowd. Their hairs were dyed in all kinds of colors, and all of them had ear holes. They looked like a bunch of bad youngsters clustering and screaming. A few black shadows were sitting or standing on the top of a warehouse. They were carrying their weapons on their backs. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to detect them with their eyesight. They looked at the party below and sighed. Their lives are crazy. They have nothing better to do. One of them shook his head and said. The moonlight shone on them and revealed their faces. It was Wang Tung and his group. Wang Tung was carrying the weapon carrier casket, his back facing his teammates. His expression was a little awkward. After all, he used to be like this. I didn't know that the daughter of the CEO loved to race. Doesn't she know that this is dangerous? Hao Jingxing asked. People like her love to break the rules and look for excitement in their lives, Li Wendong replied. It's hard to understand their thoughts. Yuan Jing and the other ladies shook their heads. Wang Tung felt ashamed when he remembered that he used to live this life. When he looked at the frivolous and cool-looking people below now, he felt a strong, rich, second-generation aura from them. Out of sight, out of mind. Wang Ting closed his eyes and changed his vision. He looked up at the sky. A crow was flying through the night sky. Its blood-red eyes were focused on a few figures who were moving quickly through the streets. This crow was Wang Tang's spiritual pet. Wang Tang had been raising his crow carefully during this period. He wasn't stingy with star beast meat, so the little crow grew quickly. Little White could fly, and it had reached the 1-star level now. Wang Tang seemed to be loitering around aimlessly for the past few days, but he was changing his vision with Little White to investigate this area. Just now, he finally found the foreign martial warriors. Coincidentally, they were planning to kill the eldest daughter of the CEO of Longhai Corporation tonight, just as he had expected. Fortunately, he discovered it in time. If not, the difficulty of the mission would have increased tremendously. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Tonight, Wang Tang and his team were cute and mesmerizing little orioles. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Ting opened his eyes. Fierce roars came from down below. The race was about to start. From afar, he saw a sexy maiden walking to the starting line. She took off her undergarment and threw it into the air. The atmosphere at the scene reached its peak. The cheers sounded continuous. The sports cars roared past the maiden. You could only see black lines flashing past her. The strong wind blew her miniskirt up. Hao Zhengxing and the other young men had never seen anything like this before. Their eyes turned wide open. However, the glaring light was like a mosaic. They couldn't see anything. Wang Ting couldn't help but exclaim softly. When the sports cars started their engines, multiple attribute bubbles had dropped. Wang Tang activated his spiritual power and pulled the bubbles over. It was a long distance away. He picked them up. Driving skill, *10, driving skill, *8, driving skill, *15. This is unexpected. Wang Tang smiled as he looked at his attributes panel. Driving skill, 178/500, specialized. Am already at the specialized stage? He was slightly startled. Then he understood. That's true. I'm good at driving anyway. This wasn't the time to think about this, though. He changed his view to the crow's vision and predicted where the foreign martial warriors were hiding. Then he said to his teammates, "Let's go to the mountain and stop them." After he finished speaking, he shrunk into the darkness and charged towards the mountain in the distance. His teammates followed behind hurriedly. Their instructor tailed them closely. Honestly, he was very worried about this mission. Chapter 259, Horacio. 3 black figures wearing night clothes were hiding beside the main road. They stared at the pitch black turn in front of them. Tonight is our last chance. If we fail, we might not be able to leave China. If we are lucky enough to escape, we will still have to face death because we failed our mission. A tall foreign lady with golden hair and blue eyes opened her mouth and said to the other 2 men, "Understood." Her companions looked grave. They fully understood the severe consequences, so they nodded in reply. There are 3 cars. Kill everyone besides the daughter of Long Hai. The golden-haired lady Hill said, "I will catch Long Yao personally." None of them noticed a pitch-black crow cleaning its feathers on the crown of a tree in the forest behind them. It was staring at them with its blood-red eyes. Suddenly, the roars of engines were heard on the quiet road. It came closer and closer. "They're here." The golden-haired lady fixed her gaze on the road. Not long after, a couple of lights appeared at the turn. The sound of tires scratching the ground and the burnt smell of friction assaulted their senses. A Porsche was drifting over. 2 other racing cars followed closely behind it. There was 1 Audi and 1 Ferrari, both high-class sports cars. Their sleek bodies and enchanting engine roars were proof that they cost a fortune. What a pity. Attack! A cold shout resounded. 3 figures shot out simultaneously. The 2 male martial warriors flew towards the Porsche and the Audi at the back. Accompanied with force glows, a powerful attack slammed into the 2 sports cars. Boom! The expensive sports cars were crushed under the powerful attack, as if they were made of paper. The strong impact caused them to fly out of the road. The cars flipped in the air. The guardrails on the side of the road were destroyed, and the 2 racing cars fell down with their owners. They disappeared into the darkness in a blink of an eye. At the same time, The golden-haired lady leaped up and landed heavily on the top of the red Ferrari. Her body was engulfed in a force glow. The top of the red Ferrari deformed, as though there was a huge weight on it. The body of the car sank abruptly. All four tires exploded. The car frame rubbed against the ground, and sparks flew everywhere. They were especially bright in the pitch-black night. The entire car shot out of the racing track. There were two people sitting in the car, and a young man was in the driving seat. When he saw the surprise attack, his expression changed. However, he reacted quickly. He unbuckled his seat belt and did a series of actions. Unfortunately, the young lady on the passenger's seat wasn't as calm. She shrieked in fear at the top of her lungs. The high-pitched scream almost ruptured the young man's eardrums. Just as this red Ferrari was about to suffer the same fate as the other two cars, the golden-haired lady on top jumped down and kicked the car forcefully. The red Ferrari skidded and slammed into the forest at the side. The racing car was already useless after the huge blow. It stopped after the collision, and black smoke started coming out of the car. The golden-haired lady and the two foreign male martial warriors ran towards the racing car. Suddenly, the door closer to the forest side was kicked open with a bang. It flew out for a distance as a black figure darted out of the car. The young man didn't hesitate. There was no room for hesitation here. He carried the young lady on his back and escaped into the forest. Escaping, the golden-haired lady sneered. To her, the youngster's actions were futile. She tapped her feet on the ground, scattered dust everywhere. She turned into lingering shadows. Her speed was astonishing. She caught up with the two people in front within a few breaths. The battle blade in her hand formed a blade glow in the air as she slashed at the young man. Run! The young man's expression changed slightly. While shouting, he had already thrown the lady on his back out. Then, he turned around and faced the sharp blade glow head-on. A cold light flashed past. A dagger had blocked the battle blade. Huh? 2-star soldier level. The golden-haired lady squinted slightly. She said to her companions, "Leave this person to me. Barnard, Marjorie, retreat immediately after you catch Long Yao. I will find you soon." The two male foreign martial warriors didn't waste any time. They nodded and chased after Long Yao. The young man wanted to stop them, but he was held back by the golden-haired lady. "Your opponent is me." The young man was anxious. He knew that he wouldn't be able to escape until he killed this lady. He made his decision swiftly and attacked on his own, dashing towards the golden-haired lady. His attacks were ferocious and vicious. He wanted to end this battle quickly. The golden-haired lady had the same thought. There was more than one martial warrior beside Long Yao. The others would definitely rush over after hearing what happened. The longer she dragged this fight, the more disadvantageous it would be. Their blades collided in the air, and their attacks were as fast as lightning. When their force smashed into each other, they set off small explosions continuously. The powerful impact caused huge damages. A huge patch of the forest was destroyed by them in a blink of an eye. On the other side, the two foreign martial warriors caught up with Long Yao easily with their speed. Although she practiced martial arts and was an advanced-stage martial disciple, she was spoiled and lazy. There was no way she could outrun the two martial warriors. "Miss Long, please come with us." Barnard and Marjorie blocked Long Yao from the front and back. They closed in on her step by step. "Don't come over." "Who sent you? How much did they give you?" "I will double it." Long Yao shouted fiercely. However, deep down, she was afraid. "Surrender yourself so that you won't have to suffer." The two martial warriors weren't moved by her words. Her attitude was cold and indifferent. "Everything in this world can be solved using money. Is it not enough? I can give you triple, quadruple, give me a number. Everything can be discussed as long as you let me go," Long Yao said hurriedly when she saw the two of them getting closer. She had money, so she felt that she could do everything. The two foreign martial warriors felt their breathing getting heavier. Triple, quadruple. This money was enough for their entire life. But they weren't stupid. They knew that they wouldn't have the life to spend the money. "Let's not bullshit with her anymore. Take her and retreat." The two of them charged towards Long Yao almost at the same instant. They were exceptionally careful because they had to catch her alive. At this distance, they were confident that they could catch her alive. Even in this situation, our young Miss Long Yao didn't think of escaping. Instead, she squatted down and screamed. After screaming for a long time, she noticed that nothing happened. She heard sounds of fighting beside her. She slowly raised her head and saw an unfamiliar young man wearing a black gown with a weird wooden casket behind him. He was looking at her mockingly. A few figures wearing the same black cloak were fighting with the two foreign martial warriors. It was a heated fight between 7 and 2 people. What is this? What has happened? Who am I? Where am I? Long Yao was dumbfounded. Suddenly, she heard the young man in front tease her. What a pity. You should have been a soprano. Go and die. Long Yao turned angry from embarrassment. She noticed that the danger was gone, so she resumed her young Miss Manners. She stood up and questioned him. Who are you? A student from Huanghai Military Academy. I accepted the police mission to catch 3 foreign martial warriors. Horacio? Chapter 260. Die from anger. Horacio. Long Yao was stunned. She only regained her senses after a long time. She shouted angrily, Horacio, your head. However, when she heard that Wang Tung was a student from Huanghai Military Academy and had accepted a mission to capture the 3 foreign martial warriors, she heaved a sigh of relief. I'm finally saved. She knew a thing or two about Huanghai Military Academy. There was no doubt about the ability of the students from the school. Capturing the 3 martial warriors shouldn't be a problem for them. Long Yao turned to look at the fight some distance away. Then, she glanced at Wang Tung, who was relaxing at the side. She couldn't help but ask, why aren't you helping them? If they need my help all the time, they're useless, Wang Tung replied. You don't look old, yet you speak like an old man. Long Yao rolled her eyes. Wang Tung glared at her. Are you calling me an old man? Can you speak properly? All right. There's another student from Donghai University who came to protect me because of his mission. He's fighting with one of the foreign martial warriors. The lady is very strong. Help him quickly. Long Yao suddenly remembered the young man and said to Wang Tung worriedly. No, Wang Tung replied. His teammates were fighting. Despite having more people, the 2 foreign martial warriors were experienced in actual combat. They were at a stalemate for the moment. Why are you like this? Long Yao stomped her feet furiously. Don't worry, he won't die, Wang Tung replied calmly as he glanced in that direction. Through his little crow's vision, he knew that the battle there hadn't ended. The young man could last for some time. Hao Zhengxing, did you not eat your dinner? You are an Earth Force martial warrior. Slam him with your force. Can you exert some strength? Li Wendong, your skin is so delicate. Don't charge recklessly. Use your speed and cover up for your teammates. Yuan Jing, unleash your major skill and give the bearded man a big one. As for the others, stop slacking. There are so many of you. If everyone just attacked together, even once, they would have enough suffering. Wang Ting looked at the gang fight and sighed angrily. His teammates heard his guidance and followed the instructions. The tide turned instantly. This fellow, Long Yao was amazed. She could tell that after Wang Tung spoke, the 2 foreign martial warriors started to back down. Boom! At this moment, Hao Zhengxing found a loophole, sending a foreign martial warrior into the air. A few of the 7 split up and continued attacking the injured martial warrior. The foreign martial warrior could only scream in agony before he got killed. The other martial warrior was stimulated when he saw his comrade getting killed. He revealed his ferocity and started fighting with his life on the line. He alone forced Hao Zhengxing and the others to retreat continuously. There are 7 of you. Why are you afraid of him? As a martial warrior, you shouldn't be afraid of getting hurt. You will heal completely after eating a dan. Don't be afraid. Charge! Wang Ting opened his mouth again. He expected better from them. Panic was taboo for newbies. Once you panic, your opponent would grab the chance to destroy you one by one. Fortunately, Wang Tung was at the side, so everyone could remain calm. They regained their composure after hearing his instructions. The young men gritted their teeth and powered up their attacks. In a while, they started dominating the foreign martial warrior. The other party had to step back uncontrollably. This step was the distance between heaven and hell. The fear of the other students subsided when they saw this scene. They knew that the other party was just a human too. Wang Teng was right. They had 7 of them. Why should they be afraid of him? Their morale was given a boost. They were already close to apprehending the culprit. The foreign martial warrior knew that he couldn't win, so he turned around to escape. Unfortunately, Hao Zhengxing and the others weren't one to be trifled with. They didn't give him a chance at all. As soon as they saw him retreat, they surrounded him and stabbed him with their blades and swords. They killed him. This was their first battle, and their opponent was a real martial warrior, one experienced in actual combat. The process wasn't smooth, but the result was good. For a moment, they had more confidence. When the fight finished, they were all out of breath, as they had used up much of their force. They looked at the 2 martial warriors' corpses, but didn't feel disgusted. They had seen many scenes like this after practicing martial arts. Hence, their reactions weren't that exaggerated. Long Yao just frowned a little. Let's go. There's another 2-star, soldier-level martial warrior. Let's take care of her quickly and go home to sleep. Wang Teng yawned as he gathered everyone over. Long Yao felt speechless when she saw his relaxed manner. When Wang Teng and his teammates arrived, the young man in charge of protecting Long Yao was hit by the golden-haired lattice blade. He was slammed onto the ground. He clutched the blade mark on his chest and vomited a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, he was wearing a battle uniform, so the attack only caused him a serious injury. He wasn't dead. We seem to be a little late. I'm sorry, Wang Teng said hurriedly. Shameless. Long Yao couldn't sense any sincerity from his expression. This man was despicable. When the golden-haired lady saw the unscathed Long Yao, as well as Wang Teng and his team, she instantly figured out what happened. Barnard and Marjorie must have failed. This situation was awful for her. F***K. She cursed uncontrollably. You speak English? I can too. Wang Teng finally knew why he needed to learn English. He immediately replied, F***ku. Long Yao and the others burst out laughing. The golden-haired lady choked with anger. She glared at Wang Teng indignantly and said, You are really mischievous. Hey, your Chinese is not bad, golden hair. Wang Teng raised his eyebrows. I will give you 2 choices. Do you want to fight with one or many? Take your pick. Are you stupid? We outnumber her, so we should attack together, Long Yao said agitatedly. She looked at Wang Teng as though he was an idiot. You don't understand. We must act gentlemanly in front of an international friend. Wang Teng waved his hand and said, Not bad. I will choose to fight with one. The golden-haired lady replied. A glint flashed in her eyes. Okay. Wang Teng nodded. He then waved his hand and said, Go. Hao Zhengxing and the others charged forward. What the F***K? The golden-haired lady was dumbstruck. She suspected that she didn't learn her Chinese properly and misunderstood Wang Teng's words. However, she reacted quickly and realized that she had been tricked. She shouted in anger, I said fight with one. That's right. All of us will fight with one of you, Wang Teng replied. Shameless. The golden-haired lady panted heavily. Her chest was hurting due to anger. Chinese is profound. Learn and watch, Wang Teng said. Long Yao's expression turned strange. She suddenly felt a little sad for this golden-haired lady. It must be painful to meet this kind of opponent. But when she saw the lattice big chest, she looked at her own small one and decided that she should just die from anger. Chapter 261. Young Miss Long, do you have to bow to me? The golden-haired lady was so furious that her chest hurt. She vented all her anger on Hao Zhengxing and the others. However, she realized that the other party wasn't that strong despite their numbers. Their actual combat skill was even a little tender. The golden-haired lady looked at their young faces and understood the reason. A cold glint flashed past her eyes. She targeted one person and tossed her battle blade violently at him. Her 2-star soldier-level ability was fully released. The students had gotten used to cooperating with one another after the battle just now. Thus, when they saw their companion getting attacked, and it was a fierce attack too, they quickly rushed over to block the attack together. Boom! 3 people blocked the attack together, but they still took a few steps back because of her immense strength. Their faces turned pale. Very powerful. The golden-haired lady was much more powerful than them. The students were flabbergasted. When they looked at the golden-haired lady, who was launching her second attack, fear started creeping up their hearts. Ah! At this moment, Hao Zhengxing slammed his weapon on the golden-haired lad's head when he saw his classmates in danger. Get off! The golden-haired lady remained expressionless. She swept her leg as though there were eyes behind her and kicked Hao Zhengxing a few meters away. Blood seeped out from the corner of his lips. Hey, your classmates can't resist much longer. Long Yao's expression changed. She didn't expect 7 students from Huanghai Military Academy to lose to the other party. She said to Wang Tung anxiously, hurry up and help them. If you are left alone, you won't be able to win. Just wait and see, Wang Tung said. The student from Donghai University, who was in charge of protecting Long Yao, had used his healing medicine by now. His face was still pale as he staggered towards Wang Tung and Long Yao. He said to Wang Tung, you must be freshmen, right? The other party is a 2-star soldier-level martial warrior. You can't beat her. Hurry up and bring young Miss Long away. Huh? You guys are freshmen? Long Yao's expression changed entirely when she heard his words. She thought that Wang Tung was so confident, but they were just a bunch of newbies. No wonder they had a difficult time fighting against the 2 male foreign martial warriors. It wasn't because they were strong. It was because the students were weak. You tricked me. Let's go. It'll be too late if you don't leave now. Young Miss Long turned pale again and urged Wang Tung to leave quickly. Wang Tung glanced at her with his hands behind his back. He said calmly, if you're afraid, you can leave first. Are you stupid? Why are you staying if you can't beat her? Long Yao said in a panic. Do you want me to abandon my companions? Wang Tung asked. Well, we can find other people to help us. Long Yao also felt a little guilty. She randomly found a forced reason for herself. All right, you can leave if you want to leave. Wang Tung waved his hand and ignored her. He focused on the battle. It was indeed a little too much for his classmates to fight against a 2-star soldier-level martial warrior. They had no chance at all. They might be able to win if they gain more experience, but now I will not care about you anymore. Long Yao turned around and said to the young man from Donghai University, let's go. We will find reinforcements. The young man glanced at Wang Tung. That guy's expression was composed all this while. He didn't seem worried about the situation. Could it be that he could really beat the golden-haired lady? The young man immediately denied this thought after it popped up. If he was a freshman, he had no chance against a 2-star soldier-level martial warrior. Retreat with your classmates. It's not worth it if you lose your life because of an impulsive decision. He still reminded Wang Tung in the end. Then, he left with Long Yao without any more delays and disappeared into the dark. Lu Feng glanced at the battle with the golden-haired lady from his hiding spot. He frowned uncontrollably. What is this brat doing? If he doesn't act, his classmates will be in danger. Especially when he saw how Zhengxing and the others retreating under the golden-haired lattice attack. He felt worried for them. They were already injured. He prepared himself and got ready to help them at any moment. Almost there. At this moment, Wang Tung finally acted. He had watched them for a long time and finally saw their limit. It would now be easier for him to plan their missions in the future. The golden-haired lady threw Hao Zhengxing and the others back and shot in front of Yuan Jing. A hideous smile appeared at the edge of her lips. She slashed her blade horizontally at Yuan Jing's neck. They were both ladies, but she was still so ruthless. What a cold-hearted person. Yuan Jing's face turned pale. There was despair in her eyes. Oh no, Hao Zhengxing and the others panicked. Go away. Boom! An angry shout and the explosion of force erupted beside Yuan Jing. At the same time, the golden-haired lattice expression changed. She kept her battle blade hurriedly and wanted to block the sudden attack. However, the frightening force exploded and threw her off her feet. Splurt! The golden-haired lady slammed heavily on a tree. She vomited blood, and her face turned white instantly. She was dumbstruck as she stared at Wang Tung in fear. This shameless young man, who didn't move, was actually so strong. She couldn't even handle one blow from him. Despair surged into her heart. Wang Tung's gaze landed on the attribute bubbles that had dropped beside the golden-haired lady. They were floating in the air. He picked them up. He kept them for now and didn't look at them carefully. Wang Tung then turned and looked at Yuan Jing. "Are you all right? I got a fright." Yuan Jing patted her small chest. She was tearing from the scene just now. "Leader, why did you wait so long before acting? I almost want to see God." The other three young ladies came to comfort her immediately. "Haha, don't worry. With me around, you'll be fine. You have to trust your leader." Wang Tung laughed awkwardly. The students finally felt relief. They were exhausted, and there were many injuries on their bodies. They gritted their teeth in pain. "Leader, where is young Miss Long?" Hao Jingxing suddenly asked. "She ran away in fright when she noticed that you couldn't beat the golden-haired lady," Wang Tung replied. "Everyone, this is too much. We came to save her, but she abandoned us and ran away." "That's right. What kind of person is she? If I knew this was going to happen, I would have allowed her to get caught and let her suffer a little before saving her." The students were filled with righteous indignation. They scolded Long Yao for being ungrateful. As they spoke, hurried footsteps were heard in the forest. Young Miss Long Yao came back. However, before she reached them, she tripped and fell to the ground. "Hey, young Miss Long, why did you come back? Did you find your conscience?" "There's no need to bow to me." Wang Ting scoffed as he looked at Long Yao, who was below him. When Long Yao looked up, her face was covered with mud. She spat out a few blades of grass and said furiously, "I'm not bowing to you." Then, she remembered something and turned fearful. "Someone is coming after us." He couldn't resist a single blow from this person. "I don't know if he's dead.